Musa Company was on the move. Mack Bolan shadowed them in the black of night. The ugly rumor at the Pentagon was that Pakistan had lost control of several of its nuclear warheads. Such a happening had long been an established fear in the West, as nuclear security protocols in Pakistan were a fluid situation at the best of times. The Pakistani government vigorously denied, through both public and private channels, that any warheads were missing. They claimed that the CIA fabricated lies so that the United States and the United Nations could invade Pakistan and wrest away her sovereign power. Such action would thus lay Pakistan open to the political and military machinations of their true nemesis, India. Nuclear warheads passing from Pakistan into the disputed region of Kashmir was a worst-case scenario for a catastrophic meltdown, one that could light a fire throughout all of East Asia. The rumors in Washington were confusing. Some sources claimed that ultra-fundamentalist factions in the Pakistani government and military had engineered the grab. Other rumors indicated the warheads had been taken right out from under the Pakistani military's nose. Named for the Prophet Moses, Musa Company was Pakistan's elite counter-terrorist unit. They had received training from the British SAS, and in the past had sent personnel to the United States for special warfare and airborne training. Bolan had suspected that whoever came down through the Hajipir Pass would be involved in transporting and security for the weapons. His first guess had been that the grab had to have been an inside job, but Musa Company wasn't transporting nuclear warheads. They had been instrumental in quelling rioting and dissension between Pakistan's irritable factions. Musa Company would be the last unit to betray their country and to let Pakistan's nuclear warheads loose into the world. Their loyalty was unquestionable, nor were the men below passing themselves off as travelers or pilgrims. They carried no baggage, and they were well off the roads. Bolan had watched as they had perilously engaged in a night jump down into the high crags of the pass. They now moved through the nearly vertical terrain, wearing night camouflage body armor, night vision goggles, and carrying Heckler & Koch MP5 SD3 silenced submachine guns. They moved as silently and swiftly as wolves. Bolan judged by the way they were fanned out and leapfrogging from cover to cover that their quarry had to be very close. They were being very careful, as they were very close to the disputed border with India. Indian armored and airborne troops were barely 2 miles away and always on alert. The disputed area was a flashpoint. Any mistake could easily lead to a renewal of war.
Bear, what have you got?
Back in Virginia, Aaron Bear Kurtzman and his entire cybernetic team worked furiously. They were directly linked with the Puzzle Palace within the National Security Agency. Unless Musa Company had gone rogue, they had to be in touch with someone.
Stryker, we're detecting radio communications. Very narrow bandwidth. We're adjusting values. One moment.
Bolan waited while Kurtzman made his moves.
We got it triangulated. One contact point is right below you. Every one of the Musa Company team is individually wired. The second transmission point is a signal station. Definitely Islamabad. Their orders are coming straight from the capital. NSA says they're using encrypted audio.
You've broken in?
Give me a second, Stryker.
Halfway across the world, Kurtzman sat in Virginia and opened a satellite conference call with the NSA translator in Washington, D.C.
Encryption broken. We're in. Patching into translator.
Bolan was connected. The Puzzle Palace had done its work. Bolan watched Musa Company creep forward, disappearing and reappearing from behind rocks and boulders below. They were slowing as they approached their target.
Stryker, this is Translator Station 2. We are receiving.
Affirmative, Translator 2. What are they saying?
Musa, approaching objective. Islamabad, what are your observations? Musa, no movement, no activity observed.
Bolan scanned through the electro-optical sight of his sound-suppressed M1A scout rifle. Musa Company was converging on something.
Musa, objective in sight. Islamabad, what do you see? Musa, no movement, no apparent sentries.
Bolan scanned for an objective, but the craggy, boulder-strewed terrain showed nothing but rock peaks and shadows.
Musa, Bunker found.
Bolan's eyes slightly widened, and he strained to see a bunker entrance. It was more likely to be a fortified cave. The mountains of Kashmir were riddled with them.
I'm moving closer.
Affirmative, Stryker.
Bear, what can you see?
Observation satellite shows 12 individuals below you, moving in concert.
Anything else? Any sign of hostiles?
Nothing, Stryker. Just you and the team below you.
Bolan scanned the perimeter.
There's someone else out here.
Satellite shows nothing but you and Musa Company, Stryker.
There's someone else out here, Bear. I can feel it.
Acknowledged, Stryker, but we don't see them. Satellite shows no motion and no anomalous heat sources. If they're hidden, then they are hidden but good.
Bolan trained his sight back on the area Musa Company surrounded.
Translator, what are they saying?
They are not saying anything. They've stopped transmitting.
Bolan gazed hard at their position.
Bear, any motion?
Negative, Stryker. Musa Company has come to a full stop.
Whoever was in command of Musa Company didn't like it either.
Musa, we are going to breach the bunker. Islamabad, affirmative.
Bolan waited long moments. There was a sudden, quick flare of light in his night vision goggles. Bolan recognized the sound of the flexible-shaped charge detonating.
Musa, sending in Section 1. Islamabad, affirmative.
Half of the Musa Company team disappeared underneath an outcropping, while the other half held down the perimeter.
Section 1. We are inside. No hostiles detected. Islamabad, what do you observe? Section 2. Extensive underground complex. Catacombs, very old stonework. Believe complex predates target occupation. Islamabad, any sign of the packages?
Packages.
Bolan raised a bemused eyebrow at the code word. His hunch had been right. Musa Company was hunting the same thing he was. If Musa could make a successful retrieval and get the warheads back in Pakistani government hands, Bolan might just be able to call his own mission a wrap.
Section 1. No sign of packages. No sign of targets. Signs of recent habitation. Proceeding. Islamabad. Affirmative.
Bolan grimaced. Musa Company was no one to mess around with. If the bad guys had gotten wind that the elite commandos were on their trail, they would have hauled ass into India already, and the nukes would be gone.
Section 1. Zia. What happened to Zia? Zia, report. Islamabad. What is happening?
Bolan's instincts flared.
Translator, what are you hearing?
Intercommunication between individual Musa Company soldiers, Sections 1 and 2, and Islamabad. It's becoming confused. Section 1. Zia, where is Zia? All units hold position. Section 2. What is happening, Farzur? Islamabad, what is happening? Section 2. Farzur, where is the sergeant? Islamabad, report. I am having difficulty keeping things in order.
Keep translating.
Musa, Section 2, hold positions. By God, I said hold positions. Islamabad, what is happening? Report. Section 1, where are they coming from? I can't see anything.
Stryker, satellite reception shows multiple radio transmission points in Musa Company are now off the air.
Bolan's blood went cold.
Stryker, I hear gunfire.
Islamabad, what is happening? Report, what is happening? I order you to report. Section 2, this is Section 2. All contact lost with Section 1. Repeat, all contact lost with Section 1. They are not responding. We are holding position outside. What are your orders? Headquarters. Try them again. Section 2. Section 1, any unit report. Repeat, Section 1, this is Section 2. Any unit report.
Bolan watched Section 2 through his night optics. They were arranged in a crescent around the hidden opening of the catacombs.
Section 2, there is no response from Section 1. We are holding position. What are your orders? Islamabad. Section 2, withdraw to primary extraction point. Section 2, affirmative.
Section 2 began firing in all directions. Bolan saw one soldier rise. He heaved and flailed. The soldier dropped from sight in a crevice between two boulders.
Bear, what do you have?
Movement, Striker. Anomalous movement. Musa Company is in a fight with something, but we can't see it.
Bear, give me something.
Striker, there is nothing. I repeat, satellite does not pick up any hostiles.
Bolan watched as the waist, legs, and then boots of a Musa Company commando were dragged behind a boulder and disappeared.
Striker, this is Translator Station 2. I have nothing. No Musa Company units are transmitting. Only headquarters is on the channel, demanding to know what's happening. It sounds like they are panicking back in Islamabad.
Bolan watched through his night optics. Nothing moved.
Striker, we have nothing. Musa Company is gone. Striker?
Receiving you, Bear.
Get the hell out of there.
Wait, I see movement.
Confirmed. Looks like one of Musa Company staying low in the rocks and maintaining radio silence.
Bolan watched the man crawl through the mountain terrain. His submachine gun was cradled in his hands and his head whipped back and forth fearfully. The executioner's instincts tingled as he felt the watching presence of the enemy. Something else was out there, and it was observing the man from Musa Company as well. Bolan had ugly thoughts of cats tormenting mice before they kill.
Bear, can you patch me into him?
I cannot recommend that course of action, Striker.
Can you do it?
Striker, has it occurred to you that whatever the hell is out there achieved total surprise because they were listening to everything that Musa Company was saying? We compromised their secure channel. I'm thinking someone else did too. Right now, I think, and I emphasize think, you're anonymous because we are communicating via satellite. The minute you transmit on the Musa Company radio frequency, you're fair game.
Do it.
Striker, I strongly recommend against it.
Do it!
Patching you in, Striker. Like achieved, you're on the Pakistani secure mission net. Do you want the translator?
No. Surviving Musa Unit Section 2. Move due north, now. As fast as you can. I will cover you.
There was a split second's hesitation, and then the man rose and bolted for his life. Bolan's eyes slitted as something blurred behind the man in his optics. Bolan couldn't tell if he had gotten any hits. There was nothing there but shards of rock and boulders the size of men. The Pakistani ran as if hell were on his heels. Bolan could feel the enemy. They were all around. The Musa Company soldier suddenly staggered backward toward an outcropping. The air around the man blurred. The executioner aimed directly behind the tottering Pakistani. Bolan spun the sound suppressor from the muzzle of his rifle and aimed just above the Pakistani.
Striker, what are you doing? You're giving away your position.
Bolan knew it all too well, but the gambit paid off. The Pakistani stumbled forward, clutching his throat, and started running again.
Musa, take off your goggles.
The rifle recoiled against Bolan, and the grenade shot up into the night sky. Bolan ripped off his night vision goggles as the French night sun illumination munition detonated like a star-going supernova. The burning magnesium flare burst into 5 million candle-power brilliance. The lunar landscape of the pass was thrown into a shadowless white incandescence. Bolan flicked off the power to his rifle's light-gathering optics. His muzzle tracked from rock to rock as he searched the unforgiving glare for targets. Bolan began to feel a mounting sense of dread. There was nothing. Bolan had been betting that whoever was out there was wearing night vision equipment, and the intense flare of the burning magnesium would have solarized their optics and temporarily blinded them. But there was no movement other than the man from Musa Company. Bolan began firing into any dark crevice sheltered from the vertical glare. Nothing fired back. Darkness draped down the slopes of the hillsides as the magnesium flare drifted low in the sky. The Pakistani clawed his way up the slope, his right hand filled with a Browning high-power pistol. He caught sight of Bolan, who waved him forward, and then crouched back down among the rocks. A moment later, the Pakistani piled into Bolan's position. The The flare fell to the ground. It landed among blades of rock and sent strobing pulses of light out from the crevices like a beacon. There were only scant seconds left of light. Bolan pulled his night vision goggles back over his eyes and powered up the optics of his rifle.
Who the hell are you?
Bolan saw no reason to lie.
An American.
The muzzle of the commando's 9mm pistol leveled at Bolan's skull.
How do I know you are not?
If I'd wanted you down, I'd have taken you down.
The Pakistani commando glanced at Bolan's telescopic rifle and accepted the truth of the statement. He lowered his pistol as he considered the destruction of his unit. Bolan's teeth clenched as his eyes told him nothing was out there, and his instincts told him the enemy was closing in.
Your Musa company.
Captain Mahmoud Makhdoom.
The Pakistani captain prudently turned his back to Bolan and watched the rear. Bolan swept his scope across the landscape. There was still nothing to see.
What hit you?
The Pakistani shuddered and shrugged at the same time.
Jinns?
Bolan raised an eyebrow without looking up from his scope. Captains of highly professional Special Forces units didn't often blame supernatural beings for their misfortunes. Bolan didn't scoff. What he had seen with his own eyes, and, more to the point, what he hadn't seen, had sent his own skin to crawling.
We have to get out of here.
Indeed.
The captain's hands were shaking. He had lost his entire unit, and he himself had been assaulted by the invisible opponents.
Stryker, what is your situation?
Situation. Bear, the situation has gone X-Files. Enemy unknown, nature unknown, numbers unknown. I am with Captain Mahmoud Makhdoom of Musa Company. The nukes are gone. We're extracting. You do have extraction.
Helicopters will come if I call for them. But I was maintaining silence until you broke into our channel. Our primary extraction point was the plateau above your position.
Bolan gazed out into the dark.
I think the Jinns can hear you.
I believe you are correct.
Bolan considered the plateau he had crossed earlier in the evening. It was 300 yards upslope and an ugly climb. The only alternative was to stay where they were and wait.
Do it.
Yehe hisado. Zarurat bakana kado.
Jihan Hisado.
The chopper is coming, with gunship escort.
Bolan took out his 2 white phosphorus grenades and pulled the pins.
Go!
Makhdoom bolted from cover and began to claw his way up the rock slope. Bolan fired into the night.
Down!
Bolan went flat into the rocks as a grenade sailed over his head and detonated. Bolan leaped back up and climbed for the plateau. He passed the Pakistani and clawed on upward.
Allah Akbar!
Makhdoom rose up and began unloading his pistol in rapid double taps in an arc across the way they had come. No cries rang out. No answering fire came back. Makhdoom was firing at shadows. The shadows were closing in.
Go! Go! Go!
The captain turned and ran, reloading his pistol as Bolan pumped covering fire into the trail behind him. The big American searched for flaming figures, unnatural shadows, any break in the landscape, any movement at all. There was nothing. Every fiber of Bolan's being screamed at him that time was running out.
Go! I will cover!
Bolan and the Pakistani leapfrogged positions up the mountainside. Bolan clambered up beside the captain and stopped.
I think they're waiting for us up top.
Makhdoom took out his commando knife.
Inshallah.
Bolan smiled grimly. The man from Musa Company wanted payback.
Stryker, the helicopters say ETA 5 minutes.
The helicopters will be here in
5 minutes, I know.
An eyebrow rose above the captain's goggles. It was very clear that just about everyone had compromised his communications.
I see.
Bolan loaded his last rifle grenade onto the muzzle of his rifle. He had 1 hand grenade left, and he was nearly out of ammo for his rifle. Bolan grounded the butt of his gun into the sand and pointed the muzzle skyward. Bolan took out his last hand grenade. Somewhere, up in the dark, the rifle grenade lost its upward impetus and nosed over and arced back down toward the plateau like a mortar round. The rim of the plateau above flashed orange. Bolan hurled his last grenade up and over, and Mack Bolan followed suit. The two grenades sent shrapnel across the open ground. Bolan filled his right hand with his .50 caliber Desert Eagle pistol and his left with the Beretta 93R machine pistol. The two men charged up the side of the mountain and went over the top to the plateau. The plateau wasn't really flat, but just an area of rolling rocky terrain rather than vertically falling hillside. Nothing moved other than a summer-dried shrub that one of the grenades had set on fire. Bolan and Mack Bolan went back to back as they walked across the open ground. Something scraped on rock 30 yards to Bolan's left. The executioner tracked his pistols like a twin-ton Gurret, and flame shot from both muzzles as he extended them. Mack Bolan showed his professionalism by covering the rear.
Anything?
Bolan scanned the darkness with his night vision goggles.
No.
Striker, ETA is 1 minute.
Striker, satellite imaging shows Indian Army gunships are taking off 5 miles east of your position.
Affirmative, Bear.
God's own flashlight speared the plateau with light as the Pakistani helicopter swept the broken ground with its searchlight. Bolan kept his eyes on the terrain around him. The light suddenly blasted him and the captain. The Mi-8 HIP helicopter descended to just a few feet above the ground.
Go!
Bolan didn't argue. He turned to board the helicopter. Something flashed in his vision. It was for but an instant, but in the clouds of dust there was a flash of something. More a flash of nothing. There was a moment of totally incongruent space where the dust fluttered and coalesced against the rotor wing, as if it were striking something that wasn't there. Bolan fired both pistols as rapidly as he could squeeze the triggers. The Pakistani door gunner leaning out of the helicopter couldn't see what Bolan was shooting at, but his PKT light machine gun ripped into life, and green tracers streamed into the seemingly empty space. Bolan stopped firing and strained to see through the whirling dust storm. Both Mack Bolan and Bolan jumped into the helicopter.
What was it? What did you see?
I don't know. Something. Nothing.
I must apologize, given the debt I owe you, but you are under arrest.
The uncomfortably warm muzzle of Mack Bolan's pistol pressed behind Bolan's ear. Bolan had expected nothing less. He opened his hands and let his pistols fall forward from his grip, hooked only by a single finger through the trigger guards.
Captain, get us the hell off this hilltop, and I'll be the one in your debt.
Islamabad, Pakistan. Bolan had been in worse cells. This one actually had a sunroof. Bolan peered up through the 3 iron bars in the ceiling. The late morning sun threw shadows against the western wall of the cell, and he idly wondered what happened to the occupants when it rained. He finished eating the last bite of mystery meat he had been served and started wiping the remaining couscous from his bowl.
Prisoner, step away from the door!
Bolan was already sitting in a half-lotus position on the opposite side of the cell, but he decided cooperation was his best gambit for the moment.
I am away from the door.
A glowering, bearded face noted his location.
Do not move!
Wouldn't dream of it.
The hulking guard with a pistol on his hip filled the entryway. He carried a 3-foot length of roughly turned wood wrapped in leather. Bolan knew that such truncheons were most often used in the Middle East for beating the bottoms of the feet of prisoners. A man with collapsed arches was unlikely to make trouble, much less attempt any escape. The guards had taken his boots upon incarceration. Bolan eyed the club in the man's hands. The guard should have brought backup. Captain Mack Bolan entered the cell.
Captain,
You have put me in a very difficult position.
I saved your life.
Yes, that's why my position is difficult.
I see. How may I be of further assistance to you?
Yes. The United States government denies any knowledge of your existence, much less any legitimate reason for you to be lurking illegally and armed within the borders of Pakistan. And yet, my superiors have received intimations from very, shall we say, oblique sources that any consideration shown you will be appreciated.
I'm prepared to assist you in any reasonable fashion within my means.
The guard stared back and forth between Bolan and Makhdoom. He clearly yearned to do away with the pleasantries and beat Bolan into paste.
Captain, may we speak privately for a moment?
Corporal, you may wait for me down the hall.
The guard's face twisted in indignation as he clenched his jaw and stormed from the cell.
I cannot vouch for your safety in this place. There are those who wish to see you dealt with severely.
Captain, your government is missing some nuclear warheads. No one's safety can be guaranteed. The United States government is aware of the situation and is gravely concerned. You and I both know that whoever took them is most likely to be a dedicated enemy of the United States, Israel, and Europe. Unless, of course, the weapons weren't stolen, but given away by members of your government to further the agenda of terrorists or the liberation of Kashmir.
The warheads were not given to anyone. They were taken, despite every security precaution.
Taken? You mean by force?
Taken. As my men were taken last night. As you and I were almost taken. The guards at the facility were taken by something unseen. The warheads taken by the unseen. The guards on duty were gone. The weapons littered the floor, unfired. No trace was left.
Bolan regarded Makhdoom. Pakistani special forces were nowhere near as sophisticated as U.S. Navy SEALs, the British SAS, or the German GSG-9. The Pakistani government often used their special forces as shock troops, and a number of their sensitive operations had turned into bloodbaths. They did, however, have a well-deserved reputation for toughness. Even Bolan had been disturbed by what he'd seen. Makhdoom was genuinely afraid, and of more than loose nuclear weapons. Bolan took the captain's gaze and held it.
If the missing weapons can't be contained or accounted for, the United States and others may be forced to take action, drastic action, very possibly within your national borders.
There are those who say the first step in avoiding such a confrontation with the U.S. would be getting rid of you, quickly and quietly.
I'm sure it's been suggested, but I believe we both know that your first best recourse would be to go back to the site of last night's incident, pick up whatever information we can, and proceed from there.
We?
You and I are last evening's only two survivors. We also have a mutual problem. It's only reasonable that we pool our resources.
I see. Guard!
The guard roared back, ready for a fight, his club cocked back in his hands for a blow.
Fetch this man's boots. He is coming with me.
Northeast Pakistani border. The Mi-8 helicopter thundered across the mountains. It was summer in Pakistan, and even up in the mountains the land beneath the aircraft was blast furnace hot. Bolan sat back and enjoyed the breeze through the open doors. The flight of helicopters carried a full platoon of Musa Company Special Forces soldiers. A pair of gunships flew in escort of the transports. Bolan wore tan Pakistani fatigues that didn't quite fit, and a steel pot helmet woven with camouflage netting. Russian-made body armor of titanium plates sandwiched between spun fiberglass fabrics encased his torso. Musa Company was no longer creeping around in the dark. It was in assault mode and wanted payback. Each man carried a G3 automatic rifle with a 40mm grenade launcher slaved beneath the barrel. One man in each squad carried a light machine gun and another carried a rocket-propelled grenade launcher. Every man was also festooned with a personal assortment of pistols, knives, and grenades. Bolan cradled the German G3. The weapon was long and heavy, but it fired the NATO 7.62mm high-power rifle round and was held for tough. While dated, all of the Pakistani equipment was solid kit. Bolan could think of worse weapons, and worse people, for that matter, with whom to assault the unknown. He vainly wished he had his satellite link so he could communicate with the farm, but that wasn't forthcoming. Everything he had brought into Pakistan had been confiscated.
We're approaching the target.
The Mi-8s dropped toward the plateau like stones. The gunships clawed upward into the sky and orbited the site with their machine cannons and rocket pods ready. The red dust of the mountains flew up as the transports landed. Musa Company jumped out of the Mi-8s and fanned out by sections across the plateau. Bolan leaped out behind Makhdoom. He had no orders other than to stick to the captain like glue. As Bolan examined the plateau, he could see the bullet strikes from the previous night's one-sided battle. Several spots were scorched by the high explosive of rifle grenades. The single lonesome shrub lay blackened and burned. Musa Company maintained radio silence. Makhdoom chopped his hand forward, and his men went by sections, 2 by 2, to the edge of the plateau, and began to descend the mountainside toward their objective. In the night, the land had been a lunar landscape. By day, the arid vertical hillsides could have passed for a bad patch on Mars. The platoon swiftly descended. A man held up the spent flare and parachute of Bolan's illuminating round. They leapfrogged from cover to cover, constantly sweeping the surroundings, still encountering nothing. They stopped as they reached the area where Section 2 had been lost. Bolan scanned the recent battlefield. Brass shell casings and spent bullets lay in the sand and gravel, deformed where they had struck rock. There was nothing. No bodies. No blood. Makhdoom moved forward, his rifle at the ready. Musa Company followed. They swiftly came upon their target. Bolan examined the objective. Beneath an overhang of rock, there was an opening in the mountainside. It was squared off, clearly man-made, and lined with stone. Just inside lay a heavy wooden door reinforced with iron bands. Its hinges were gone where they had been cut with flexible-shaped charge. Bolan stared at the square black hole in the mountain. It looked like the back door to hell. Makhdoom's eyes burned into the inky blackness within. Bolan quickly looked around at Musa Company. They had joked of jinns on the flight in. Now no one was laughing. Each man here was one of the most trusted soldiers in Pakistan. Each had been briefed about the nuclear warheads that had vanished without a trace, and the guards who had disappeared with them, their weapons scattered and unfired. Each man had also heard the radio tapes of the battle the night before, listening as half a platoon of Musa Company had been wiped out to a man one by an enemy unseen. They had heard the terror in comrades' voices as they had been taken. Musa Company stared at the black hole in the mountain, and their fear was palpable.
Captain,
Makhdoom didn't look away from the entrance.
Yes?
may I make a suggestion?
I am very open to suggestions at the moment.
Have your men fix bayonets.
Makhdoom's lips skinned back from his teeth in a feral smile. He turned to let his men see it.
Bayonets! Fix!
Cold iron glittered in the afternoon sun. Musa Company's determination ratcheted up by a factor of 10. Few things centered a soldier's aggressiveness more than having his commanding officer give the order to fix sharpened steel to the business end of his rifle.
Lights!
Musa Company pulled many flashlights from their web gear and affixed them to clips on their rifles' handguards.
All sections, set rifles on full automatic. Maintain radio silence unless you see something to report. Sections 3 and 4, secure the perimeter. Sections 1 and 2, follow me.
The passage into the mountain was square and just large enough for men to walk 2 by 2. Once inside, the heat of desert fell away as if they had stepped into what seemed to be an air-conditioned building, except that the air within was fetid, clammy, and cold. Bolan played his light across the walls and examined the stonework. There were places upon the earth, old battlefields, ruins, and places in the wilderness which resonated with what had transpired. Bolan had long ago learned to trust his instincts and to feel the vibe.
This place is very old.
Makhdoom nodded as he shone his light ahead. Niches carved into the wall on either side of the passage stretched down the corridor facing each other.
I have seen the like before. Before the words of Muhammad the Prophet reached these lands, there were many pagan sects. These niches probably once held idols, or the dead.
Bolan paused as brass shell casings glittered in the light of his rifle. He knelt and picked one up. They were subsonic 9mm, fired from the weapon of Musa Company the night before. He glanced around, gazing at the niches. They were certainly large enough to hold a man, and it was clear that this spot was where many of Musa Company had met their doom. They all held position while Bolan dug his bayonet into a niche in the dirt floor.
Trapdoors?
None that I can find.
Bolan poked at the ceiling of the niche. It was solid rock.
Let's go a little farther.
Bolan and Makhdoom led, the points of their bayonets preceding them. The corridor opened into a larger, low-ceilinged room. They paused at the entryway.
Your men didn't mention a room.
Makhdoom kept his muzzle covering the room ahead.
No, I do not believe any of them survived this far.
Bolan caught the smell of something he didn't recognize, a bare lingering of something that was both acrid and sickly sweet. The sense of dread solidified as Musa Company entered the room. A disk of carved stone dominated the middle of the room. Bolan approached it warily, playing his light across it. The stone was 3 feet tall and nearly 6 feet around. It was very old. In his rifle light, Bolan could see that there were fresh scratches on the top.
It is an altar.
Makhdoom ran his finger across a scratch in the rock.
Something was moved.
More likely removed.
Bolan tested the stone with his hands. The altar probably weighed several tons. Bolan checked the floor, but he could see no sign that the massive stone itself had been moved or rotated. He and Musa Company moved farther back into the dark space.
There.
In the far corner of the room was an incongruously modern object, a heavy wooden pallet. Musa Company fanned out to surround the object. The pallet was a thick construction, meant to support something heavy. In the harsh light of the flashlight beam, he could see that the pallet had sunk several inches into the floor.
I think your warheads were here, Captain. Perhaps as recently as last night.
And what of my men?
That's a good question. If I were you, I'd get a platoon of combat engineers in here and have them go over every inch of this place. I'm thinking there must be a bolt hole.
Makhdoom broke radio silence. He spent long minutes speaking with his superiors in Islamabad, and then clicked off his radio.
Combat engineers are on the way.
Whoever the enemy was had to get out of here fast, taking 3 warheads and disposing of nearly 24 bodies.
Such a graveyard would take up half of this chamber. I see no sign of digging in the floor.
Bolan gazed around the room until his eyes fell on the pallet once more. He unclipped the light from his rifle and thoroughly scanned around its edges and through the slats for wires or booby traps. Bolan lifted the pallet and pushed it back to lean against the wall. Beneath the pallet was the same gray dirt as the rest of the chamber. Bolan's eyes narrowed as he knelt and ran his fingers through the dirt. The walls were wet. If the pallet had been here for any length of time, the soil beneath it should have been moist.
We dig here.
23 men cannot be buried in such a space.
Bolan stared back implacably.
Start digging here!
The men broke out entrenching tools and began to dig. The soil was loose, moist, and disturbed beneath the thin veil of gray dirt. Musa Company continued to dig.
Bismillah!
A corporal jumped back in fear and outrage. He had encountered a head. The head was wearing a black balaclava from a night raid. The body was lifted out. Makhdoom's face was stone. Many of his men silently made the sign against the evil eye. It was a member of Musa Company. The body's shoulders and hips had been shattered, the arms and legs broken, the body folded up around itself like a cricket. The body took up no more space than that of a child. They all knew what lay below. Beneath the tiny space of the pallet, a full platoon of Musa Company had been mutilated and buried.
Have you ever seen such a thing?
No, not exactly. But I think I know someone who has.
Islamabad.
The thuggies of Kali?
Bolan leaned back in the rickety wooden chair. He was back in his cell, but his satellite link equipment had been returned to him. The guard with the club stood glaring at him, and a man Bolan hadn't met before stood taping everything Bolan said.
I need everything you have on them.
There is no more cult of Kali, last I heard. The British wiped them out in the 17th century.
Didn't Phoenix Force have a run-in with them some years ago?
Well, yeah, they did, but the guys Phoenix hit were yahoos. There were less than 300 of them, a sideshow revival movement, and the whole thing was organized by the KGB. They were little more than Russian stooges manipulated into killing Americans and Europeans in India. It's a real cute setup. The Russians even had a mechanical idol of Kali with a high-frequency laser built into it to keep the faithful in line. The only people they were fooling were mostly illiterate tribesmen and some well-heeled psychopaths in Bengal. Even their high priest was a fake. Once he was exposed, his own people killed him and the cult disbanded. Stealing nuclear weapons from high-security areas, turning invisible, and taking out entire platoons of Special Forces troops just wasn't in their repertoire.
These won't be a bunch of barefoot illiterate tribesmen. This will be the real deal. True believers, highly organized, well-funded, with a new agenda.
Stryker, are you sure?
I'm not sure at all. But we found Musa Company's lost platoon. Their shoulders and hips were broken and folded to fit 23 men into a mass grave, barely big enough for 6. And the autopsies revealed that each one of them had been strangled, to a man, and not a drop of blood was spilled.
Well, from what I remember about Thuggy's ritual killing, that fits, but...
It also goes a long way toward explaining how the men of Musa Company were being jerked up into the air and flailing like marionettes.
Okay, but by invisible attackers who don't show up on night vision or high-resolution satellite imaging? And for that matter, how did they make the bodies instantly disappear?
Bolan ate a chunk of barbecued goat and followed it with a spoonful of garlic-stewed spinach. His food had improved with his status since morning.
Bear, I want to let you figure that one out.
Uh-huh.
As I recall, Thuggy means deceiver in Hindi.
That's correct.
I think someone deceived their way into the Pakistani nuclear weapons site. They had to know the layout to make their attack. Invisible or not, they had people on the inside.
Well, assuming the bad guys aren't supernatural in origin, I'd have to agree with you. Phoenix is deployed right now, but as soon as they're inbound, I'll have the boys that were involved in the India mission get in touch with you. Meanwhile, I'll send you everything on the mission I have on file, although it's going to have to be encrypted for security unless you can guarantee a secure line.
Right now, I can't guarantee whether or not I'm going to be shot as a spy. I'm going to give you Captain Makdoum's fax number. Send everything you can that doesn't compromise the home team or national security.
How do you feel about this Makdoum guy?
He's good people. A highly decorated Special Forces captain, but he won't have the last say about my final disposition. And my presence here has rattled the cages of a lot of people above his pay grade.
I understand. How's the food?
Bolan smiled. Kurtzman wasn't asking about the food. He was asking if Bolan wanted him to arrange some kind of extraction. Unfortunately, Pakistan was an ostensible ally of the United States. A U.S. raid on one of their prisons could strain that slender relationship to the breaking point. Frankly, Bolan was fairly sure it was something the U.S. was unwilling to risk. Not that it wasn't something the men from Stony Man Farm wouldn't gladly risk anyway, if asked.
Food's not bad. I'm not missing home yet.
Glad to hear it. Might be hard to get a Big Mac into Islamabad at the moment.
Don't worry about it. Just fax Makdoum the files. I'm interested to see what he thinks of them.
I'm on it.
Bolan settled into his chair. It was nice to be in a conference room instead of a cell.
The Thuggies of Kali?
You've heard of them, I gather.
Yes, I've heard of them. Murderers and worshippers of idols.
The captain flipped through the file of information that Kurtzman had anonymously faxed him.
The information you have shared with me is fascinating, but I do not see how it is relevant. The British East India Company wiped out the Thuggies more than a century ago.
Not all of them.
Granted. But your file says that the Thuggies encountered were a rather pale revivalist movement and dupes of the Russians.
This won't be the same group. As a matter of fact, I believe whoever we're dealing with is hardcore, old-school Thuggy.
Old school?
The real deal. Probably a splinter sect of those who were originally operating and driven underground by the British. Their tradition has been practiced unbroken for possibly thousands of years. It is now resurfacing with a new agenda.
I see.
But I believe they will have many of the same modes of operation, and we can draw a lot of clues from studying what the U.S. team encountered.
Makdoum glanced through the file again.
The theft of your warheads was an inside job.
I suspect so also.
Perhaps we should visit the facility.
The place where the weapons were stolen from is a high-security area and secret. It has already been locked down and the people who work there interrogated vigorously. And I suspect my superiors would take a dim view of a renegade American commando examining the premises.
They have a dim view of me now. The weapons are already gone, and the facility is in high-security lockdown. What could it hurt?
Makhdoom stared ruefully out the window. The mysterious American had saved his life. Beyond that, he was making Makhdoom's life a living hell, and doing nothing to help his career prospects. But avenging his men was more important to the Special Forces captain than his career.
Right. Let us go.
Don't you need to clear that with your superiors?
Do you really think I should tell my superiors I'm going to take a renegade American spy into one of our top-secret nuclear facilities and search for invisible, idol-worshipping assassins?
Well, yeah, you should. But only afterward, and only then if we produce results.
You and I shall get along splendidly.
Al-Nouri Weapons Facility. Bolan watched footage from the facility security cameras. The film was grainy black and white. It wasn't particularly well focused, and the video appeared to have tracking problems. Most convenience stores in the United States had security video of better quality. What the footage showed was shocking in the extreme. The weapons facility was a small, heavily fortified building within a large Pakistani Air Force base, comfortably outside of Islamabad, in case India launched a surgical nuclear strike against the weapons stored there. The weapons themselves were stored in hardened underground bunkers. Underground rail tunnels led out to the airfields, which allowed the weapons to be rapidly transferred to reverted Mirage 3-5B supersonic fighter bombers. If the balloon went up between the two Asian superpowers, the French-made jets would scramble across the border to devastate the Indian subcontinent. At least, that was the plan. The current problem with the plan was that 3 of those nuclear warheads had vanished. Bolan watched the footage for the 4th time. Bored guards armed with Chinese Type 56-1 assault rifles manned the internal checkpoints. One by one, they swiftly rose onto the tips of their toes, flailing, struggling, and clawing at their throats. Bolan counted seconds. Each guard went limp at 10 and then dropped after another 30. It took approximately 9 to 10 seconds to strangle someone unconscious, and an approximate total time of 30 to 40 seconds of strangulation to make sure that the victim never woke up again. Supernatural or not, whoever had attacked the Al-Nouri facility had strangled each guard in their way with clock-like precision.
Autopsies would show strangulation as the cause of death.
Indeed, except that we have no bodies.
The guards worked in pairs at the internal checkpoints within the facility. That would imply 2-man elimination teams to take them out at the least, and 4 would be better.
Where are these elimination teams you speak of? Where? I see nothing.
They're there. We just can't see them.
I can accept that they attacked the video system, somehow erasing themselves from the camera footage. But you and I were out in the pass. You saw what I saw. And with your own eyes you did not see what I did not see as well. They were not observable in night vision equipment, nor were they observable to our naked eyes, even in the glare of a magnesium flare. Explain that.
I can't. Not yet. But the answer is right here on this tape somewhere. Did any guards survive?
Most of the guards in the facility survived. Indeed, most were unaware that anything had happened until after the warheads and the men guarding them were discovered to be missing.
What about the men who were monitoring the video control area?
Gone. Presumed dead.
There's a mass grave, like the one we found in the tunnels, probably very nearby. If they were transporting the warheads, they would neither have had the time nor the manpower to drag them far.
Yes, I suspect you are right. I will have my men sweep the outlying area. What else do you suggest?
You say the rest of the staff here has already been interrogated?
Yes, vigorously.
Well, I propose we speak to them again.
The man in the cell wasn't happy. He didn't have a skylight. No one was bringing him barbecued goat kebabs. No one looked to have brought him anything but pain. His clothes were torn and bloodstained. His face was a misshapen lump of hamburger. A pair of guards stood over the miserable man, each with a tapered, leather-bound wooden club. The bottoms of the prisoner's feet were masses of purple bruising. This was the 12th such prisoner Bolan had seen. Pakistani justice, both military and civilian, was primitive, corrupt, and brutal. One's best hope was to be tried under Sharia, Islamic law. The men Bolan had seen weren't being tried. They were simply being tortured for information. Even if they knew nothing, their apparent failure at keeping the nuclear weapons in their charge secure justified their punishment in the minds of their jailers. Most had been wearing Pakistani army uniforms and had been guards at the Al-Nouri weapons facility. This man was dressed in civilian rags. One of the guards looked up, saluted, and shrugged at Makhdoom. The prisoner had been tortured extensively, and he had nothing useful to say. Makhdoom clearly wasn't pleased with the torturing of the prisoners, but neither was he raising any fuss about it. He had lost half a platoon of men, and the fate of his nation could depend on what was discovered. Bolan examined the prisoner critically. He sat crumpled and hunched on the stone floor between the two guards, flinching with adrenaline reaction from his most recent beating and fear whenever either of the guards moved. Bolan happened to be wearing the uniform of a Pakistani captain of special forces. His blue eyes were hidden behind dark glasses, even though they were in an underground cell. He had the reassuring weight of a loaded Browning high-power pistol holstered on his hip. Bolan nodded at Makhdoom. It sickened him, but it was the only way.
Again.
The bastinadoes of the guards fell upon him once more. The beating went on for a few moments. Then Makhdoom strode into the middle of it. He seized the prisoner by his shirt front and slammed him against the wall of the cell, then hurled him to the floor. Bolan took off his sunglasses and strode forward. The prisoner stared up into Bolan's burning blue eyes and cringed in terror. The man flinched as Bolan crouched and cocked his hand back as if he were going to backhand him. Bolan's back was to Makhdoom and the guards. He didn't backhand the prisoner. Instead, he quickly passed his right hand down in front of his face.
Greetings, Ali, my brother.
It was an ancient greeting, which members of the cult of Kali had once used to identify fellow members in strange cities. The prisoner's eyes flared wide at the words, not with fear, nor with confusion, but with recognition. Bolan yanked on the hook to bury it deep and reeled the man in.
Be strong. Be ready. We will come for you.
The big American suddenly stood and yanked the prisoner up by the throat and shoved him across the room. The prisoner collapsed into a heap in the corner. Bolan hated this aspect of role-playing, but it was necessary. Bolan fell into step with Makhdoom as they left the cell.
And now?
Now I think it's time that you arranged a jailbreak. Do you speak Hindi, by the way?
I am a Pakistani Special Forces captain. Infiltration was one of my specialties.
I was hoping you'd say that.
The prison, 4 a.m.
So, who is this guy and what's his story?
Bolan watched a bored guard pace outside of the battered 1950s Mercedes he sat in.
Atta Naqvi. He is a technician, recently graduated from the American University in Egypt. His family fled from East Pakistan during the 1971 war. He had no criminal record and has been working at the Al-Nouri weapons facility for 6 months.
Bolan considered the information. What was once eastern Pakistan was now known as Bangladesh. It was about half the size of Kansas and just as flat. Only, unlike Kansas, Bangladesh was cut by the mighty courses of the Ganges, the Tista, and the Brahmaputra rivers. When the snows of the Himalayas melted, Bangladesh was their final destination. Flooding and monsoons were other epidemics. Each disaster took a horrific toll in human life. Bangladesh was an autonomous nation, but she was heavily reliant on the help of India to survive. Of much more interest to Bolan, Bangladesh was also the neighbor of the Indian state of West Bengal, the traditional home range of the cult of Kali.
What city is he from?
Chulna. It lies upon the Pusur River, in the great mouths of the Ganges. Do you know of it?
I've seen the mouths of the Ganges, but I've never been to Chulna. It's not on my mental map. How many kilometers is it from Calcutta?
Why, less than 100?
Does Mr. Naqvi still have family there?
Most of his family reportedly came here to Pakistan. But we have spies in Bangladesh and in Bengal. I am having it looked into.
Bolan pulled his black ski mask down over his head. Makhdoom followed suit.
Let's go rescue Atta.
Indeed.
Bolan and Makhdoom got out of the Mercedes and approached the guard at the gate. The guard snapped to attention and saluted. Makhdoom returned the salute.
Corporal?
Yes, Captain?
You are dead. Less melodrama, Corporal.
Yes, Captain.
Bolan and Makhdoom swept through the prison. Guards saluted and fell down dead in their wake. The two of them swiftly came to Atta Naqvi's cell. The guard outside the door stood and turned, then throttled himself. Bolan tossed the guard a knotted silk sash to put around his neck. The guard appeared to be enjoying himself as he went to his knees. Makhdoom threw open the door. Naqvi sat in his cell and gaped as Bolan apparently strangled the guard to death. Makhdoom ran in and yanked him up. The man could barely walk with his swollen feet. Makhdoom and Bolan took an arm each and strung him between them as they carried him out of the cell.
What is going on?
Naqvi spent the next few moments quietly staring in astonishment at the seemingly dead guards strewing the floor of the jail. They gave Naqvi no chance to examine any of the corpses too closely. They placed Naqvi in the back seat. Bolan took the wheel and drove off into the night. Bolan had a satellite rig connected to a microphone in the back seat, and he had it plugged into a satellite above so that Kurtzman could listen in to their special interrogation. They needed to make the man admit something. The only gambit they had was that Naqvi had spent the past 48 hours being starved, beaten, and sleep-deprived, and that he wasn't quite firing on all cylinders. Makhdoom laid all the money down and rolled the dice.
Are the weapons safe?
What? Only the chosen ones could know of that. How could I...
There have been problems. Somehow the Americans have become involved.
Americans? Impossible! What Americans?
Bolan pulled off his mask and locked his gaze with Naqvi's.
That would be me.
Goddess, I am doomed!
You're in a world of hurt. Doomed is up to you.
Doomed!
Makhdoom suddenly glanced up at the lightening horizon. From a minaret beyond the Christian quarter, an imam sang forth the call to prayer. Bolan listened as the call rang out against the orange light of dawn. He had fought Muslim opponents many times, but the unearthly beauty of the call and its message had never failed to move him. Throughout Islamabad, the believers turned westward toward Mecca and knelt in prayer. Makhdoom reached back and removed a small rolled-up rug from the back of the Mercedes.
I must go to prayers. Then we will have breakfast.
His smile was expectant and ugly as he locked his gaze with Atta Naqvi.
Then we shall have a talk. The three of us.
Islamabad, the Christian quarter. Makhdoom continued to surprise Bolan. Christians weren't popular in Pakistan. That the man had friends in the quarter was interesting. It was the last place in the world one would expect to find a Pakistani Special Forces captain. much less an American commando and a worshipper of the goddess of death.
The food here is outstanding.
The lamb from Makhdoom's kebab steamed in the morning chill and dripped with clarified butter. The captain closed his eyes with a delight bordering on the sensual as he chewed the tender meat and swallowed it. Most people Bolan knew from the Middle East did not take big breakfasts. Makhdoom had ordered them a feast under the rising sun. He smiled at Bolan as if he had read the American's mind.
I was sent to train with United States Special Forces in 1989. The Prophet Muhammad, all praises unto him, says a man should be moderate in his eating. But I have been to Fort Bragg, and to my ruin I have learned the joy of a hearty American breakfast.
Bolan smiled. He had been to Fort Bragg. The boys there took their breakfasts with extreme seriousness. They often didn't know how long it would be until their next one. Makhdoom raised a dry eyebrow at Atta Nakbi over the rim of his teacup.
The menu is not to your liking? Perhaps the prison gruel was more to your taste.
Nakbi's shoulders twitched, but he didn't look up or respond.
Ah, I see the problem. Since you are an idol-worshipping disciple of death, you are a vegetarian. Would you care for some vegetables?
Makhdoom shoved the plate of carrots, celery, and cauliflower toward Nakbi.
You know, Islam is the religion of love. However, there are 3 people my religion tells me I must despise.
The captain withdrew his pistol and set it on the table.
Worshippers of idols, worshippers of fire, and those who engage in human sacrifice. Perhaps I should deposit you back into the prison and explain to the guards you are so far 2 for 3.
Atta, if you go back to jail, you're dead. Then again, we could just turn you loose. You have any guess what would happen to you then?
Everyone at the table knew what would happen to him. He had been compromised.
There is a third option.
Bolan freshened Atta's tea as part of his good cop role. Nakbi glanced up for the first time.
You cooperate. You help us. You produce results, and we cut you loose, with money and a new identity. We drop you any place you'd like. Bora Bora, Argentina, South Africa, the North Pole, you name it.
Nakbi glanced at Bolan and actually met his eyes. The soldier didn't like what he saw there. He saw the absolute ruin of despair.
You think you can protect me from a goddess? Do you think you can protect yourself? Kali will take us. She will take us all. We are all dead men. She shall have our flesh. She shall have our blood. She shall have our souls.
Speak not of demons. Only tell us where we can find her worshippers and the weapons they stole.
Kali is not a demon. She is the slayer of demons. When demons ruled heaven and earth, and all the gods and all the angels could not stand before them, they summoned Kali, all-powerful, all-conquering goddess of the destruction.
There is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet.
The world around Nakbi ceased to exist. Bolan had seen such expressions before in the faces of religious fanatics in crisis. Nakbi was zombifying himself into his own little insular hell of despair. Given a few more hours, he would lapse into catatonic depression. Bolan couldn't afford to let that happen.
What about your family, Atta?
My family.
Maybe we can't stop a goddess, but we can stop her followers from killing your family. You have to make a choice.
Nakbi's eyes flicked about in mounting panic. Bolan nodded to himself. Panic in an intelligence asset was good. Turning into a stalk of broccoli wasn't.
That's air in your lungs, Atta. That's food on your plate. Life is good. It's worth living. It's worth fighting for, even in the darkest moment. Your family is worth fighting for. But if you want to fight for them, you're going to have to help us. You can give up on yourself. That's your choice. But you have another decision to make. Do you want us to try to help your family? I'm going to take that as a yes.
Rawalpindi, Pakistan.
This was the place of worship.
Bolan kept his eyes on Nakbi for a moment. The young technician was looking green around the gills, and his hands were shaking. Once more, terror ruled his darting gaze. Bolan noted the man's fear and was duly satisfied. He was terrified, and of more than just receiving a bullet through his brain from Bolan's gun. The soldier frowned as he scanned the surroundings for the 100th time. The problem was that the enemy had to know that Knockby had been incarcerated. If they observed even the most basic of security protocols, they would have to assume that the man had been compromised. The city of Rawalpindi was less than 20 kilometers from Islamabad and a light industry center. Knockby's place of worship appeared to be nothing more than a warehouse in the textile section of town. Makhdoom and Bolan were cradling their Russian-made Bison submachine guns and peering down the valley.
What do you think?
I don't like it.
Bolan hefted his weapon and turned to Knockby.
How many guards?
Normally, only a man or two at the door. Perhaps a lookout up on the roof.
Bolan held Knockby's eyes and was half satisfied. The young technician was telling the truth, as far as he knew. But there was still the matter of invisible killers who could wipe out a platoon of Special Forces troops without being seen or leaving a drop of blood in their wake. That was weighing heavily on both Bolan and Makhdoom.
So, we go in?
It's what we came here for. Leave the engine running. Bear, we're going in.
Roger that, Stryker. You be careful in there.
You! Come!
The cultist's shoulders slumped in despair as he slid out of the car. The three of them walked down the alley. The alley was empty, and the sky above the close-set buildings cobalt blue. The three warehouses faced one another, turning the alley into a cul-de-sac. No bouncers stood on the steps below the sheet metal door. No lookout stood upon the roof. Bolan crossed the street and tried the door.
It's locked.
How do you want to play? Very well. The direct approach, then.
Bolan strode into the murky interior of the warehouse. Dim light filtered downward in hazy beams through the filthy skylights high above.
You smell that?
Sandalwood. And Nagchampa.
The air was thick with the cloying sweet scent of devotional incense.
Not the usual smell of a textile warehouse.
No.
Knockby's hand trembled as he pointed across the cavernous space.
The altar was there, and the idol behind it.
Bolan took out a flashlight and panned the beam at the far wall. The floor showed fresh scrapes where something very heavy had recently been dragged across the concrete. Other than that, the warehouse was as empty as the cavern above the pass. The lingering sweetness in the air was the only clue they had left.
There's a truck dock in back?
Indeed. I am currently running a check on the building. This warehouse and the two next to it are owned by a reputable Pakistani cotton merchant. However, a year ago, he rented this space to another company. They are proving much harder to track down.
Owning all three warehouses on the block would give the enemy a nice, quiet zone of control where they could do whatever they wanted. It was also a fine tactical setup for an ambush.
The company will be a cutout. There'll be some kind of...
Bolan and Makhdoom swung their flashlights around the room to locate the source of the sound, but there was nothing to see but bare corrugated walls and the concrete floor. Bolan had known it was a trap and expected it. An unbidden chill ran down his spine as the unseen came for them.
Ready?
Now!
Bolan and Makhdoom ripped the pins from their CS tear gas canisters and flung them to the floor. The riot grenades burst apart as they hit, and the multiple skip chaser bomblets skidded across the concrete, spewing thick white smoke. Bolan and Makhdoom pulled their gas masks from under their coats and yanked them over their faces. The gas bloomed around them.
Back to back.
Stryker, what is your situation?
Bear, I need absolute quiet.
Makhdoom turned and he and Bolan covered each other. Bolan flicked on his laser and panned it across his section of the building. Once again, he found himself searching for the enemies he couldn't see.
I see nothing. Oh, they're here all right.
Makhdoom listened for another rustle or scrape or any sound of movement. He particularly listened for the hacking or coughing of an enemy.
Will you please shut him up?
Mack Bolan drove his boot into Nokbe's ribs. Bolan searched the room. The bullets had punched holes in the corrugated sheet metal of the walls, and rays of sunlight shone in bright shafts through the thickening gas. But it was something suddenly missing that caught his eye. It could have been a trick of conditions, but for a moment there seemed to be a shaft of light that stopped, disappeared, and then resumed its course 2 feet away. Bolan held down the trigger. The lines of sunlight broke and resumed diagonally toward the ground. It was as if an invisible man had fallen. Bolan tracked his weapon, spewing bullets through the projected path. Mack Bolan followed suit. Bolan whirled and saw that the cultist was clutching at his throat, his face turning red. His feet literally left the floor. Bolan whipped his laser between Nokbe's flailing legs. Nokbe abruptly collapsed backward as whatever was holding him up failed. Suddenly, the unseen reached out and seized Bolan by the throat. His carotid arteries were instantly cut off, and a hard lump crushed into his larynx. Only Bolan's body armor kept a massive blow he took to his kidneys from buckling him. Sick weakness washed through Bolan's arms and legs as he was dragged backward. His arteries and air pipe were relentlessly constricted as he was choked and strangled at the same time. Bolan watched helplessly as Mack Bolan's back arched like a bow and the Pakistani's weapon fell from his hands as he clawed at his throat. Every instinct in Bolan's body screamed at him to fight the horrible grip on his throat. Instead, Bolan let every ounce of his 200-plus pounds go limp. He hung himself as he dropped into the garrote. Something bumped into his back, and a thick veil seemed to enfold him. Bolan's vision narrowed to blackness as he flipped the muzzle of his Bison submachine gun over his shoulder. The grip on his throat weakened, and Bolan heaved himself forward. He unsheathed his knife. Fabric bunched beneath Bolan's hand and parted beneath his blade. He couldn't quite get enough air to fill his lungs, but his vision cleared. In his fist, Bolan held a thick gray piece of dully glittering fabric. He lunged up and threw himself at the empty space above Mack Bolan's head. His bones jarred as he slammed into what he couldn't see. Bolan's vision skewed as he felt something veil him. Bolan punched the blade into something solid. Bolan raised his knife for the kill. Something struck him in the back of the head. His vision exploded into blackness, lit with pulsing purple pinpricks of light. Bolan rolled with the blow. With his vision tilting crazily, he rolled up to one knee, and his hand found Mack Bolan's weapon at his feet. He grabbed it. Bolan's vision darkened, and he nearly buckled as he stood. He shook his head to clear it, and took several tottering steps backward. He was rewarded as he bumped against corrugated steel wall. The warehouse wall had Bolan's back. His eyes glared out of the lenses of his mask as he swept his muzzle, looking for any sign of the enemy. Mack Bolan was a few feet away. His hands were at his traumatized throat, but he was alive. Nokbe lay unmoving a few yards away. His eyes were rolled back in his head, and his blackened tongue lolled out of his mouth. Sunlight was pouring in from the back of the warehouse. The back door had been opened. Bolan fired a burst out the door and whipped his muzzle back to cover the rest of the room. The enemy had extracted. Bolan scanned the room again. He didn't believe the enemy had brought gas masks. Anyone in the room would now be weeping and choking. Bolan made a fist around the piece of fabric in his left hand. Even if they were thickly veiled by something, they would be affected by the gas by now. The Pakistani captain pushed himself up painfully. He crossed the floor and scooped up Bolan's weapon. He unhooked the spent drum and slid in a fresh one from under his jacket. He also picked up Bolan's fallen knife. Bolan covered Mack Bolan as he tottered over and sagged against the wall. The two men kept their weapons aimed into the billowing gas.
Atta appears to be dead. Yeah. But we have learned something. Oh? Yes.
Our enemies are not jinns.
Makhdoom held up Bolan's knife. The shallow curve was stained to the hilt. The Pakistani's red eyes glittered beneath his mask.
Jinns do not bleed.
Islamabad.
You gave him a gun?
Yes, General.
General Iskander Hussein may have been named after Alexander the Great, but the incredibly short, fat little man in front of Bolan and Makhdoom didn't meet the mark. When the general stood up from his desk, he hardly seemed to have stood at all. Hussein seemed to literally inflate with rage. Bolan thought he might burst the seams of his uniform if he didn't burst a blood vessel first.
You took him to the Al-Nuri weapon site. You took him along on an unauthorized raid into Rawalpindi. You equipped him with automatic weapons and unauthorized war gas. An American saboteur and a spy.
A Pakistani ally involved in a sensitive operation of a mutual concern.
You gave him a gun! Did it not occur to you he could escape? Idiot!
Indeed, General, I did give him weapons. It was he who generated the leads we have found so far. The act of arming him saved my life and the lives of my men. I do not regret.
And you are privileged to work with the officers under your command on a matter of mutual concern to my nation and our trusted friend, the Sovereign Republic of Pakistan. Is it the General's pleasure to receive our report? No! I do not wish to hear your bloody... Yes, it is my pleasure to receive your report immediately.
The general glared at them in as menacing a fashion as he could muster as he sat back down.
I await. I'm very interested. You have my undivided attention.
Bolan swiftly sketched out the events in the Hajipur Pass and everything that had happened subsequently at the Al-Nuri facility and then in Rawalpindi. He left nothing out other than his conversation with Kurtzman and exactly under what auspices of the United States government he was working for. Hussein's facial expression slowly went from rage to confusion to disbelief to just a blank stare as Bolan finished. Hussein gazed off into space a moment, blinked, then turned his gaze to Makhdoom.
Captain Makhdoom, do you agree with the facts of this report?
I do, General. All he says, I have seen with my own eyes and experienced personally.
You're saying our strategic nuclear weapons have been stolen by Hindu death worshippers who can turn themselves invisible?
That is our current and best theory.
I do not believe I can have you shot for being insane, Captain. But given your other offenses... General, you've seen the videotape of the activity at the Al-Nuri facility when the weapons were stolen? Of course, but... Other than jinns, General, how would you account for the disappearance of the weapons? The videotape could have been doctored. We also considered that possibility. However, in light of what happened in Rawalpindi, we have reassessed the situation. We've come to grips with the enemy, and I assure you that we are dealing with far more than a doctored videotape. You also heard the radio transmissions from Musa Company during the battle in the pass? You were attacked by invisible Hindu stranglers? This is what you truly wish me to believe? Yes.
Bolan pulled down the collar of his shirt and exposed the purple bruising mottling his throat. Makhdoom pulled down his own collar.
The traitor, Ata Naqvi, is in the morgue. He bears similar marks, only he did not survive them.
Assuming I was to buy into this fantasy of yours, Captain, tell me why? Why would Hindu idol worshippers do such a thing?
Why do idol worshippers do anything? To please their heathen gods.
They have some sort of agenda, General. That is clear. They are also clearly well organized, funded, and must have clandestine contacts high up within the Pakistani military. For that reason, Captain Makhdoom suggested that you were one of the few members of the General Staff who can be trusted. He informs me that your service record and your loyalty to your country are unimpeachable.
This was an outright lie. Somehow Hussein's spies within the military had found out about Bolan's and Makhdoom's activities, and he had sent his own bodyguards to summon them to his offices. However, Bolan had decided to give Hussein a full report for the simple reason that the general was such a blustering egomaniac that whoever the enemy was, they would clearly not trust his involvement in stealing nuclear weapons.
Do you realize how insane this sounds? I wouldn't believe it myself, General, had I not seen and experienced what I had under Captain Makhdoom's command.
This is all most unusual. I must admit
General, this is my suggestion. This conversation does not leave this room. Captain Mack Bolan and I will coordinate our investigation through your offices. I will put you in contact with my superiors in the United States. If indeed members of the Pakistani High Command have been compromised, we must be able to present incontrovertible evidence to back up our accusations. When we have the proof we need, and the location of the stolen weapons, you will present the evidence to military command and the President.
Hussein blinked at Bolan. Mack Bolan looked at Bolan as if he were insane.
Yes. This is a matter of utmost security. The traitors must be ferreted out. Our stolen weapons must be located. We cannot afford incompetence. This effort shall be coordinated out of my offices and under my direct command. General, I would like to assemble a picked team of men who I can... No! Nuclear weapons have been stolen, and it was clearly an inside job. Our enemy is unseen and has unknown contacts. If we have traitors, they may well be members of the Special Forces. No members of Musa Company or the other special units. They often travel afar, and who knows how they may have been corrupted. My service record and loyalty are unimpeachable. I choose my own men for the same reason. I will assemble you a team from among the most trusted men in my personal bodyguard. The contents of this meeting do not leave my office. Do not report back to your headquarters, Captain. Go home. The American will be under your supervision and will be your responsibility at all times. Report none of this to your superiors in special operations. I will contact you in the morning, and we will begin our investigation properly. You are dismissed.
Mack Bolan had maintained a granite silence in the car ride all the way back to his house. Bolan had an inkling why. Now Mack Bolan sat seething next to his wife Sarah. Bolan was drinking a cup of tea and eating a piece of cake.
You are insane! Do you know that?
Wow.
You are an idiot! You turned our mission over to a man like Hussein? Hussein is a cabbage. No, he is less than a cabbage. At least a cabbage can be boiled and eaten. Of what possible use is Hussein?
I'm getting the impression that you've had one or two run-ins with the General in the past.
Do you realize what you have done?
I do. What do you believe Hussein would have done had we not cooperated with him?
Mack Bolan spent several long moments collecting himself, then a few more considering the question. His hands fell to his sides as his reason overcame his indignation.
At the very least, Hussein would have raised bloody hell with my superiors over my conduct. Our investigation would have been blown wide open. For having taken you, an American, into the Al-Nuri facility, I could have been stripped of my rank. Regardless of the fate of my career, you would have probably ended up being thrown out of the country. Though, first, you would have been extensively tortured. It is not outside the realm of possibility that you could be shot as a spy. Hussein is a toad. But he walks the corridors of power and he has the ear of the president, although all he ever whispers into it is the word yes.
That was my take on the situation. I decided it would be better to stroke the man rather than buck him. I apologize if I acted out of turn or superseded your authority. It was a choice that had to be made on the split second, and I stand by my decision.
Your actions were correct. I do not like them, and I fear their consequences. But at the time, they were correct. I do not begrudge them.
Two young men in their early teens appeared in the doorway of the living room. They looked like their father, but had the light brown eyes of their mother.
Ah, my sons. Mujid, Karkab, come and greet our guest.
The two young men entered and stared at Bolan. They had overheard their father's railing. They nodded formally.
Greetings. Welcome to our home.
Thank you. Fine young men you've raised.
Mack Bolan puffed up happily. Sarah beamed. Mack Bolan waved them away.
You may go. My guest and I have much to discuss.
Nice family you have.
Thank you.
Get them the hell out of here.
Mack Bolan glanced up from his tea.
You think they'll come here?
I would. We've gotten closer than anyone has to them. We bloodied them. They don't know who I am, but we have to assume they know you. They know we're after them.
Bolan held up the strange, dully gleaming piece of fabric.
They'll want this back. They're coming, sooner rather than later.
Mujid! Kaukab!
Yes, father?
Makhdoom pulled a large wad of notes from his wallet.
Take this money. Take the shotgun. Take the car. Take your mother out of the city.
The two boys' eyes widened.
Do not dally. Evil men are coming. Take care of your mother. Go!
Mujid ran to the mantel and took a double-barreled shotgun off the rack, and then a box of shells from the chest beneath it. Kaukab ran to find his mother.
My friend, I want you on the opposite roof. I will give you binoculars and a rifle. When they come, I will be inside and act as bait. When...
There's a car out on the street.
What kind of car?
A black one. It is full of men.
Take your mother upstairs. Kill anyone other than myself or the Americans should they attempt to come up.
Mujid and Kaukab took the shotgun and their mother and ran upstairs.
We need guns.
Follow me.
Makhdoom strode down the hall and entered his study. Maps of the world covered the walls that weren't dominated by bookcases. In one corner was a small desk with a computer. Opposite the desk was a gun cabinet. Makhdoom pulled out a pair of rifles. They were Lee Enfield bolt-action rifles of World War II vintage. Sporting stocks had replaced the full wood furniture stressed for bayonet fighting. The barrels had been shortened to 22 inches, and telescopic sights had been fitted. The old battle rifles had been customized for hunting, but both would still hold 10 rounds of the powerful British .303 military ammunition. Makhdoom checked the loads in both rifles, and then tossed one of the weapons to Bolan. He removed a box of shells and dumped half of the cartridges into Bolan's hand, then thrust the rest in his pocket. They had 20 shots each.
They're not invisible this time.
No, not during the initial assault, but they may come sneaking up during it. Here they come.
And here they go.
They moved to the end of the hall and pointed their rifles across the living room into the foyer. The iron battering ram crushed tile as it was dropped onto the floor, and men in long coats waving short automatic weapons spilled into the captain's home. Makhdoom and Bolan pulled the trigger. The invaders fired their weapons blindly into the house.
Amateurs.
They'll be coming through the back, too.
Go kill them. I will stay here and prevent the ones in front from coming in.
Bolan strode down the hall toward the back of the house. He swept into the kitchen just as a man crawled through the shattered window. He perched precariously on the sink, trying not to cut himself on broken shards of glass still in the window frame.
I don't think so.
The kitchen door burst inward. There was no time to work the bolt for a second shot. Bolan swung the butt of his rifle in a brutal arc and shattered the jaw of a second man entering. A third desperately tried to shove his machine pistol past his broken comrades. Bolan lunged and rammed his rifle forward through the assassin's teeth and crushed his upper palate. Bolan whipped the butt of his rifle around and brought it into the killer's temple. Bolan stepped over the men he had taken out and crossed the threshold into the walled courtyard out back.
Igor! Igor!
A man sat straddling the wall, shouting into a cell phone and waving a machine gun. Bolan raised an eyebrow. Igor wasn't a typical Pakistani name. Bolan shot the man through the leg. The assassin toppled forward into a rose bush. Bolan shot the assassin through the other leg. Bolan slung his rifle and picked up a pair of Kapara submachine guns from the men clogging the kitchen doorway. He flicked their selectors to full auto and dropped the commandeered weapons on their slings. Then he ran toward the wall and leaped. He swung his leg over the top and dropped to the street below. Bolan ran down the back alley and rounded the corner of Makhdoom's house. A black Land Rover was parked on the street with a man waiting behind the wheel. In one hand, he held a cell phone into which he was talking rapidly. The other held a silenced handgun. He was turned around in his seat, his attention fixed on the front door of Makhdoom's residence. He caught sight of Bolan in the corner of his eye and whipped back around. Bolan raised both machine pistols. The windshield of the Land Rover went opaque with bullets and then splashed red from the arterial spray within. Bolan looked around the corner toward Makhdoom's front door. There were 3 men in the doorway of Makdoum's house. A fourth lay dead on the stoop. They were spraying their weapons like fire hoses into the house. Bolan raised his left-hand weapon. Bolan dropped the spent machine pistol and raised the weapon in his right hand. One of the remaining killers spun. Bolan was quicker. The third man leaped into the house as Bolan tracked his weapon on him. The man staggered backward out the door again, clutching his chest. Bolan scanned the street and the rooftops opposite Makdoum's house. Nothing appeared to be moving. Bolan approached the captain's door at an angle.
Makdoum!
I hear you.
You all right?
I am. You?
Yeah. The street is clear. I'm coming in the front door.
Come ahead.
Bolan stepped across half a dozen dead bodies as he entered the house and entered the living room. The interior of the house was littered with corpses. Most had 1 or 2 high-powered rifle bullet wounds in their chests. One lay spread-eagled further in by the foot of the stairs. A shotgun blast had left his head and shoulders in ruins.
Everyone all right?
Makdoum came out from the hallway.
Mujid!
We are all right, Father.
Stay where you are. Do not move from your post until I tell you.
Yes, Father.
Makdoum stared around his bullet-riddled home.
Do you think the unseen ones came?
Bolan looked around the living room. His eyes fell upon the low table where he had set his teacup. It was also where he had left the length of strange fabric.
They were here, and they've left. They took what they came for.
The fabric. You left it out where they could find it.
I did.
Bolan reached into his pocket and pulled out a 3-inch piece of the fabric.
But not all of it.
But did they not also come for our lives?
That was what the muscle was for. I remember reading in the intelligence report on the Thuggees that their religion forbids them to shed blood except in certain ritual circumstances. The goons were for us, but the Thuggees came for the evidence.
So, they think they have what they came for.
Yeah, and I need to get this to my people in the United States ASAP, and without General Hussein knowing about it.
That I can arrange.
Makdoum pointed at the corpses around them.
But it appears we are without leads once more.
Father, there is a man thrashing about in Mother's roses.
You saved one.
I figured we'd give him to Hussein. We have to let the general do something.
I understand there was an altercation in your home, Captain.
Yes, General. But it was prosecuted to a fruitful conclusion.
Yes, very well and good. And congratulations on taking a prisoner.
The general smiled unpleasantly. Along with performing the function as military yes-man for whoever might be occupying the presidency of Pakistan, Hussein was also firmly entrenched in the highest echelons of Pakistani secret police. The prisoner's 2 shattered thighs had probably been the least of his discomforts during the night. Hussein's smile went smug as he looked at Bolan.
Our guest was correct. The weapons used in the attack on your residence were Kiparis OTS-02 submachine guns of Kazakhstani origin.
And your prisoner?
Hussein glowered with self-satisfaction.
He is of Kazakhstani origin as well, as were most of the Confederates, as far as we can tell. His name is Yusuf Sagari, a gangster involved in trafficking heroin from the poppy fields in Afghanistan and Pakistan that flow into the former Soviet republics and Russia.
He's muscle.
Yes, Yusuf is drug muscle. It is my belief he and his men are mercenaries hired by our enemies.
General Hussein had a firm grip of the obvious, but Bolan kept that to himself.
Excellent.
There is more. We have learned of Yusuf's contacts here in Pakistan, as well as their lair near the border. But first, I feel somewhat remiss about the incident that occurred in your home, Captain.
Makdoum stared. It was the closest thing to an admission of error out of General Hussein in 10 years of inter-service conflict. Makdoum shook his head diplomatically.
It is nothing, General. Who could have known the enemy would strike so swiftly?
Nonetheless, we must be prepared for any possible occurrence. Let me assure you that you shall not be caught outnumbered nor unprepared again. Come in, gentlemen. Behold, your men.
Pakistani men in plain clothes began filing into the room. Bolan suppressed a smile. General Iskander Hussein may have picked his bodyguards for their loyalty and unimpeachable records, but it appeared the general also picked his bodyguards on the basis of body mass. Not one of the 12 men jamming themselves into the room was less than 6 feet tall, or running less than 250 pounds. They were a brute squad, pure and simple. Hussein lifted a hand toward their leader.
This is Captain Ghulam Farid, my most trusted man. You shall find him invaluable, as I have.
Farid was 6'5" and tipping the 300-pound mark. His eyebrows met over the bridge of his nose, forming a single coal-black wing that dominated his Neanderthal brow. Startling green eyes peered out from the shadow beneath it. He measured Makhdoom and saluted sharply. The captain's stars, jump wings, and special forces badges he wore demanded respect, even out of a pampered general's head goon. Captain Ghulam Farid regarded Bolan with open suspicion.
Do any of them speak English?
Hussein blinked. He hadn't thought of that. Farid took a step up.
I speak English. So do Hassam, Farouk, Iqbal, and Assad.
Hussein nodded benevolently at his captain and gestured at Bolan and Makhdoom.
This is Captain Makhdoom. He is in command of this mission. You will follow his orders explicitly. You are authorized to requisition any weapons or equipment the captain deems necessary. This is our American guest. You will render unto him any assistance he requires.
Yes, General.
And you will report all actions taken directly to me.
Yes, General.
Captain Makhdoom, I have also stationed some of my men in your home. Your family and residence will be guarded at all times.
Thank you, General.
Bolan and Makhdoom were now being officially babysat, and they would be watched at all times. The executioner ran his eye over the massive examples of humanity filling the room. Any kind of undercover operation was going to be extremely interesting. Shogot, North Pakistan.
Where are the heroin dealers?
Farid stalked across the tea room like some unstoppable bearded juggernaut and seized up the bleeding half-conscious man. Bolan rolled his eyes. The undercover operation was proving to be extremely interesting.
Where?
No! Put me down!
The proprietor scrambled to his knees and raised his hands in supplication.
Please! Have mercy! I am innocent, I tell you!
The tea shop owner's innocence was highly debatable. There was a second shop below the regular tea room. The patrons there smoked water pipes, and the air reeked with the sweet stench of opium. The filthy back hallway, lined with closet-sized niches, was a shooting gallery, strewn with the used needles of those who required their opiates stronger and introduced into their bloodstream by more direct methods.
Please! I beg you!
You, my friend, have drawn the attention of unreasonable men.
The proprietor flinched and threw a sickly stare in Farid's direction.
Yes.
I, however, am a reasonable man.
Makhdoom opened his billfold. The proprietor's eyes bugged out as the captain began fanning out American $1,000 bills.
Tell me what I wish to know, and I shall compensate your inconvenience in any way you require within reason.
The proprietor's gaze darted back and forth between Makhdoom and Farid. He was clearly conflicted.
However, should you not wish to cooperate,
Makhdoom glanced over at Farid.
that man shall beat you until you die.
The proprietor turned a sickly pallor. Farid's single massive eyebrow bunched as his green eyes glowed hatred at the tea shop owner. The owner went slack-jawed with fear.
Tell me.
Makhdoom glanced at a man Farid had dealt with earlier. He was lying unconscious on the floor.
If that man were conscious, would he be able to tell me about the heroin trade within this city?
The proprietor couldn't look away from Farid's massive, hairy, blood-stained hands as they flexed into fists.
I believe yes.
Could you?
I don't...
Think very carefully before you answer. How you answer will be very important.
I would like to cooperate.
Splendid. Splendid fellow.
Makhdoom took the man by the arm and raised him to his feet.
Come, my friend. Let us take tea together.
Bolan's stomach dropped as the helicopters fell like stones out of the sky. The fortress loomed ahead like a forbidding mountain sentinel. The crumbling brown walls of the fortress were ancient, and over the centuries they had been patched and shored up with a hodgepodge of brickwork, boulders, heavy timbers, and rammed earth. The Russian-made DSHK-38 heavy machine guns emplaced in the battlements were recent additions. Yusuf Zagari, the Kazakhstani gangster Bolan had captured, had led them to the city of Shogot and the opium den. Makhdoom had made the proprietor and several other drug kingpins in Shogot offers they could not refuse. That information had led them to the heights of Tirich Mir and the fortress of Ali-ul-Haq. In northern Pakistan, the crime did not matter. Drugs, guns, prostitutes, slaves, anything that passed illegally across the borders with Afghanistan, Tajikistan, China, or India. Ali-ul-Haq had his hand in it. Anyone operating on their own gave ul-Haq his cut out of respect and fear. Ali was well connected in the highest reaches of the Pakistani government, both locally and in the capital. The Pakistani police left him alone. During the 1980s, he had used Afghan refugees from the war with the Soviets as muscle. He continued feeding their families and developing a fanatically loyal army of his own. He now gave that same refuge to Taliban refugees who had fled before the U.S. military might during Operation Enduring Freedom. He was well connected with the mafias of the surrounding former Soviet republics. Ul-Haq ran his little corner of the Hindu Kush range like his own private hunting reserve. But Ali-ul-Haq's hunting license had been revoked. General Iskander Hussein continued to surprise. When Makhdoom had radioed the general the news of who their quarry was, both he and Bolan had fully expected to be told ul-Haq was a hands-off situation. Instead, General Hussein had declared open season on ul-Haq. He appeared to be taking his role as savior of the Pakistani Republic with great seriousness. He wanted the nukes back at any cost. Bolan also suspected that the general was imagining such a move would be a useful step toward the presidency of Pakistan. General Hussein's political aspirations were of no concern to Bolan. That was the State Department's nightmare to deal with. Ali-ul-Haq was a righteous target in and of himself, and Bolan wanted those nukes back as much as Hussein. He also needed more clues about the invisible assassins that had reached out for his throat. Of even more immediate concern were the DSHK-38 heavy machine guns firing from the walls of the fortress. A ragged line of holes appeared down the middle of the troop compartment of the Mi-8.
Move in and return fire!
The hind-gun ship swept ahead of the transports like avenging dragonflies in response to the ground fire. The transport swooped down toward the inner courtyard. The door gunners hosed down the walls as the helicopters dropped to the cobblestones. Captain Ghulam Farid and his men jumped out first. Bolan jumped out beside Makhdoom, cradling his HK automatic rifle. The fortress was already falling. ul-Haq's stronghold was more for show than anything else. It was deep within his territory and made him inaccessible. His real defenses were the influence he bought and the murder of his rivals. It was well equipped to protect him from assassination or a misguided assault by a fellow warlord. Ali-ul-Haq had never envisioned repelling a special forces helicopter assault. Bolan's rifle ripped into a crew of men trying to wheel a heavy machine gun around on the wall to fire down into the courtyard. Makhdoom's hand slammed down on Bolan's shoulder.
There!
Makhdoom pointed his rifle, and the squat, round-shouldered shape of the fortress's central tower.
The keep!
Bolan nodded. A man on the steps of the keep fell in red ruin. The door to the keep was small and massively constructed of thick oak timbers bound with iron. Each floor of the keep had narrow firing slits for the defenders. Charging across the open courtyard would be a suicide mission for anyone trying to breach the door. Just then, one of the hinds dropped down out of its low circling pattern and dropped out of sight behind the walls. It popped up again directly over Bolan and Mack Doom's heads. Smoke and dust started to gather, and the cobblestones started to vibrate.
Gunship 3! Fire!
Bolan and Mack Doom formed the sharp end of the spear as they charged the keep beneath the gunship's sheltering salvo. The door frame, and about 2 feet of masonry to each side had been blown out, and the breached tower oozed smoke. The world was consumed by the smell of brimstone and the stench of burnt high explosives. Bolan threw a Chinese-made offensive hand grenade into the smoking hole. Bolan and Mack Doom strode through the smoldering doorway with their rifles blazing. A pair of gunmen fell, and 2 more threw down their weapons. The first floor of the tower was done up like an opulent reception hall, complete with Persian carpets and a gilt throne. Ulhak held court like an ancient pasha, but Ulhak was nowhere to be seen. Bolan glanced around as the prisoners were bound. The question of the moment was whether Ali Ulhak was the kind of modern warlord who would hide in the top of his tower, or be burrowed down at the bottom. Bolan was betting Ulhak was a top tower man.
Mack Doom, I'm going up top.
Take Captain Farid with you. I will meet you in the middle.
Bolan strode back into daylight. Farid fell into step behind him. A pair of ropes descended from the cabin of a hind gunship circling overhead.
We want Ulhak alive.
I know something of taking men alive.
Bolan grabbed a rope. He waved his hand, and the hind began to rise up into the air. He kept his eyes on the firing slits in the tower, and his free hand covered them with his rifle. The big American unclamped his feet as he cleared the crenellations at the top of the tower, and his boots touched down on stone as the hind delivered them. Bolan examined the top of the tower. It was littered with broken weapons and shattered bodies. The rocket and cannon runs had defoliated the tower of defenders. A thick wooden hatch of the same construction as the front door below was scorched and scarred, but still intact.
Gunship 3, we need another door nudged open.
Bolan and Farid ran to the crenellations. They hooked their ropes around the tombstone-shaped battlements and swung off the tower to put some stone between themselves and the assault. The hind returned to hover 20 yards over the tower. It tipped forward until it seemed to stand on its nose. The immense helicopter began rotating on its axis. One orbit was all that was required. The door was gone, as was about 5 feet of rock all around it. There was nothing left but a smoking crater.
I did mention we wanted Ulhak alive.
I thought they would use a missile. I should have been more specific.
Bolan heaved himself up onto the tower top and approached the smoking hole. He took out a grenade.
Hey, anyone alive down there?
Bolan leaned back as the gunman burned his entire magazine.
Well, I guess that answers that.
May you and your crusader religion receive 1,000 fellaces in the ass daily because Allah wills it.
He's a profane and uncultured man.
Indeed.
Bolan held up his grenade.
You'd better duck.
Bolan pulled the pin, rolled the grenade into the hole, and leaned back. Smoke and dust erupted out of the hole.
You still with us?
2,000 fellaces in the ass daily.
We'll take that into consideration. Mack Doom, what is your situation?
We are blocked from the top floor by a very heavy steel door of modern manufacture. We are bringing up an RTG-7 rocket, but we're not sure if it will breach it.
Captain, do you have a smoke grenade?
Indeed, a purple one, in case we needed to mark our position for more airstrikes.
Bolan inclined his head at the hole. Farid grinned as he lobbed his grenade. Bright purple smoke began to billow up out of the hole in the top of the tower, and the firing slits in its sides. Bolan and Farid shifted so that the smoke didn't blow in their faces. Bolan took up one of the rappelling ropes and swiftly made a knot. He held the rope loosely and gathered a few coils of slack as he peered into the swirling violet depths below.
There!
A figure was dimly visible, thrashing its arms in the purple smoke and staggering toward one of the firing slits. Bolan swung the lasso twice in a short circle around his head and released. It encircled Hawk's head. Bolan yanked it tight. Farid grabbed the rope in his hands, and he and Bolan reeled up a thin, bald-headed man in a beautifully tailored Armani suit into the light.
Ali Uhak!
Farid seized the gangster by his crotch and his collar and pressed him overhead. Farid strode to the edge of the tower.
Captain?
Bolan kept a hold of the rope in case Ghulam grew overzealous and flung Ul Haq into the void. Farid dangled Ul Haq over the courtyard by his ankles.
I have no interest in fallacies. I am interested in criminals from Kazakhstan and several missing nuclear weapons.
Below Ul Haq, his surviving men knelt on the cobblestones of the courtyard with their hands bound behind and rifles pointed at the backs of their heads. They squinted upward and watched as their leader was dangled in space. The gunships circled the smoking ruins of the fortress.
Speak, dog, lest you irritate my associate.
I do not know!
You lie!
Farid let go of one of Ul Haq's ankles. The Pakistani gangster's hands clawed at empty air, and the back of his head bounced against the tower wall. The captain's face contorted with the effort of holding Ul Haq with one hand.
I grow weary!
I cannot! They will kill me!
Bolan nodded. Ul Haq knew something. Farid yanked Ul Haq back between the embrasures. Ul Haq now had his heels on stone, but his behind still hung out over the courtyard. Farid squatted nose to nose with the gangster, and his green eyes blazed with barely contained rage.
Tell me, who will kill you?
I cannot!
Farid put his index finger against Ul Haq's chest and pushed slightly.
Oh, do!
The gangster went deathly pale as he tottered, squatting on his heels.
Jins!
Farid glanced up at Bolan, then back at his suspect.
I see. You believe if you speak to me, the genes will come, invisibly. They shall extend their wheel about your throat and strangle the life from you, won't they?
Yes, I have seen it.
Bolan smiled.
I shall strangle the life from you now!
Farid shoved him over the edge.
Farid!
Bolan took the rope in both hands and braced himself to take Ul Haq's weight. The rope jerked in Bolan's hands and then slowly began to reel him back in. Ul Haq flopped back on the top of the tower, his eyes rolling in his head. His face was purple, and spittle flecked his lips. Farid loosened the noose. The captain waited several moments until Ul Haq appeared vaguely lucid. He stared down implacably at the man.
You may speak with the American, or you may speak again with me.
Well, he's seen them.
Makhdoom sipped tea in the ruins of Ul Haq's fortress.
Or at least encountered them.
Bolan considered the intel they'd gathered from the gangster.
No one's really seen them yet. Did you manage to get that sample out of the country?
I sent it Federal Express overnight to the address you provided.
Bolan nodded. He'd provided the address of Hal Brognola's office at the Justice Department. The fabric should be in Bear's hands by now. It was the one clue they had that could bust things wide open. He looked over at Ali Ul Haq. The gangster sat miserably on a low sofa, his small frame crushed between two of Farid's guards. The men were even larger than Farid, and they kept their pistols jammed into Ul Haq's ribs. The gangster hadn't been able to give them too much they could act on, but his story had been fascinating. He had been approached by Kazakhstani gangsters. They'd know Ul Haq had contacts high up in the Pakistani government, and they wanted some very strange favors and were willing to throw around money. Vast amounts of money, and in U.S. dollars. Ul Haq's cunning and greed worked hand in hand, and while he wasn't the most powerful criminal in Central Asia, he was one of them. He had quietly sent out feelers through his contacts in the Russias and found his instincts were correct. The Kazakhs had a reputation for toughness and brutality, but they were throwing around far too many millions in American currency for gun runners from a failing former Soviet republic. They were being used as middlemen. That didn't disturb Ulhak. Indeed, it was an opportunity. He had demanded more money. He had demanded contact with the people behind the Kazakhs. When his demands went unanswered, Ulhak had kidnapped several of the Kazakhs and made very unpleasant examples of them to show that Ali Ulhak was not to be ignored. He had decided to keep the money he had already been paid as a down payment of the full sum he demanded, and would take no further action until it was forthcoming. It was at this point in the story that Ulhak had begun to shake uncontrollably, and not from fear of Bolan or the further ministrations of Captain Farid. Ali Ulhak had sat secure in his mountain fortress. He'd sat secure on $10 million US and his Kazakh hostages and waited for the money to come. The jinns had come. One morning, the men guarding the Kazakhs in dungeons below the fortress had been found dead. The Kazakhs themselves were still in their cells, screaming mad stories about the hideous deaths of the guards. Ulhak had tortured the Kazakhs savagely, but even the ugliest methods produced nothing but the same nonsense. On the second morning, not only had the new guards been found dead, but the Kazakhs were dead in their locked cells as well. On the third morning, the 10 million was missing. That night, Ali Ulhak had been in close counsel with his most trusted advisor when the jinns had come for him. His right-hand man had died, eyes bulging and tongue blackening, dangling in midair in front of his eyes in the inner sanctum of his fortress. The message was very clear. Ali Ulhak had decided, quite sensibly given the circumstances, to paint his ass white and run with the herd. He had used his contacts in the government to get the building plans and security systems of the Al-Nouri weapons facility. The rest was history. Al-Nouri had been breached, and 3 of Pakistan's nuclear weapons were missing. Ali Ulhak had received further compensation once the weapons had disappeared. $20 million US was a handsome reward for making a few phone calls. Bolan watched Makhdoom's and Farid's eyes as they glared at Ali Ulhak and wondered what kind of reward they were reserving for a traitor to Pakistan. Last Bolan had heard, beheading was still the preferred method of punishment for capital offenses in this part of the Indian subcontinent.
The enemy must know by now that we have compromised Ulhak. It appears the weapons may have traveled to Kashmir.
Yes, but why would Hindus wish to take nuclear weapons there?
To start a war between India and Pakistan.
To what purpose? Our nuclear arsenal is our deterrent against depredations by India. I am a simple soldier, but no one wins a nuclear war.
Even the tragedy of the 9/11 attack in your country.
The attack on the World Trade Center wasn't a tragedy. If the Trade Center towers had fallen in an earthquake, that would be a tragedy. What happened on September 11th was an atrocity committed by terrorists.
I agree.
And how would you define terrorism? War? A crime?
That's just a question of language.
But we are Pakistanis. We love language.
I wouldn't call it a criminal activity, but only because, by definition, money is not the motivator. If I had to define it, it's war. Indiscriminate war, conducted for political reasons against non-combatants, and has no objective. But I don't believe we are facing terrorists.
No? Then what?
True believers.
I do not understand the difference.
Terrorists lash out. There is no real objective that they can hope to achieve other than killing. True believers have an objective, however mad it may be. I believe the people we're facing have a higher purpose than just lighting off a nuke and killing as many people as they can.
What is this higher purpose?
I don't know, but God help us if we don't stop it.
The mountain. Matar bowed low and prepared himself to wait for a reply. His guru was deep in his meditations. The meditation cell was a natural pocket of stone deep within the mountain. Exposed formations of mica in the rock ceiling reflected the light of the dozen candles like otherworldly constellations of stars. The room swam with the smell of sandalwood incense. The guru sat in lotus position, wearing nothing but a simple homespun loincloth. He sat upon a white Siberian tiger skin. It was known throughout the mountain that the guru had killed the great cat with his own hands in the snowy peaks above to make himself a meditation seat as described by the ancient texts. A huge, lobed, all-iron ceremonial axe lay by his left knee. The guru's bones showed through his flesh in emaciated high relief. He would have looked like a death camp survivor, except for the fibered cables of muscle that stretched across his stark bones like separate living entities. His flesh was like an anatomy chart. Over the ropes of sinew, veins crawled. Even in repose, Guruji was terrifying to behold. Matar knew his guru was performing Kashari Mudra, or roaming in space. The guru's chin rested on his chest as if he were asleep, but his eyes were open, crossed, and glaring ferociously upward like an unblinking lion from the point directly between his eyebrows. He looked like some terrible ancient sage carved out of oak. His crossed eyes stared into the canted, flaring eyes of the goddess. She stood in stone in front of him. Guruji walked in space, hand in hand with Kali.
I see him.
Matar stared as his guru spoke.
I see Ali-ul-Haq. He is an approver. He tasted the sweetness and felt the fear, but money was all that moved his heart, and fear his tiny mind.
Truly, Guruji, but what is to be done about him? He has become compromised. Ul-Haq is not a believer. Does he deserve proper execution?
Matar was very worried about the risk of such a venture. Atta Nakbi had been a believer and had been punished properly, but it had cost much.
Indeed not. Ali-ul-Haq is a tainted soul and an unfit sacrifice. Let his blood be spilt. Let it stain the red dust of the earth. Let it be done by unbelievers. Let it be done by ungodly men, men of his own breed. Let it be done by men with guns.
And what of the American?
The American intrigues me.
Guruji, the American must be special forces. Our witnesses have told us he is nearly inhuman in battle, and he is tenacious.
All these things he must be to have followed the trail so far.
He will continue to follow the trail.
He will follow his nature. He can do naught else.
He will come, Guruji.
And as it should be.
The Guru's smile was saintly.
We will let him in.
Stryker, where on God's green earth did you get this?
The Temple of Kali.
Bolan sat in the general's private study and examined the crude but anatomically correct erotic woodcuts from the Kama Sutra adorning the walls.
Stryker, the Temple of Kali is in Calcutta.
This was a local branch, downtown Rawalpindi.
Stryker, we gave a fragment of the fabric you sent us to the boys in NSA. We got called back within 30 minutes. We got a call right from the top. The Pentagon demanded every fiber of that piece of fabric you sent and every shred of intelligence surrounding how it was acquired. The President himself had to give explicit orders that whoever found that fabric, what the operation was, and what auspices they were working under were on a need-to-know basis, and that anyone who wanted to know would have to come to the Oval Office and ask him personally. We still had to give the fabric up. We sent it to the Capitol, surrounded by armed guards. Guys in black helicopters even we don't know about took it and whisked it away.
Bolan was very tired. The overstuffed couch along the wall was of much more interest than the sinuously entwined figures on the walls.
So you think some of the top minds over at the Pentagon may have let one of their experiments leak?
No, I think it's worse than that.
How so?
I think what you found is something they don't have yet. I may be reading between the lines, but I think it's something they're feverishly working on. I think you found something no one on Earth is supposed to have yet. I think the Pentagon is appalled by what you found. Quite frankly, I think they're scared.
So what is it?
I don't know, but I have a hunch. I went along for the ride to drop off the fragment. Among all the dark suits and sunglasses, I recognized someone.
Oh, yeah? Who?
A Dr. Allison Austinford. She has a Ph.D. in optics. I've read some of the papers she's published as they relate to supercoherent light.
You mean lasers?
Right, but only kind of. She was into some very interesting and experimental applications of light transferal. Brilliant stuff. But then it gets interesting. About 3 years ago, she dropped completely out of sight.
She went to the dark side.
That's right. Black projects. Top secret code word level clearances with the Pentagon. Then a year ago, she left Washington, D.C. and went north.
North?
Yeah. It took some digging, and I had to call in a few markers, but I found out that Dr. Allison Austenford is currently living, and from that I suspect gainfully employed, in Natick, Massachusetts. That ring any bells for you, Stryker?
It did. Over the past few years, Bolan had personally gotten his hands on some very interesting prototypes of some very weird and wonderful ordnance that had come from some very obscure laboratories located in Natick, Massachusetts.
The United States Army Soldier Systems Center.
Give the man a cigar. I have every reason to believe that Dr. Austenford is spearheading one of the teams working on our Future Warrior program.
And she's flying around in black helicopters and commandeering our evidence.
That's about the size of it.
Bolan considered what he had encountered in the Haji Pir Pass and in the garment district of Rawalpindi.
So what did we find, Bear?
Well, temporarily barring the supernatural, I would say you found a working piece of see-through cell technology.
What does that mean?
We're talking cloaking devices.
Bear, you're talking Trek geek.
No, I mean it. Literally a cloaking device. Or more specifically, a light-transferring textile.
Give me a quick rundown.
Well, quite simply, the fabric itself transmits light. In this application, a garment made of this stuff would absorb light behind you and transmit to your front and vice versa.
So you would be virtually invisible against any background.
You win a cookie.
Bear, has this stuff actually been produced?
I don't know, but I'm guessing not. By the way the Black Project honchos are behaving, I'd say not by us. And until you took your little jaunt to Rawalpindi, our boys never dreamed anyone else might have it either. We're working on it, but if I had to guess, I'd say we have only the most primitive prototypes, probably just static pieces of the fabric that demonstrate the technology. Certainly nothing that could be applied in the field.
Who else could have developed it?
Well, that's the million-dollar question. This is very complicated stuff. It's not just getting the fabric to do the work. You need to power it. And if you're going to integrate it into a soldier's kit, it has to be woven or somehow integrated into his uniform, his armor, his helmet, his boots, his weapon, everything. Every exposed inch of the soldier and everything he's carrying. Fabric would have to be able to transmit not only everything in front and behind the soldier, but above and below the soldier. Now, we're talking about doing it in 3 dimensions, not just a flat screen effect. And whenever the soldier passes his arm or his weapon in front of himself, the fabric would have to do double transmission. Now, theoretically, that's all possible, but the cost, at least currently, would be enormous. Then there's a question of movement. You might be able to make it now so that a static individual would blend into his background, but once you start moving, you bring in a whole new set of problems. Distortion effects would be bad. And then there's the problem of any kind of dust or dirt getting on the fabric and sections of your suit no longer transmitting. It's very exciting technology, and it is on the horizon. But currently in application, it's a nightmare of biblical proportions.
Yeah, but someone has done it.
That's why I said cloaking device. You said in the fight in the warehouse you felt enveloped by something. You saw shimmering and distortions. On top of that, the bad guys were already in place and waiting. So I took that mission parameter. Forget about a uniform, helmet, armor, boots, and weapons for a soldier moving and fighting on a modern battlefield. You just cut down the requirements to something like a cloak, a blanket, or an all-enveloping robe. You put it on at an ambush site of your choosing, pre-positioned, and use it just to sneak up behind someone and strangle them. The technology, as we're projecting it, becomes a lot more applicable. It's not a viable battlefield system, but it could be one hell of an assassination device.
And even their weapon of choice is invisible.
So it would seem.
Which begs the question, who developed it if it wasn't stolen from us, and how did it get into the hands of Kali cultists?
Now that's the billion-dollar question.
Bear, if you could, can you send over some reinforcements?
Sure. I know Carl is free. I'll have him put together a team.
Florida.
The Thuggies of Kali.
Carl Iron Man Lyons walked down the pier toward the parking lot. The only thing more achingly blue than the water off the Florida Keys was the sky above it.
Can you believe this shit, Cal?
I don't want to believe this shit, Iron Man. I thought we had taken care of that a long time ago. But if the big man says it's for real, then it's real.
Lyons and Calvin James had been to India before. They had met and fought the Thuggies, or at least some very scary facsimiles thereof. Bolan needed men from that mission, and Lyons and James were the only two men available at the moment. More than that, the big guy apparently needed backup. They found the parking space with the same number as the fishing yacht they had just checked. An ancient beige Jeep was up on blocks. A red-headed man of massive proportions struggled with a block and tackle, and what appeared to be an equally ancient V8 engine suspended over the engine compartment. He wore khaki shorts and Mexican rope-soled sandals. A brown U.S. military-issue double extra-large T-shirt with cut-off sleeves strained across his massive chest and shoulders. A Miami Dolphins baseball cap was turned around backward on his head. Beneath it, the tight coils of red hair were bleached almost orange from long days out on the water. Arms like fire hoses wrestled with the engine. The arms were burned a permanent deep-water rust from the harsh Florida sun. A cooler of beer sat in the shade of one of the oversized tires. Lyons noted with approval that the big man's once massive girth no longer strained the front of his T-shirt the way it once had.
Hey, Red, you lose weight?
Jesus H. Christ. You!
The big man nearly leaped out of his sandals. His green eyes flew wide at the sight of Lyons. Trevor Burdick had once been a gunnery sergeant in the United States Marines. He had made force recon and served with distinction in Grenada and Operation Desert Storm. He had been wounded there, transferred to Ordnance, and stationed in Korea. He had been trapped behind a desk and fallen into trafficking weapons on the black market. Many of those weapons had belonged to Uncle Sam. A man Trevor Burdick knew only as Stryker had yanked him out of that situation and forced him to serve his country once more against a predatory Japanese business consortium. A while back, Stryker had shown up in front of his fishing boat and given him the opportunity to serve again. Stryker was, without doubt, the most dangerous human Burdick had ever met. But the man he knew as Iron Man was the scariest. Burdick stared with some trepidation at the blond man in front of him. He had seen him in action. Iron Man was a stone-cold berserker. Burdick topped him by nearly half a foot and 100 pounds. Burdick was Marine recon and used to being the biggest, meanest thing on two legs in any gathering. But he could meet Iron Man's ice-blue eyes only with difficulty. Burdick didn't know the lanky black man standing beside him, but he seemed like an exact opposite of Iron Man. He was utterly relaxed and at ease. He was like a cobra, stretched out and enjoying the Florida heat. Burdick had been around some very bad dudes, and just looking at the man, Burdick knew he would strike like a cobra. Only there would be no coiling or flaring of hoods. You would be on the ground, dead or unconscious, before you even knew you had been hit. Now Iron Man and his equally dangerous-looking friend were standing in his parking spot. Burdick wiped sweat from his brow. These men hadn't come calling for a couple of beers or to book a fishing trip on his boat. They were here on business. Burdick was scared and excited at the same time. He wiped the grease on his fists with a rag.
How you fellas doing?
You busy, Red?
Burdick glanced at his Jeep engine hanging suspended in midair and the sea of parts and tools laying everywhere.
Nope.
Good answer. You got any beer?
Yep.
Burdick fished out a couple of long necks and cracked the caps off from under the bumper of his Jeep. Lyons took a long pull from one of the beers and cocked an eyebrow.
Light beer?
Yeah, well, you know. Been beach running in the morning and hitting the weights at the Y at night.
Red patted his newly reduced stomach. Calvin James sipped the beer and wiped the sweating bottle across his brow.
Here you're a real wizard with languages.
Burdick cracked himself a beer and nodded.
My high school French, German, and Spanish teachers called me a goddamned idiot savant.
Anything else?
I picked up some Arabic in the Gulf. Learned some Portuguese last year in my spare time when I had an idea about sailing down to Brazil. Been learning some Russian recently. Mostly for my girlfriend.
How's your Hindi?
Burdick considered that question, and more importantly, what might lay behind it.
Real thin.
You can pick some up on the way.
On the way?
To India.
India? What's happening in India?
The Thuggees of Kali. Heard of them?
No.
They serve the Hindu goddess of death. They strangle people. They've learned to turn themselves invisible.
Yeah, I've seen that. On a rerun of the X-Files.
He saw that the Iron Man wasn't laughing. Neither was his friend.
They also seem to have stolen some Pakistani nukes.
Okay, so you're telling me all this because...
The big guy dropped a dime. Said he needs backup. And you're the biggest, dumbest, red-headed Marine we could find.
A left-handed Gemini with a bad moon rising, as I remember.
The big guy? You mean Stryker?
Yeah, Stryker.
He's in India?
No, Pakistan.
Pakistan?
Right.
Oh.
But there's a strong possibility that the wind is blowing in that direction.
Oh. Well, let's go.
Islamabad, the Christian quarter.
I have some people coming.
Oh?
Makhdoom glanced up at Bolan as he ran a cleaning rod down the barrel of his rifle.
Have you cleared this with General Hussein?
No.
Bolan sat on a sack of potatoes in the cafe cellar storeroom. Makhdoom had called on his connections in the Christian community. It was as safe a place as any to hide when invisible assassins and goddesses of destruction wanted you dead. Bolan stroked a whetstone across the edge of his rifle's folding bayonet.
But they're charming people, and I think the General is really getting off on all of this.
Yes.
The captain unlocked his own bayonet and held the blade up to examine the edge in the light.
He is finally getting to play soldier.
Makhdoom set down his rifle. If it hadn't been finished in dull blue, it would have sparkled.
You believe the warheads are now in Kashmir?
Yeah.
Well then, you shall have to cross the disputed border with India.
Yeah.
You know, my government has an extensive intelligence network in Pakistan.
So I have long suspected.
And you shall have to go undercover.
Yeah.
That will be very difficult for a Westerner.
Yeah, difficult, but not impossible.
Yes, but it would be better if you had some assistance. A translator at least, and someone you can trust.
Yeah.
Did you know that as a member of Pakistan's special forces, one of the tasks I have been trained for is deep cover operations in Kashmir?
Really?
Yes. And in fact, I was born in Kashmir, in the city of Srinagar.
I didn't know that.
Indeed?
Well, I am thinking about going into Kashmir. It will be illegal. The Indians will shoot us as spies if we're caught.
Bolan grinned as he clicked his bayonet down and refolded the stock. For a high-powered assault rifle, an AK-47 could fold into a fairly small package.
You want to go to Kashmir with me?
I have no previous engagements.
Srinagar. The motor rickshaw careened through midtown traffic. 1,000 similar brightly covered three-wheeled vehicles swarmed in all directions, making way for trucks and automobiles, and forcing mopeds and scooters and pedestrians out of the way. Bolan sat back and enjoyed the ride. Crossing the border had been remarkably easy. Beyond the border was the actual line of control. All along the line, tanks and armored vehicles patrolled, and hilltops were studded with strong points and dug-in artillery. However, as was the official border, the line of control itself was porous, and people poured across it in both directions. Bolan had darkened his face several shades with skin dye and wound a scarf around his head. He wore the traditional local baggy trousers, and shalwar kameez, as well as the universal thin chador blanket, which served as a shawl, pillow, jacket, or knapsack, folded and draped over one shoulder. The shapeless cotton clothes were very comfortable in the heat, and an amazing amount of hardware could be concealed beneath them. Unfortunately, Bolan had no hardware at the moment. His blue eyes had already drawn some stares, but as long as he kept his mouth shut, he could pass. Until further notice, he was Makhdum's mute cousin. If it came to a police interrogation, he was also retarded. Bolan watched a pair of Sikh policemen standing in the middle of the road attempting to direct traffic. Both men carried 5-foot rattan staves as well as Sterling submachine guns. Both India and Pakistan were on a war footing and had been so for years. Kashmir was a pressure cooker that was continually blowing its top.
Nice town.
The lake-rimmed city was amazing, and the surrounding Vale of Kashmir was beautiful beyond words. It had once been the #1 tourist destination in India. The violence that tore the province apart was tragic.
Indeed, the traffic is not bad today. There is a cricket match today, so anyone who can is watching a television or listening to the radio.
Where are we headed?
To a contact of mine. He is expecting us.
Makhdum suddenly whipped the three-wheeler down a side street and parked. They walked into a cafe. A thin man in a Western-style suit sat in the corner drinking coffee. He rose as Makhdum and Bolan entered. The man had a knife scar on one cheek. He and the captain grinned at each other and pumped hands. Makhdum gestured to Bolan.
This is Stryker. Stryker, this is Inspector Aga Sattar. He is a good friend of mine from back in our school days.
A pleasure to meet you.
The three of them sat and coffee was poured. The inspector put on a poker face.
How is it that I can help you, old friend?
We have had a problem in Pakistan. We think it may have wandered into your jurisdiction, if it has not already been in place here.
What kind of problem?
We need to examine the records of murders in Srinagar within the last year, and if possible, the entire province of Kashmir and Jammu.
Are you serious? Do you have any idea how many murders there have been in Srinagar in the past year? And those are only the ones that have been reported. There are parts of the province where there is open warfare, parts where the police do not go. Only the military will go, and only in tanks. And you wish to see the police reports about murders? Do you have any idea what our case log is like, the sheer size of it?
We're looking for cases of a particular kind of murder.
What kind of murder?
Strangulations. There will have been no witnesses. The bodies will have been found later. Circumstances as to how the person could have been murdered, the time, situation, or surroundings may be anomalous.
Well, the murder method of choice in the city of Srinagar is an AK-47 rifle, followed closely by large amounts of black market Russian or Chinese high explosive and tribal cutting implements of all sizes and descriptions. Ruling those out does significantly cut down on the cases we have to work with. But there is more that you are not telling me.
None of the victims will be women.
You are looking for some kind of serial killer.
Serial killers.
The inspector folded his arms across his chest and waited for the punchline.
The cult of Kali is active within India again. We believe they're here, in Kashmir.
And you have followed them here from Pakistan?
Yes.
Further, if my recollection serves me, the cult of Kali was based out of Calcutta in West Bengal, which is several thousand kilometers from here and on the other side of India.
You make very good points, Inspector. The cult of Kali operated out of Calcutta in West Bengal and in what is now known as Bangladesh. Both are areas with high concentrations of Muslims. The Thugis were deceivers, famous for posing as Muslims. And if indeed they are operating today in Kashmir, the endless rounds of violence would only act to shield their own activities.
Sattar turned a hard gaze on Makhdum.
Even if I were to divert myself from my already immense caseload and find some cases of strangulation among the burnings, decapitations, and mutilations, you would have to show me conclusive evidence.
My brother, I have seen the bodies.
Makhdoom pulled down the collar of his shirt to show the fading bruises around his neck.
I have felt the strangler's cord around my throat, and would have died had this man not saved me.
Sattar's eyebrows flew upward. He paled as Bolan pulled down his own collar.
They're here.
They are. They have 3 of my country's nuclear weapons, and God help us all should they put them to use. I implore you, old friend, aid us.
Very well, I shall look into the matter. But I suspect I will not like what I find.
U.S. Embassy, Islamabad.
He's in Kashmir?
Carl Lyons frowned as he sat in the secure communications room. They had just spent 22 hours on 3 different planes to reach Pakistan, and Bolan had gone and jumped into a hornet's nest without them. On the screen in front of him, Aaron Kurtzman sat on the other side of the satellite link with a what-can-you-do expression on his face.
Snafu.
Lyons and James turned to regard Burdick.
Sorry.
Lyons suppressed a grin. Burdick was already proving to be worth his considerable weight. The big man had spent the past 22 hours with earphones on, absorbing CIA language school tapes like a proverbial sponge. By the time they had reached Asia, he had been chatting up the India Airlines hostess in Hindi. When they had touched down in Islamabad, he charmed his way through customs in ultra-polite Urdu. He wasn't quite ready to lead an interrogation, but Trevor Burdick's high school teachers had been correct. When it came to languages, the giant red-headed Marine was a savant. Lyons blanked the screen but left the audio on as Burdick opened the door. Big Red stood in front of the door and blinked once. He wasn't used to being stared in the eye. He had an inch or so on the man filling the doorframe, but the other man had about 20 pounds on him. The visitor offered his hand.
I am Captain Ghulam Farid. I am your liaison officer with General Hussein. I am to assist you in any way possible while you are here in Pakistan.
Burdick took the offered hand. Knuckles whitened and tendons strained as the 2 titans tested each other's strength.
Glad you're on our side, Captain.
Indeed, the sentiment is mutual.
Calvin James leaned over to Lyons.
It's like watching Neanderthal meet Cro-Magnon man.
By some mutual subliminal signal, the 2 men stopped trying to fracture each other's hands.
Call me Red.
Red. Yes. Thank you.
Farid turned toward Lyons and James, and Burdick flexed his fingers to bring the blood back into his hand. He closed the door. Ghulam Farid's green eyes measured Lyons.
You are in command while Stryker is in Kashmir?
Yeah, that's about it.
You have weapons?
We have some prepositioned here in the embassy armory, but we haven't armed up, and we don't quite know our mission parameters yet. I'm hoping you can give us a debriefing on the situation. Our information has been sketchy, and we've been in transit for nearly a day and a half.
My armory is open to you. Under General Hussein's authority, I am authorized to requisition anything you require. You may ask me anything you wish. However, questions that broach Pakistani national security, I must clear with the General.
Understood, Captain, and thank you. Cal, you and Red take our friend downstairs and get him some coffee. I need to make a couple of calls.
Lyons turned the monitor back on, and Kurtzman's face filled the screen.
So, is Captain Farid as big as he sounds?
He's a freaking human wall. But it's good to have King Kong and Godzilla on your side. What's the situation on your end?
Stryker is in Srinagar. He hasn't got back to me since he checked in at the capital, but I've been informed by General Hussein that Captain Makhdoom has. Makhdoom is pursuing leads using a contact he has in the local constabulary. They're looking for strangulation-style killings. It's a hell of a long shot in a war zone like that, but it's all we have at the moment.
How solid are the Pakistani allies of ours?
General Hussein is a real yahoo and a wild card to boot, but so far the man has come up aces for us in the support department. According to Stryker, Makhdoom and Farid are rock solid.
Where is Stryker now, exactly?
Makhdoom was born in Srinagar, and he seems to have a lot of contacts. He and Stryker rented a houseboat on Lake Dal called Persian Gulf. I've been waiting for him to make contact. Meantime, we have a safe house set up for you downtown. Once you get there, we can...
Lyons' head snapped backward. His eyes flared as his carotid arteries cinched shut. Battle instincts took over, and he instantly dropped and went for the shoulder throw. His vision exploded in agony as whatever was behind him countered the maneuver with a knee to his kidney. Kurtzman watched Lyons across the video link as he staggered and flailed like a drunk, his face unmistakably purpling from strangulation. The force behind Lyons shoved him into the desk. He was pinned front and back and could get no leverage for a kick or a strike. The able team leader seized the flat-screen monitor and swung Kurtzman's image back over his shoulder. Lyons dropped the shattered remnants of the computer monitor and used the moment's slack in the strangling cord to pivot. Strangling again, Lyons' legs corkscrewed themselves against the floor as his hips torqued. Lyons was body checked back against the desk again. His throat was brutally yanked to one side as his hands clawed for a pair of scissors and missed. Against his will, he was spun away from the desk. The knee came into his back again, with blinding force. Lyons' vision began to go black. His hands found the shape of a human arm, and he tried to get purchase for a wrist break, but the enemy was locked in, and pressure around his throat was implacable. Lyons clawed for a face, but the reach was awkward, and all his hands found was an invisible, shimmering softness. Lyons' knees buckled as his brain began to die.
Iron Man!
Burdick stormed through the door. He moved straight at Lyons, scooping up a heavy oak chair with ridiculous ease along the way. The pressure on Lyons' throat suddenly eased. Lyons threw himself backward. His back met the shape of legs and hips, and for a moment he had his assassin pinned against the desk.
Stop, Carl!
The chair came down. Lyons let himself collapse forward onto his hands. The window in front of the desk shattered outward. Burdick stood, holding a pair of broken chair legs. He tossed one away and retained the other. He knelt beside Lyons while his eyes scanned the room.
You all right?
Yeah. What did you see?
Fareed got a call in his cell. General Hussein wants to meet within the hour, and Calvin sent me back to tell you. Out in the hall, I heard some banging around and a shout. I came in and found you flailing around the room like you were having a conniption. Then you reached back and your hands disappeared. That's when I figured it out and rearranged the furniture.
Glad you did.
I saw a pair of legs and feet go out the window, ass over tea kettle.
What's out there now?
Burdick leaned out the third-story shattered window.
Nothing. There's nothing out there at all except some garbage cans. Jesus. Invisible fucking assassins. I really didn't believe it when you told me.
Lyons picked up Burdick's discarded chair leg and tried to get up. His knees wobbled, and Burdick grabbed his arm and hauled him to his feet.
You know, there could be 100 of those fuckers here in the embassy, and we'd never know it.
I was just thinking that myself.
Lyons bent and picked up 3 feet of thick, gray, silky material that lay upon the floor. He ran it through his fingers and found the lump in the middle that had nearly cracked his larynx. He worked the lump with his thumb and forefinger, and a shiny metal disc came up out of a slit in the fabric. The disc was a very old, heavy, silver rupee coin.
You seen that before?
Yeah, I've seen it before. I've got to call Bear.
Lyons suddenly straightened. The enemy had been right in the room with them, had heard every word that had passed between him and the computer expert. If they were clever at all, they would have been transmitting.
We've got to get hold of Stryker.
Lake Dahl. Bolan watched the sun set over the lake. The bloody sunset turned the waters of the lake purple, and the mountains behind it into a fire of pink alpenglow. There was a reason why travelers had been mystified by the beauty of Kashmir for thousands of years. There were reasons why every famous Indian actor in Bollywood had kept a palatial houseboat on one of the lakes. Bolan considered the police files they had gotten from Inspector Sattar. Last month's murder rate alone formed a mountain on the table. There was a reason why the famous and wealthy of India had taken their money and gone to the beaches of Goa in the past 10 years. Many of the houseboats were unrented, and the hotels were filled with Indian Army officers. Kashmir was a bloodbath, and there was no end in sight. The houseboat Persian Gulf was palatial. With the tourist trade all but dead, they had gotten it cheaply. A few rupees more had gotten them a speedboat and a couple of wave-runner personal watercraft attached to it. Bolan turned from the rail and the setting sun. Makhdoom sat on the sofa, sifting through the mound of reports. The majority were hand-typed and in Urdu or Hindi. Without a computer and translation software, there was little he could do to help. Bolan sat by the sofa and unslung his weapon. He shook his head at the weapon. Bolan ran a hand over his weapon. The best work of the smiths stayed at home, but Makhdoom had connections. Makhdoom had acquired handguns and heavier weapons as well, and had them in place at the houseboat on arrival.
Here.
Bolan glanced up as the captain tapped a photograph from the file in front of him.
I have found a third case of strangulation.
Bolan leaned over. A naked man lay on the stones of the lake shore. His flesh was bloated and blue. Bolan could tell from the photo that the victim had been underwater for some time. The mottling around his throat was still very evident despite his decomposition.
What does the report say?
Yes? It is for you.
Stryker.
We've been trying to get hold of you for hours. The satellite exchange here is nuts.
What have you got?
What we got was hit, right here in the embassy. Someone came in like Casper the Friendly Ghost. I nearly got ended right in the middle of the secure communications room. Advise you assume your location is compromised.
How long ago was this?
About 4 hours. Like I said, getting a call through anywhere through all these mountains and valleys on a good day is nuts, and Pakistani telephone exchange is right out of the Stone Age. Where are you now?
Here on the boat. The lake is beautiful.
Just you and the captain?
Yeah.
You armed?
Oh, yeah.
Stryker, you have got to assume one or more of these assholes is on the boat with you right now. And I mean like 2 feet away, waiting for one of you to go to the bathroom or take a nap. Get the hell out of there.
I understand. We're gonna do some research here and catch some Z's. I'll get back to you in the morning. You want some tea? I'm gonna make some tea.
No. I am fine.
Makhdoom peered closely at Bolan, clearly wondering why he wasn't sharing what had been said on the phone. Bolan slung his weapon again and rose from the couch. He walked into the kitchen. The houseboat wasn't the largest on the lake, but it was opulently appointed. Bolan put on a kettle to boil and then opened a couple of cabinets until he found what he was looking for. He walked back into the central room of the houseboat with 3 small sacks of flour in his hand. He clicked the switch on the ceiling fan to full with his elbow on the way in.
What kind of tea do you like?
I told you, I do not wish any tea.
I recommend the Schmeisser.
What?
Makhdoom's hand went toward his weapon instinctively. Bolan flung the flour sacks toward the ceiling fan in the middle of the cavernous central room.
Bismillah!
The room became an instant snowstorm. Makhdoom rose, his eyes flaring as if he thought Bolan were insane. Bolan pointed his weapon directly at him. Casper the Friendly Ghost had literally risen up behind the captain, billowing outward like a powdered jellyfish in the fallout. The shape of a strangling cord made a smoking line through the air as it whipped for Makhdoom's throat.
Makhdoom, down!
The fantastical shape collapsed to the floor. Bolan's eyes traveled toward the ceiling and the deck above.
There may be more of them.
I don't think so. I think they would have joined in if there were, but I'm willing to bet we're under observation. I have a hunch that they'll probably go to Plan B.
Plan B? What is Plan B?
From what little I know, the followers of Kali won't spill blood. It's taboo, and it ruins the acceptability of any sacrifice. Spilling blood, except in certain ritual circumstances, makes the thuggy who did it profane.
Yes, I see. And as we have seen, they are not above getting others to stain their hands for them.
That's right.
You think we are going to get hit again?
I would say almost immediately. Hear those boats?
Bolan went to the walk-in closet and pulled out a B-40 rocket launcher. He handed the weapon to Mack Bolan and took out the second. Bolan tossed Mack Bolan a reload. The two soldiers walked to the patio rail of the houseboat. A pair of speedboats were flying past the docks out to where the Persian Gulf was anchored. Bolan shouldered the rocket launcher.
Give them a few bursts from your gun. Suck them in.
Mack Bolan unlocked the folding metal stock of his submachine gun and aimed out across the lake.
Here they come!
Bolan lay prone as the distance closed. At 30 yards, he popped up on one knee. Ignoring the high-powered rifles chewing the Persian Gulf's interior apart, he lined up his sights. The speedboat began to peel away at 20 yards as the second boat began its run. Bolan estimated the speed at 45 miles per hour and led the prow of the speedboat by about 5 yards as he squeezed the trigger. The speedboat's throttles were full forward, and it continued on across the lake at full speed, burning, spinning out of control. The second speedboat peeled off well out of range. Mack Bolan fired a long burst from his weapon to help speed them on their way.
They'll be back. We need to secure the bodies and get to shore. I will contact Sattar and have him meet us with 12 men. Then...
No time!
In the cabin, most everything above 4 feet in height was riddled with bullet holes. The draperies in the sofa were already burning from the rocket's launch. A houseboat a little larger than Persian Gulf was chugging toward them across the waters. Bolan listened a moment to the sound of its engines. Outrunning them was out of the question. Mack Bolan joined him, cradling the two B-40 launchers. He had reloaded Bolan's tube. He handed off the weapons.
They do not seem to be in a hurry.
No, I bet they're talking to the guys on the surviving speedboat.
Telling them we have rockets.
That's what I'm thinking.
The surviving speedboat cruised in a large arc some 800 yards away. Bolan shouldered his weapon and waited. His worst suspicions were confirmed as the oncoming houseboat came to a halt 150 yards away.
How do they know the range?
That cloaked guy watched us unload our ordnance. He probably sent a full report.
Bastard.
Yeah.
Bolan stepped out onto the back deck and shouldered his weapon. He aimed it up into a high arc and pulled the trigger. Rocket exhaust seared the deck, and the anti-tank grenade ascended upward on a tail of fire. Bolan grimaced as the rocket fell 5 yards short and formed a geyser as it detonated into the lake.
Damn!
The opposing houseboat chugged in a deep circling motion and brought its starboard broadside to Persian Gulf. Like a wooden ship from the days of sails, the houseboat threw open the 3 wooden shutters along its starboard like gun hatches. The muzzles of 3 KPV Russian heavy machine guns rolled forward to point accusingly at the other houseboat.
Down! How many more rockets do we have?
3!
Fire one at them in 30 seconds. The second the same. Do whatever you want with the third.
Fine! And just what are you going to do?
Bolan began stripping off his baggy garments.
I'm gonna swim over and board them.
You are mad! What about our speedboat? The wave runners!
Our invisible friend will have already disabled them.
Bolan slung his MP-40 across one shoulder and his bag of spare magazines across the other. He crawled to one of the bedrooms and beneath the window.
Where's the speedboat?
Circling to port side! Toward you!
The executioner flung open the window and slid over the side. The cold mountain waters of Lake Dal clenched Bolan's naked flesh. The sun was setting behind the enemy boat. He would have to surface at least once and would have to hope his head was lost in the glare. Bolan passed back beneath Persian Gulf and stroked smoothly toward the enemy boat. He began running out of air much too swiftly. Bolan counted seconds and kept kicking. His lungs were fire in his chest, but he forced himself to stroke ahead another few seconds. He kicked to the surface and breached as lightly as he could. The rocket arced through the air and fell toward the enemy boat. Bolan didn't wait to see where it would land. Bolan dived back down into the dark waters. The water ahead lit up orange for a brief moment. Bolan swam directly toward the flash of light. His vision shadowed as his brain became starved for air. As he rose, he could see the dark bulk of the houseboat above him and the stuttering strobe of the heavy machine guns. Bolan grabbed the side of the houseboat and wearily worked his way toward the rear deck. He needed time to steady himself, but if Mack Bolan was still alive, he was probably hiding in Persian Gulf's bilge by now. Bolan unlocked the folding stock of his weapon. Bolan heaved himself over the rail. It was time to act. Bolan dashed inside. Bolan tossed away his weapon and yanked a dead gunner out of his seat. One of the crew from the next weapon over looked up in shock as a naked American elevated the KPV's 4.5-foot barrel and traversed down and around to bring the muzzle level with its sister weapons. Bolan depressed the trigger. Bolan scooped up his MP40 and clicked in a fresh magazine. A man with a pair of binoculars swung down from the rooftop to see why the firing had stopped and where all the smoke was coming from. He saw the cabin woodwork was burning. It was the last thing he saw. Bolan heard the creak from the deck above and raised his weapon to the ceiling. Bolan swiftly made a recon of the rest of the houseboat. He climbed up on the rail and peered across the roof. A man with a pistol lay unmoving. The speedboat was pulling away into the sunset at top speed. Persian Gulf was a full-on inferno. Bolan was pleased as a figure suddenly burst onto the fiery deck and flung himself into the lake. Bolan watched their old houseboat burn down to the waterline as Mack Bolan swam toward their new one. They were definitely going to lose the deposit. U.S. Embassy, Islamabad.
You ready?
James Burdick and Farid nodded. They were going into Kashmir as a cable news crew to link up with Bolan. They were dressed as civilians, but they were armed to the teeth. The CIA station chief at the embassy had provided them with a van, camera equipment, and all the right papers. Still, driving across the border was going to be difficult. Lyons rolled his eyes. Last-minute door knocks were like phone calls at 4 a.m. It never meant anything good. He raised a bemused eyebrow as something good came through the door. It was a stunning redhead. A man followed her. He wore plain clothes, but the way he carried himself screamed Special Forces soldier. Lyons remembered Kurtzman's report he'd read on the flight and extended his hand.
Dr. Austenford.
The woman took Lyons' hand and shook it once. She glanced at his team.
You're the team commander?
Yes, ma'am. That would be me.
She gestured to the man flanking her.
This is Corporal Vishal Patel, 75th Regiment.
The man accompanying the doctor had obviously been chosen for his physical appearance, probably his language skills, and the fact that he knew which end of an M4 carbine was the business end.
I'm Iron Man. That's Chicago, Big Red, and...
My name is Farid.
Patel kept his poker face, but clearly wasn't happy. Iron Man and his team stank of deep, dark, and spooky operations, which he abhorred. Dr. Austenford didn't look pleased either.
I have been assured of your team's full cooperation.
We aim to please.
I want personnel reports on every member of your team and their qualifications. I want a similar report on this operative Stryker, as well as a situation report on everything that's happened within the last 48 hours.
I can debrief you on the last 48 hours. Personnel reports are on a need-to-know basis.
I need to know. And my orders come straight from the President.
So do mine. When I receive verified orders to reveal personnel files, it will be my pleasure to deliver them to you.
Give me 5 minutes.
Take all the time you want.
Corporal Patel set a suitcase on the desk and opened it to reveal a secure communications link. He had it fully operational with the oiled speed of long practice. Austin Ford took a seat, put on a headphone set, and began rapidly typing. She typed responses to whatever she was being told with machine gun speed. She suddenly shot up straighter in her seat, and her eyes flicked to Lyons. Her fingers began hammering the keyboard with more vigor. Her hands froze as she went rigid. She punched a final key and slammed the link shut. Lyons kept the smile off of his face through force of will.
How else may I assist you, Doctor?
I would like that situation report typed and in my hand within half an hour. I'll read it on the way to Kashmir.
The doctor and the soldier left the room.
Whoo! You pissed her off, but good.
Yeah.
Lyons wasn't laughing. There was now a serious new wrinkle in the plan. He believed he already knew what the lay of the land was going to be. The president wanted the Pakistani nukes found. Austin Ford and the Pentagon wanted the light-transferring textile technology. It was a double agenda, and double agendas sucked. It was just such situations that got civilian scientists put in charge and led to international incidents and goat screws of monumental proportions. Lyons knew what had to be done. It was very simple. Search and destroy. Find the Kali cultists, open a can of whoop-ass on them, and everything would fall into place. But he doubted whether the Pentagon could be convinced of such a rational plan. He needed to get on the horn with Kurtzman, ASAP. Burdick reached into the mini-fridge and found a bottle of Kingfisher ale.
You should never piss off a redhead.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Burdick twisted off the non-twist cap.
They're stubborn, vengeful, controlling, and have long-ass memories. Trust me, I know.
Embassy parking garage. Dr. Austin Ford sat in the open back door of the CIA-supplied van. She jerked upright as Lyons appeared at her left elbow.
Sorry I startled you.
Lyons stepped back as two shapes lunged protectively on either side of the doctor, baring their fangs.
Sadie! Shotzi, sit!
The dogs vibrated with aggression, but rooted their butts to the bed of the van.
Down.
The dogs lay down and rested their heads on their paws.
Settle.
The two dogs rolled over, and the doctor rubbed their bellies.
Are you my good dogs? Are you my babies?
The two dogs shuddered like squids beneath the doctor's hands. Lyons smiled at the control the doctor showed over her animals. Sadie appeared to be some kind of Rottweiler German Shepherd mix. Shotzi was a giant schnauzer with bristling mustache, beard, and eyebrows of a Napoleonic hussar.
Countermeasures?
Our front line of defense. Cameras can be fooled, sensors can be jammed. You can play tricks on the human eye, but a dog's nose, now that is just about the most sophisticated sensor on Earth. Whoever these assholes are, they're not ready for Shotzi and Sadie.
Lyons suddenly decided he didn't want to be on the good doctor's bad side.
Listen, I think you and I got off to a bad start.
Oh, we sure did.
Austin Ford stood. Lyons had to admit to himself the woman had command presence, and he wasn't used to women tall enough to nearly look him in the eye.
But sooner or later, I rub everybody wrong, usually from the get-go. You like my dogs?
Very much.
I have more.
She pulled out an aluminum suitcase and flipped the latches. She took out one of about 24 thin metal tubes, about as big as a beer bottle.
Know what these are?
Lyons took the cylinder and noted the pin and cotter lever.
These are paint grenades. Banks sometimes put them in money bags during transport. If the wrong person opens the bag, the grenade detonates and sprays non-soluble paint in all directions, permanently staining the money and the perpetrators for future identification.
Very good, Mr. Iron Man. These have been modified to work like a hand grenade. Pull the pin and toss it to mark anyone or anything you think might be in a room that you can't see. Just make sure you're outside of the 5-yard marking radius, or you're going to have a Smurf blue complexion for a very long time. I've also had some 40mm grenade versions worked up for the standard US grenade launcher.
Lady, I thought only me and a few people like me had access to toys like this.
I work for the Future Warrior program, mate. I've got toys you wouldn't believe.
What else you got?
A few other weapons you might be interested in. Listen, we have to work together. I'm a controlling kind of gal, I admit it. But I've been informed that I don't have to know who you are. All I need to do is thank God I've got you on my side.
I appreciate that, and I'll be truthful. I don't like going into combat with civilians. Stryker has already been hit about half a dozen times. I nearly got whacked right in the embassy. You sure you want to go into a combat zone?
I have to. We have to find the nukes, and we have to find out the identity of the enemy using light-transferring textiles. If their stuff is as good as we think it is, it could affect the balance of power in land warfare and special operations in favor of our enemies for the next half-century.
I can appreciate that.
But
can you shoot?
Did I mention I'm a director on the Future Warrior program? I get to play with all the toys.
Srinagar. Bolan regretted the 24 hours of downtime, but it had done him a world of good. He had actually grabbed 3 square meals and a full 8 hours of shut-eye. The fact remained that they had lost all the police files from Inspector Sattar and the bodies of the 3 thuggees and their light-transferring technology when the Persian Gulf had burned and sunk. They were back to square one.
Who is it?
Iron Man. You decent, Stryker?
Bolan lowered the muzzle of his submachine gun.
Come ahead.
Lions came in, followed by a small army, including 2 dogs. He was glad to see Calvin James and Ghulam Farid. Bolan's eyebrows rose slightly at the sight of Burdick.
You pulled Red for this one?
You said you needed backup. I brought the biggest backup I could find.
Bolan rose and extended a hand.
Been a long time, Red.
Good to see you in the pink, Stryker.
How's your Hindi, big man?
The man is uncanny.
2 men of South Asian descent stood beside a nearly 6-foot knockout. The woman wore a long dress and shawl of local manufacture, and a scarf over her head like a respectable local woman. She stripped the scarf away to reveal hair several shades of bloodier red than Burdick's.
This is Dr. Austenford, our invisibility specialist. This man was tagged by Special Operations Command to assist with the mission. Corporal Patel is Army Rangers, demolition specialist.
Patel held out his hand.
Call me Ramrod. My friends do.
The doctor was measuring Bolan. She seemed to like what she saw.
I'm glad to finally meet you. All I've been getting are cryptic reports with the name Stryker on them.
I like your dogs. That's an excellent idea.
Oh, you don't know the half of it.
The dog snapped to attention.
Shotzi! Sadie!
She pointed at Bolan and Makdoum.
Friends. Search. Sweep.
The dogs loped through the house in a sniffing pattern of every room. Bolan was impressed. The dogs now knew the scent of everyone on the team and identified them as pack members. Anyone they sniffed out sitting invisibly in a corner was very likely to get ripped apart.
Quite a little army you have here. What do you intend to do with it?
I don't know yet. Invade India?
I have been wanting to invade India for a long time.
A short while later, Bolan was checking his gear. Lyons had brought him a full war load along with Austenford's highly modified equipment from the labs of the Future Warrior Center.
2 teams. Iron Man, you keep your team the way it is. Work the news team gig for whatever it's worth. Take one of the dogs. I don't know how you'll explain her. CNN mascot, whatever, but the enemy will most likely lair their next attack, and you'll need that dog's nose. I'll stick with Makdoum and Farid. We're going to try to look like locals and see what we can find. Doctor, you keep your man close and go with whichever of us you think is getting you where you need to be.
Fine.
We're going to try to get hold of copies of the police files we got from Inspector Sattar. We had a couple of leads, but they went down with the ship. I have a question for you, Doctor. Are you sure this isn't something that escaped out of your lab?
All I have to go on is that fragment you acquired in Rawalpindi. But on that alone, I would have to say that our lab hasn't been breached. We've just been flat out topped. Someone out there is several steps ahead of us. While we're asking questions, are you really sure about this Kali connection?
We have the same M.O. We have a couple of abandoned places of worship and one witness, recently deceased, who corroborated it. The enemy risked a great deal to take out our witness. We haven't found any four-armed idols yet, but my gut instinct is yes, it's a Kali cult.
I'm having a hard time believing in some fanatic Hindu cult stealing nuclear weapons from Muslim countries and getting their hands on light-transferring textile technology that is a generation ahead of the stuff in our labs.
Positively anomalous, isn't it? Can you shed any light on it, Cal?
Well, to begin with, not all Thuggies were Hindus. The cult is believed to have originated in the Bengal region, where there is a large Muslim population. Large numbers of Muslims converted to the Kali cult over the centuries. The Thuggies often use passwords and secret signs based on Islam. Greetings, Ali, my brother, is one of the more traditionally well-known. There were others, most based on the Islamic prophet Ali. Shiite Muslims hold Ali as one of the highest prophets. So do the Ismaili assassins of Persia. Not surprisingly, the largest concentration of Ismailis left is in India. Of course, tens of thousands of Muslims fled East Pakistan when it was overthrown by the Hindus and became Bangladesh. Most of them moved to Pakistan. Judging by what we've seen, I'd say a significant number of Kali cultists followed the migration. I'm thinking we have active chapters of Kali on both sides of the Indian subcontinent.
On your mission, didn't the cultists have a charismatic leader?
Oh yeah, but he was a fake. A gangly little guy, but he had the gift of gab, and he could make people believe.
If the Kali cult is suddenly active again, using modern gear and stealing nuclear weapons, something or someone must have energized it.
A new leader.
Yeah, I'm talking full-on messianic figure. If he exists, there must be rumors of him, at least on the street level.
You're talking street level like on the streets of Calcutta?
Yeah, I don't know how much more we can get done here. Even if we can get copies of those reports, I'm thinking everyone involved will have cleared out by now and taken the weapons with them.
Makhdoom, did you get hold of Sadr yet?
No. He is not answering his phone at police headquarters. At the desk, they say they have not seen him. He has not answered his cell phone in 4 hours.
You know where he lives?
Yes, I do.
Let's roll.
It was too quiet. Bolan ran his thermal imaging sight over the yard. Nothing showed up. Nothing was moving. The two teams had met up at Inspector Sattar's house with the dogs. The inspector lived in a suburb near the Jhelum River. The ground was marshy, and the little streets were lined with water-loving trees. His house was set back to one side near the edge of a cul-de-sac. It had the street to its front and the river to its back. There were no streetlights to speak of away from the center of downtown. Bolan didn't like it.
Nice place for an ambush.
Makhdoom, what do you think?
The Pakistani stared unblinkingly at the house.
I fear for my friend.
Ramrod, what have you got on the east?
Nothing moving, Striker.
Red, what have you got on the river?
Nothing, Striker. River is quiet.
What do you think?
I'm interested in what Sadie and Shotzi think.
He took the dog's leads and handed Sadie's to Makhdoom.
The captain and I are going in. Cover us.
Bolan and Makhdoom left the cover of the van and crept forward under the starlight. They took the low wall surrounding the front of the house, then crouched in the shadow of the wall for long moments, listening.
Sadie, Shotzi, search, sweep.
The dogs ran a search pattern around the front yard. Bolan waited until they came back wagging their tails before he approached the front door.
Do it.
Bolan stepped with the muzzle of his weapon in front of him. He flicked the light switch and nothing happened. He pressed the thumb switch on his carbine and the mounted light burst into life.
He had a wife and children?
Yes, but he sent them away yesterday to stay with relatives in Baramulla.
Chicago, what do you have out on the street?
No movement, Striker. Quiet. Real quiet.
Ramrod, Red, take the back door. Fareed, cover them.
Bolan and the captain stood shoulder to shoulder and waited.
We're at the back door.
Come on in, then hold position.
Affirmative, Striker.
Shotzi, Sadie, search and sweep.
The dogs ran across the living room, sniffing in all directions, and then disappeared down the hall.
Striker, K-9 team has made contact.
We're coming ahead.
Wait. Come ahead slow. Something's up with the dogs.
Bolan stopped in the hallway. Shotzi and Sadie were moving their heads back and forth at the closed door to the master bedroom. Bolan's nose wrinkled at a faint smell he had become all too familiar with in his life.
Shit.
He kicked the door open. The stench of death washed into the hall. Makhdum's light played on what was left of his friend. It was the first time Bolan had seen a calling card left by the goddess of death. Her image had been painted on the wall. Kali's red eyes seemed to fall upon you wherever you stood in the room. There was a dark blood staining Kali's lips, tongue, and breasts. 2 of the human hands that formed her skirt were real and had been affixed to the painting with nails. The corpse she danced upon was real and lacked both of its hands and its head. The painted hand of Kali held up Inspector Sattar's head as a bloody trophy where it had been nailed.
If Allah wills it, there shall be a reckoning.
Street is still quiet, Stryker. What's your situation?
We're too late. The enemy got here first.
Damn. Is it bad?
It's bad. Iron Man, you need to come in and bring the forensics kit from the van. I need fingerprints, paint samples, the works, and we don't have much time.
I'm on it.
Makhdum, you all right?
No, I am not all right. Do you know the word Badal?
It's a Pashtun word. It means revenge.
Not entirely. It is more than just revenge.
Makhdum gazed long upon the bloody goddess adorning the wall and the bloody trophy she held.
Badal means one's obligation to avenge.
I didn't know you were a Pathan.
My family moved to Srinagar 2 generations before I was born. Pashtunwali ruled our lives in the mountains of the north. In Kashmir, my family became sophisticated city people, but we never forgot that we are Pathans. Before the Prophet Muhammad, all praises unto him, there was the Pashtunwali, and always will there be until the end of time, or until the end of the Pathan people.
Badal, then.
Yes. Badal.
Lyons entered the room with his forensics kit. He took in the horrific scene with a single stone-faced glance. Then the former LAPD detective went to work collecting evidence.
Stryker.
What have you got?
I don't know. Something. Maybe nothing. I don't know.
What did you see?
Movement, maybe. At the river's edge. I don't see anything now, but with these shitheads we're dealing with.
Hold your position. Chicago, can you see red?
Got him covered. How do you want... Wait.
What is it?
Vehicle coming down the road. 2 of them. Civilian cars. They have light bar, Stryker, police vehicles.
This is gonna be fun to explain.
If it's really the police.
Bolan ran the possibilities. The enemy were deceivers. They could be wolves in cops' clothing. But if the enemy was invisibly watching the house, it was they who could have called the police just to mess with Bolan and his team. Lyons was right. Their weapons, their presence, and ritual sacrifice would be real fun to explain to the Indian authorities.
Red, hold position. Ramrod, I need you here. Chicago, cover me. Makhdum, we're Americans, but you're Pakistani Special Forces. If this goes sour, we're an international incident, but you'll most likely be shot as a spy. Link up with Red and pull a fade on the river if this goes official.
The captain clearly didn't like it, but he nodded and moved toward the back of the house.
Stryker, they're pulling up beside the van. 2 vehicles, 8 men getting out. Big guys, wearing turbans. They look like Sikhs.
Bolan and Ramrod walked back through and out of the house with just their pistols tucked beneath their shirts. The 8 men had surrounded the van. One man was tapping on the window with his 5-foot fighting stick made of rattan. It was the traditional billy club of India and lethal in trained hands. Austenford was smiling, shaking her head and not opening the door.
Can we be of some assistance?
The Sikhs turned. Bolan could see the police badges they wore on chains around their necks. A very large, bearded man in a turban loomed over Bolan.
And who are you?
A guest of Chief Inspector Sattar's.
I'm Inspector Arjun Singh. We had reports of a disturbance at the inspector's house, an anonymous report. He is not answering his phone. Now we find strangers on the premises. You can understand our concern.
Of course. We are concerned ourselves. We haven't been able to contact him either.
The inspector is not here?
No.
Perhaps we should look inside.
Very well.
These guys aren't Sikhs. I don't think they're cops either.
Bolan spun. A man viciously lunged his lathi like a bayonet at Bolan's solar plexus. Bolan stepped forward and slammed his boot into his attacker's shin. His right hand pistoned into the man's solar plexus a split second later. The man threw up and fell as his xiphoid process broke and perforated his diaphragm. Bolan knelt and swung his fist up like a ball and chain between the legs of a third attacker. The executioner continued the move, standing and lifting his opponent up into a fireman's carry. He flung the attacker into his comrades. A strangling cord whipped around the big American's throat and cinched tight. His attacker pressed a knee into Bolan's back to tighten the hold. The soldier reached back and found the strangler's hand. He pried his attacker's thumbs. The knee slipped from Bolan's back, and he whipped the back of his head into his attacker's face. He ripped the cord from his attacker's mangled hands and drove his foot into the side of his knee. The crippled assassin fell. Two men with sticks rushed Bolan. Austin Ford shoved her silenced PPK forward. Another man swung his stick like a baseball bat toward Bolan's head. Bolan lunged as the stick blurred for his temple. He seized the man's wrists and torqued his hips. The deceiver flew over his shoulder and into the van. Austin Ford shot the last opponent in the temple. Bolan surveyed the crippled and killed at his feet.
Chicago, what do we have on the street?
Nothing moving but you and yours, Stryker.
Red, how are we doing on the river?
I'm linked up with McDoom. I don't see anything moving, but I don't like it. Something's wrong. Stryker.
What?
The trunks of the cars.
Bolan whirled on the two sedans the fake policeman had driven. Both trunks were open. Bolan and Ramrod went back to back. The Invisible had just made an appearance. Austin Ford raised a whistle to her lips and blew. Sadie and Shotzi came blasting out of the house at full gallop.
Sadie, Shotzi, get some! Get some! Get some!
Shotzi, the giant schnauzer, bore down on Bolan. She veered off at the last second and lunged to Bolan's right. The dog slammed into something and appeared to hang flailing in space with its teeth clenched around something invisible. Sadie attacked as well. The dogs fell to the ground, savaging whatever lay beneath them, and a pair of feet and legs suddenly flailed into view. Boston slammed down the steel slide of his Beretta. The invisible figure stopped struggling.
Stryker, look out! The car!
Although no one appeared to be behind the wheel, the car roared into gear and leaped forward. Bolan heaved up the unconscious body beneath him and staggered to put the van between himself and the oncoming car. The car ran over its former occupants without a qualm. The sedan smashed into the front corner of the van. The car fishtailed past, bullets striking sparks off the hood as James engaged from the roof. Bolan opened the passenger door of the van and threw in his suspect. The sedan screamed around in a circle at the end of the cul-de-sac and revved up to ramming speed. Bolan and Patel leveled their weapons. Bolan waited to the last moment, watching the car's tires to see which way it was going to go. The car jinked left, and Patel went to dive out of the way.
Patel!
The sedan became nothing but taillights in the distance.
We're blown at this location. We are extracting.
Bolan headed for the van.
Austinford, you all right?
I'll live.
Austin Ford had been inside when the van had been hit. Her scalp was bleeding, but she had already slid behind the driver's seat. The front bumper was crumpled, but the engine started when she turned the key. Burdick, Farid, Ramrod, and Makhdoom came pounding around from the back of the house. Lyons came out the front a moment later. They piled into the van with the dogs.
Look at that!
Bolan looked. Someone was visibly sprawled in the passenger seat. The slumped form of a man in a silver-gray monk's robe sprawled unconscious. Whatever had powered his light-transferring textile garment had cut out. The doctor pulled the van around. James came loping out of the darkness and leaped through the sliding door. Kashmir.
You're in trouble, shithead.
The captured Thuggee flinched back as far from Burdick as his bonds allowed. He was a large man with huge hands. He had the dark skin and aquiline features of a Dravidian from the south of India. His brow was a massive raised welt where Bolan had pistol-whipped him.
Perhaps we should give him to General Hussein. He delights in these sorts of activities.
Bolan didn't want Burdick to beat the man into oblivion, and Bolan had little use for battery acid and jumper cables or the people who employed them in interrogations. He nodded to James.
You ready?
The former Navy SEAL medic tapped the bubble out of a syringe.
Let's do it.
The captive was securely bound, and with Burdick and Farid holding him down, he might as well have been locked in a vice.
You're gonna sing like a bird.
I, who have heard the nightingale singing in paradise.
Everyone turned as the prisoner spoke for the first time.
What is that to one who has tasted the sweetness of Kali?
James expressed a slight amount of fluid from the syringe, and a faint garlicky smell filled the room. The former SEAL medic slid the needle into the captive's arm and injected him with 500 cc's of thiopentyl sodium. The Thuggee watched the proceedings with amusement. Bolan watched the man's eyes. He doubted the man was going to reveal where the nukes were or give up his organization. But Calvin James was a master. Bolan had every hope that over the course of a friendly conversation, Calvin could make the man slip up and give out some important clues.
How do you feel?
I feel fine.
Not quite the sweetness of Kali, huh?
No, to feel Kali's embraces, to know all, to be all. What do you know of Kali?
She's a soul sister. Black like me.
Bolan suppressed a smile. Another way to get someone talking was to piss them off.
Kali is dark as night, dark as the sea at night. Look upon the sea from a distance, and it is dark and girds the world. Approach the sea, and it is clear and colorless at your feet. Try to hold it in your hands. It is formless. You cannot hold it. You cannot truly see it. But you can step into it. Let it envelop you. Drown in its majesty and become a part of it. Such is Kali.
Beautiful metaphor.
It is not metaphor. It is the truth. The sea can also be a dark destroyer, unstoppable, rending all the works of man. We live in the fourth cycle, the dark age, the end time. Now is the time of Kali.
I don't like it. This guy's way too salty.
Yeah.
Bolan watched the captive's eyes, and he didn't like what he saw. Most people at least initially tried to clam up and fight the drug. The Thuggee was utterly relaxed, and his eyes were clear, despite the fact that he was drugged, bound in a cellar in a Muslim safe house in Kashmir, and surrounded by his enemies.
We had little time to prepare, Inspector Sutter. You all shall feel the sweet pain of sacrifice as Kali takes your flesh and souls.
Makhdum's knuckles cracked as he made fists. Bolan put a restraining hand on the captain's shoulder. The Thuggee's eyes slid to Bolan's. There was genuine power in the man's dark gaze. Bolan gazed back impassively.
You, Dark One, however, shall taste the sweetness of Kali.
James shot Bolan a quick, grim look.
Kali has 4 hands. In one hand she holds the severed head of sacrifice. So shall you 4 be. 2 arms she holds out to her worshippers. In that exalted embrace shall you find yourself.
I say we give him to Hussein and his secret police. They'll take care of him.
In Kali's 4th hand, she holds a sword. I am that sword.
The Thuggee bowed his head. His eyes crossed and his terrible gaze regarded a place between his eyebrows.
Behold!
The muscles of the Thuggee's exposed arms contracted like cables across his bones.
Shit!
Free of his bonds, the Thuggee rose. Farid threw his arms around the man in a bear hug. The Thuggee snapped his shoulders contemptuously and sent Farid flying backward. Burdick was closest as the rest of the team converged. The big Marine hurled all of his 300 pounds behind a wild left-hand lead. The man didn't blink. His head moved all of an inch with the force of the blow. He slapped Burdick across the chest. Burdick's barrel chest folded and he collapsed to the floor. James blurred into his attack before the Thuggee could pull back his hand. The prisoner caught James's spear hand before it could hit his throat, and his huge hand squeezed. The bones of Calvin James's left hand broke in the Thuggee's grip. The Phoenix Force warrior swung his right hand around like an axe in a killing blow to the temple. The Thuggee released the broken hand and backhanded him to the floor. Makhdoom hit the Indian in a flying tackle. The Thuggee pivoted and flung him into Farid. The prisoner turned for his final prey. He found himself staring into the cold black muzzle of a Beretta 93R machine pistol. The Thuggee's eyes were still crossed and staring into whatever terrible place he was drawing his power. The Thuggee's crossed eyes suddenly regarded a bloody black hole between his eyebrows. Iron Man came through with his automatic shotgun in his hand and ramrod right behind him. Lyons surveyed the scene and then looked at Bolan.
Problem? Yeah, we lost our suspect.
Makhdoom rose shakily and hauled Farid to his feet. He gazed with great foreboding at the dead Thuggee.
I am not sure if we ever truly had him.
Bolan nodded. It was an ugly assessment and probably very accurate. He went over to Burdick.
You all right?
Jesus. He didn't even blink. I hit him with my best shot. My Sunday best, and he bitch slapped me.
James cradled his broken left hand against his chest and rubbed his jaw with his right. The entire left side of his face was swelling up spectacularly.
So, what do we do now?
We're done here. I want to get the doctor on a plane ASAP and get her into a lab. I need Bear working on leads in the U.S.
And what are we to do?
Bolan surveyed the dead Thuggee. They had met the deceivers and the hired goons and muscle, but the dead man at Bolan's feet had made a mess of nearly the entire team with his bare hands. The Sword of Kali was the hard core that awaited them. There was really only one choice.
It's time to invade India. We're going to Calcutta.
India Airlines Flight 717. Bolan examined his team. They had taken a beating, and the long ride back to Islamabad hadn't helped. Flights from Pakistan into India were very heavily screened, so they had been forced to fly to Saudi Arabia and then take an Air India flight to Calcutta. The fatigue was starting to show. Calvin James's hand was in a half cast, and the left side of his face didn't look human. Burdick's ribs were taped where the Thuggee's hand had cracked 3 of them near the top of his sternum. If it weren't for Burdick's huge size and the masses of meat armoring his torso, Bolan suspected the Thuggee might have slapped Burdick's heart right out of his chest. A giant hand-shaped bruise sat like a blue-black spider over his heart as a reminder of how close death had come. Makhdoom and Farid were bruised and stiff, but otherwise all right, except for exhaustion. One unarmed Thuggee had ripped through his team like a whirlwind. Bolan looked over at Lyons. It was past midnight, and the rest of the team was sacked out in their first-class seats. Lyons sat up drinking a beer, his right hand slowly closing and opening again into a fist. His arctic blue eyes stared straight ahead into the middle distance as he thought Carl Lyons-type thoughts. Bolan smiled wearily. Carl was genuinely sorry he had missed the fun. Bolan checked his watch and pulled an aluminum attaché case from under his seat. It was time to check in to see if Kurtzman had anything for him. He plugged in his earpiece. Kurtzman's face instantly popped up on the 11-inch flat screen.
What have you got for me, Bear?
Well, not much. We used some contacts in the State Department to float the idea that there might be a revitalized collie cult operating in India. The idea was universally scoffed at.
What have you got on other fronts?
Well, the U.S. intelligence presence in India isn't strong. India just isn't on our front burner. Most of what we do have revolves around watching their nuclear arsenal.
But
we may have found someone who might be able to help. England's intelligence community has a much stronger presence there. We've called in some favors with MI6. They've cooperated with Indian intelligence and helped train some of their operatives in modern espionage techniques. We can at least get you an introduction and a please show all professional courtesies to with a RAW agent. Beyond that, you're going to have to win hearts and minds. And I warn you, they're not going to like what you have to tell them. They're probably going to think you're running some sort of bullshit U.S. capitalist imperialist game.
What's RAW?
Research and Analysis Wing. They have several unique commando units. They answer directly to the Director General of Security rather than the Indian Army High Command.
They're spooks and paramilitaries.
That's right. And frankly, we don't have a whole lot of information on them, other than that they are mostly an external intelligence agency. Sorry we couldn't get you anything closer to their version of the FBI.
No, it's good. You go to internal intelligence sources with a problem, and they go territorial on you. They're usually bloated and bound and gagged with red tape and inter-service rivalries. External services are leaner, meaner, and have a lot more leeway. When you present them with an internal problem, they want to fix it rather than worry about looking bad. It's not perfect, but it's not a bad backdoor to get inside.
We didn't tell him about your team, and we sure as hell didn't tell him you had brought Pakistani special forces with you.
Bolan looked over at the two Pakistanis. They were an asset Bolan couldn't afford to give up, and Captain Makhdoom had made it plain he was going to Calcutta with or without Bolan's cooperation.
Who do I make contact with, and where?
Go to the Captain's Club in the airport, and someone will contact you in the bar. That's all we have at this point. It's sketchy, I know, but it is a public place, and MI6 insists the contact is kosher.
I'll make contact and report back from the embassy. Out.
The airport was the nightmare Bolan had heard. The air conditioning appeared to be off throughout the terminal. The moment they had stepped off the plane, they had been assaulted by such incredible boiling humidity that the soldier longed for the searing heat of Pakistan's desert plateau. The humidity wasn't helped by the shoving sea of humanity packed to the rafters. The team had broken up on debarkation. Makhdoom and Farid had gone to meet their own people in the city. Calvin James had paired up with Ramrod. They would pick up Sadie and Shotzi from customs and sweep the safe house the CIA had set up for them. Lyons and Burdick were going to meet the local CIA talent to see if they could pick up anything useful. Bolan shouldered his way through the throng of humans. Kurtzman had sent ahead full warloads to the safe house and to the embassy in the capital, so the soldier had avoided picking up any bags. Burdick showed up through the mob at Bolan's elbow.
You going armed to the meet?
No, but we have guns waiting for us in the cars.
Take this.
Burdick pressed a shallow oval of steel and rosewood into Bolan's hand. The executioner palmed the knife.
How did you get that through customs?
You don't want to know.
Bolan kept the smile off his face as he slid the blade into his pocket.
Good luck.
The big ex-Marine broke away, his body mass making a hole through the press of people. Bolan scanned the area and caught sight of the sign for the Captain's Club. Command presence was a luxury won in the face of death, and it worked in Bolan's favor now. As he made his way through the steaming, sweating throng, anyone who made the mistake of meeting his gaze quickly made away. The soothing embrace of air-conditioned air enveloped the executioner. He made his way to the bar, which was full of businessmen and men of medium to minor importance from more than a dozen countries. Bolan pointed himself toward the most beautiful woman in the room. There might not have been a pair of bigger, darker eyes on the planet. They were widely set apart beneath coal-black brows. Her features were slightly Western, with a long, straight nose and high cheekbones. Her chin and cheeks could almost have been sharp except that the effect was softened by lips that could only be described as perfect. One corner of those sensuous lips turned up just slightly as Bolan approached.
Mr. Belasco.
The woman rose from her seat and extended her hand. She wore a spectacular sari of purple, black, and gold, and one cinnamon-skinned shoulder was scandalously exposed. Her body was like an elongated hourglass of broad shoulders and hips, and a languorous waist that stretched between them. The immaculate drape of her traditional garment did little but accentuate the figure beneath. Bolan took the woman's hand. Just about every intelligence agency on Earth kept a few beautiful women agents around. In some kinds of missions, they were extremely useful. They often took a man off balance, and men would let small things slip to a beautiful woman who was paying attention to him that he wouldn't with a man. It looked like the research and analysis wing had pulled out their biggest gun just for him.
My name is Bajaya Khan. Welcome to India.
Bolan released her hand and took a seat.
Call me Mike.
I doubt very much that is your real name. However, you do come with some very unique recommendations, and MI6 seems to be very fond of you. Though, trying to find out anything about you of any consequence has proved impossible.
Sorry to be so mysterious. May I buy you a drink?
I do not drink, unless a mission requires it. But you are a guest in my country, and it would be inhospitable of me to leave you drinking alone.
That's very decent of you.
Yes, I will allow you to buy me a French 75, a double.
Bolan grinned. It would be hard to find a more expensive drink than champagne and cognac over ice. It was pretty much the ultimate brandy and soda. Bolan motioned to a waitress.
Cobra Lager from Bangalore and a French 75, a double.
The Indian agent smiled benevolently until the drinks arrived. It was the kind of smile that most men would do just about anything to keep. She waited until the waitress left.
So what can the research and analysis wing do for you?
The cult of Kali is active, again.
You will have to be more specific. Untold millions of Indians worship Kali. My mother offers her devotions at the Kali Puja every year.
I mean the Thuggis, Miss Khan. The cult of the deceivers.
Really?
Yes.
Bolan opened his attaché case and removed a file. He opened it to a picture Lyons had taken of Inspector Sattar's demise.
The work of some Sikh fanatic. You should have taken it to the police. And for that matter, how did you come by this photograph?
The man in the photograph is Police Inspector Aga Sattar of the Srinagar City Police.
Alarm registered on Vijaya Khan's face.
I first encountered the Thuggis in Pakistan, in the Hajir Pir Pass. They had a temple there. They had wiped out a Pakistani Special Forces group.
Pakistan? What would they be doing in Pakistan?
Stealing strategic nuclear warheads. They have 3 of them.
RAW agent Vijaya Khan reached down and drank half of her double French 75 in a gulp. Bolan sipped his beer and waited. He knew he'd hit pay dirt. The look on the agent's face told him the Indian intelligence community was already aware they had a problem. Other than the makeup of his team, he had put all of his cards on the table. It was time to see what Indian intelligence was willing to reveal.
You are sure of this?
I've seen the bodies. I've seen the sacrifice. I've felt the strangling cord around my own neck, and I've met with Pakistani intelligence. They are desperate to contain the situation.
Would you do me a professional courtesy?
Sure.
Vijaya took out a cell phone.
Please excuse me for a few moments. I must make a phone call.
I've been on 3 planes in 12 hours. I'll go wash my face.
Thank you.
The Indian agent began punching buttons as Bolan rose and went to the restroom. Bolan splashed some water on his face. The sting of the cold liquid brightened his senses, but he was still exhausted and not in the best shape to bargain with Indian intelligence. However tired he was, he definitely hit the target. Bells would be ringing all the way up the chain of command. Bolan saw the figure behind him a half-second too late. The strangling cord wound around his throat. behind Bolan, a second attacker dived into his legs to pin him against the sink counter. Arms wrapped around his legs, the strangling cord cinched tight, and the coin within it pressed against his trachea. Bolan overrode every instinct in his body. He ignored the silken garrote around his neck and didn't struggle against the helper holding him in place. As his vision constricted, he slid the knife Burdick had slipped him from his pocket and flicked his wrist downward. The knife whispered across the second attacker's eyebrows and scored his face open to the bone. With his last vestiges of consciousness, Bolan whipped the point back up and stabbed over his shoulder. The knife slid into an eye socket and jammed into his strangler's skull. The strangling cord went limp, but the dead man still held it. Bolan fell backward as his assassin collapsed. The strangler's assistant stumbled to his feet. He was a big man in a business suit, and he clutched the red ruin of his face as he stumbled for the door. Bolan rose to one knee. Colors washed across his vision. He reversed the knife in his hand and took it by the blade. The blade sank between the attacker's shoulder blades. The big man fell against the door jamb. Bolan rose and followed the man as he staggered out the door. The wounded killer lurched into the bar. Vijaya Khan was on her feet.
Everybody, get down!
People began throwing themselves to the floor. From beneath her sari, Khan produced a .25 caliber Colt pocket pistol.
Stop where you are!
The man seized a bar stool. The huge Thuggee came on, oblivious to the holes in his chest. The Thuggee jerked as Bolan yanked the knife out of his back. The killer's back bowed as Bolan grabbed his head and sliced his throat.
Did anyone run out of the bar?
What?
Vijaya ejected her spent magazine.
Yes, I believe so. Several.
Bolan knelt and cleaned his knife on the dead man's jacket.
Detain everyone still inside for questioning anyway.
Vijaya slid a fresh magazine from under her sari and shoved it into the butt of her pistol.
I do not understand. You said you took 3 flights to get here. How could they have followed you?
They didn't follow me. They followed you.
Vijaya Khan whipped her car through the thick Calcutta traffic with fluid aggression. She now wore a thoroughly modern pantsuit. A pair of motor rickshaws in the lane behind them broke formation and forked around the car.
You said we needed a private talk. No one can hear us here, and I doubt anyone can follow us.
Bolan had to agree. Except for impending vehicular manslaughter, rush hour traffic in downtown Calcutta was probably the safest place in the world to take a clandestine meeting. The only one who would hear them was Shotzi, who sat silent and obedient in the back seat.
We have a mutual problem.
We certainly do. We have had our suspicions about the revitalized Kali cult. You have not only confirmed them, but surpassed them in spectacular fashion.
The agent took her car onto a broad avenue where traffic flowed a little more sanely.
This is the Chowingi Road.
Bolan watched the amalgam of British colonial architecture and modern buildings slam into one another along the boulevard.
It was once little more than a pilgrim path through the jungle.
A path to what?
To that.
Khan pointed to a spired temple of whitewashed wall and tile that rose up in the midst of the middle-class neighborhood.
The Kaligat, the Temple of Kali.
Khan pulled over and parked.
That building next to it is Mother Teresa's home for the destitute and dying.
Bolan glanced at the building. The crippled, the lame, and the dying were lined up around the block. All hoped to be admitted into this final refuge that was already jammed to the rafters. Khan reached across the big American and opened the glove box. Bolan's eyes swept over an antique nickel-plated Webley Fosbury .455 revolver.
That's a swanky piece you have there.
It's my car gun. It scares the shit out of suspects. And I do not like the way my .25 failed me in the airport.
She made the massive revolver disappear into a shoulder holster beneath her jacket and slid a handful of cartridges into her pocket. Her eyes flicked around Bolan's face.
You colored your skin for this mission.
Yeah. Why? Is it rubbing off?
The blue eyes are unusual. But you will do. Here,
She pulled out her cosmetic case and drew a line of paint down Bolan's head.
Now your Kshatriya.
Warrior caste?
Very good.
I thought Gandhi had made the caste system illegal.
There is what the law says, and then there is what is. The caste system permeates India still, from top to bottom. Muslim, Hindu, and Christian. The Sikhs and the Buddhists are the only ones who have truly attempted to reject it. And even they lapse. I myself, I'm a Christian, but any Indian I meet would want to know what caste my people were before they converted. You cannot escape it.
You're Christian?
Yes. Many of the operatives in the Indian intelligence service are. The government is run by the Hindu majority. Sikhs and Muslims are considered good soldiers, but not completely trusted with national security matters, and, as I said, the caste system permeates everything, which can unconsciously or even consciously affect Hindu operatives. In many ways, Christians make perfect agents. We're loyal to the government, and with training, we can blend in with anybody.
But your people were warrior caste before they converted.
Of course.
Khan quickly painted a round red dot on her forehead.
By the way, we are married. Let's go. Shatsi, stay. Guard.
The giant schnauzer sank back into one of the footwells of the back seat and disappeared from sight.
Good dog.
Bolan and Khan climbed the steep steps and removed their shoes before they entered the temple. The architecture of spires and domes was beautiful.
This temple was built in 1809, but there has been a temple to Kali here since ancient times. It was here that the Thuggee would come to worship before going out into the lands to carry out their depredations.
A shaved-head priest in a saffron-colored dhoti clapped his hands in front of him and bowed. Bolan and Khan bowed back and walked down the incense-scented gallery.
Do you know Kali's origin?
I've mostly been researching Thuggee behavior.
They came to the end of the main gallery and beheld the goddess. Bolan examined the statue. Kali was plumper, her limbs more rounded, and her face less gaunt. The goddess's tongue was much shorter, and her mouth didn't have fangs. The painted statue was festooned with garlands of flowers, and there were offering bowls at her feet.
She doesn't look so bad here.
From what I've read, devout Hindus worship Kali as an aspect of the Divine Mother. She nurtures, she protects. Only the Thuggees worshipped her as a demon, using her as an excuse to commit their crimes. Such worship is considered depraved.
But it happened. Most Christians would consider the Spanish Inquisition an atrocity in God's name. But it happened. And nearly all Christians fail to understand true Hindu cosmology. Kali is but an aspect of Durga, and everything, gods, angels, demons, men, the universe, is but an aspect of the One.
Atman, the universal self.
You have been doing some reading. Many Hindus consider Kali a metaphor for certain aspects of the world and the universal order. Kali comes from the ancient word Kala, which means both black and time. The devourer of time is one name by which she is known. She is often worshipped as the dark mother from which everything sprang, and into whose dark formlessness all returns.
Like a black hole. Many modern physicists believe the universe started with a singularity that exploded in the Big Bang, creating the expanding universe we know now. Many also believe that in the end the universe will collapse back into that same singularity state. Your culture seems to have come up with the same theory 10,000 years ago. No one does metaphysics like Hindus.
Well, you are right about that, and you are very shrewd. Most Christians simply see a death goddess with 4 arms covered with blood and are appalled. In the West there is a certain cultural abhorrence of death. To those in the East it is considered just a natural part of life. To us a goddess of death is by no means considered evil. Kali saved heaven and earth, you know.
I didn't know that.
Khan gazed upon the goddess.
Yes, there are many Kali origin myths. In a common one, the gods and Devis were locked in a life-or-death battle with an army of demons led by the demon king, Daruka. They were so powerful that not even all the gods arrayed could stand before them. The gods called upon Lord Shiva for help, but he was so deep in his meditations that he could not be reached. At the forefront of the battle stood the warrior goddess Durga. As the tide of battle turned and the demons threatened to overwhelm her, her brow furrowed, her face blackened, and out of terrible desperation and need, Kali sprung from her brow, fully formed, armed with a sword and skull-tipped staff. Kali slew Daruka and his demon army in an immense, unstoppable slaughter. In celebration, she drank the blood of the fallen, and drunk with carnage, she began to dance. She reveled in the blood and slaughter and the feel of the dead beneath her feet. Her dance became ever more frenzied, a dance of destruction. The gods could not dissuade her, and Kali's dance threatened to end the world. The dance awakened Shiva, and only when he threw himself beneath her feet, and she realized she was dancing upon her husband, did she stop.
Bolan glanced at Kali's feet and saw that she stood upon the figure of a man.
Worshippers of Kali believe that her dance has only been stopped temporarily. A great deal of Kali worship is simply appeasing her and averting her wrath. Many believe that one day she will resume her dance of destruction and end the world. The painting on the wall, where you find Inspector Sata, depicted Kali in Jagrata, a most terrible, fully awakened aspect.
Her aspect that will end the world.
Yes. Though many Hindu scholars and priests believe that it is only a metaphor for liberation of the soul. They say she does not bring death, but the death of death.
You know a great deal about it for a nice Christian girl.
My father was a Christian and Anglican. His family converted more than a century ago during the English Raj. Father insisted that I be baptized, and I went to church every Sunday. But my mother was a Hindu, and it was in days spent with my aunts and cousins that I heard all the stories every good Hindu girl knows.
So what brought Kali to the attention of Ra?
There have been murders.
Murders committed by thuggy methodology.
Yes, and investigations into the murders came up with nothing, or worse, missing investigators.
The Indian government and security forces have been penetrated by the thuggy.
One could get into a great deal of trouble insinuating such a thing. Ra is an external security force. We are associated with the military. Our main focus is espionage and intelligence gathering. Our operations are primarily directed against Pakistan and China. What you are suggesting is an internal security matter. For Ra, it would be as if your CIA approached the FBI and told them that they had been penetrated by the Ku Klux Klan. They would not appreciate being told that the Klan's activities were being ignored or even aided and abetted by state and federal law enforcement.
It's my experience that the revitalization of a religious movement generally centers around a charismatic leader.
That too has been the subject of our search. We have heard rumors of such, of a man who is said to speak directly with the goddess, a man who is Kali's instrument upon this earth, a man who is said to interpret Kali's dream of the world as she is tossing and turning toward her full awakening.
Sounds like a real nutcase. What else do you have on him?
Nothing.
Khan stared bitterly at the offering bowl on the altar.
Our investigations have met with open ridicule and stonewalling from internal security, and we have already lost 3 agents.
The agent slid a roll of rupee notes from her pocket and slipped them into a bowl. They walked from the gallery and bowed to the priests as they left the temple.
I do not know how we will find them, and if what you say is true, time is running out.
We don't have to find them.
Khan's hand went under her coat as Bolan pointed at the car. A sheet metal jimmy was stuck halfway down through the window frame of the driver's door. The glass was broken. Shotzi was in the front seat. Her nose and her brow were cut where she had rammed her face through the glass. Darker, dried blood colored the giant schnauzer's mustaches. A shred of silver-gray fabric was still clenched between her canines. Drying blood spattered the car door and formed a trail down the sidewalk away from the car for a few feet and disappeared. Bolan reached through the broken glass and scratched Shotzi behind the ears.
If all else fails, they'll find us.
God damn. Trevor Burdick stopped short of openly drooling, but Lyons had to admit that the man was right. The woman Bolan walked in with was beyond beautiful. Vijaya Khan was hauntingly, electrically, mind-emptyingly erotic.
Glad to see you safe, Stryker. We were starting to get worried.
Had to take Shotzi to the vet.
The giant schnauzer had lost her right eyebrow and her left mustache to the vet's razor. Fresh stitches covered the bright pink swaths of bare skin. A plastic cone surrounded her head to prevent her from scratching her wounds. Shotzi hung her head despondently. On some deep, instinctual level, the dog knew how ridiculous she looked.
The doc is going to kill you when she sees what you did to her dog.
Bolan glanced around the safe house.
We need this place beefed up. Full countermeasures.
You think we're gonna get hit?
I'm counting on it. This is Agent Vijaya Khan, Research and Analysis Wing. She's our contact with Indian intelligence.
Bolan examined the safe house closely. It was crumbling Victorian and probably well over 100 years old.
We threw down the punk card when we visited the Kali Temple. I think they're going to pick that card up and hit us with everything they've got.
The doors are thick, the walls solid, but the windows suck. Instant entry.
Take Red, go shopping, fix it. Lions, get hold of Makdoum. We're going to need everyone for this little party. I've got the feeling they're going to try to take us out. They're not going to hold back.
And you want prisoners?
Yeah, I do. The enemy is going to have all the cards on this one. Even if we win, the police are going to come storming down in force. A bunch of Americans with guns will instantly get arrested, despite Vijaya's vouching for our character. If we end up in custody, we end up dead, just like the prisoners in Ulhak's dungeon. I want prisoners, and I want a bolt hole out of this place. Get hold of Barb and the bear. We need a secondary hide and somewhere close by.
One thing is bothering me.
What's that?
Twice now, the bad guys have made noises about taking you alive. I don't like it.
Yeah, that kind of freaked me out, too.
What are you saying?
I'm saying we've got guys who can turn invisible. Religious death freak guys who have taken a personal interest in you. I'm saying maybe you should let me take care of the shenanigans here in Calcutta.
And I thought Hal was a mother hen. But thanks for your concern. I'll take that under advisement, but we're going to need every gun here.
You think they're going to hit us that hard?
What would you do?
I'd stomp us like bugs at the very first opportunity.
Khan, what can you do for us on your end?
Little, I am afraid. RAW is an intelligence-gathering agency. My superiors will not move without more evidence, and to move, they will have to involve internal security. By cooperating with you, RAW has unofficially declared war on internal security. If internal security has been compromised, any aid I request may be working for the enemy.
What kind of opposition do you think the cultists can muster here in Calcutta?
I do not think the cultists can pull in army units as they did against you in Pakistan. If they are going to assault you here, they will have two primary resources from which to draw other than their own ranks. First, there are the Gundas. They are Indian equivalent of hooligans, street criminals and thugs within the city. They are often for hire to strong-arm people, to commit robberies or even to pillage and riot in mob strengths. They are usually poorly armed, most often with clubs, bladed weapons and occasional handguns.
What else can they pull?
The other source they could draw on are the dacoits, highwaymen, bandits who rob travelers between cities and in the mountains. Some of them are family crime dynasties whose clans have been active for centuries. In recent times they have engaged in drugs and gun running. They've had a history of being Kali cultists under the British Raj. They are often heavily armed.
Bolan weighed the odds. It didn't sound good, but at least there wouldn't be tanks this time.
Carl, we're going to need some light support weapons. I want force multipliers ASAP.
You got it.
Vijaya looked around the safe house. She seemed to be weighing its defensibility and finding it wanting.
Is there anything else I can do?
Yeah. Be seen. Be seen coming here.
We have seen them, Guruji. They have come to us, as you predicted.
The guru looked very different in an immaculately tailored Western suit. He didn't look out of place at all in the beautifully furnished office, surrounded by computers and sitting behind a magnificent arc of mahogany desk. Neither did he look surprised.
They visited the temple?
As you said they would, Guruji. We followed the woman from the RAW office here in the city. She is indeed the one who was making inquiries about our activities. As you predicted, it was she who made contact with the Americans.
And where are they now, Metar?
They are in a house, one that we suspect is a safe house used by the CIA. The house is here in the Kaligat neighborhood, between Toles Nula and Yolinda's Park.
They are but 2 blocks from here.
Indeed, Guruji. You have but to stretch forth your hand.
We shall not take them unawares. Indeed, they shall be expecting us.
All is in readiness. The men are amassed. They understand their tasks and await your orders. The gold has been spread among the bandits. The Kale, Shinde, and Hira clans have come down out of the Rajmahal hills and infiltrated the city. They have brought weapons as you have asked. All is in readiness. With your word, Kali's will shall be done.
Yes, Kali's will be done.
The American commando, perhaps it would be better to kill him and be done with it. I fear it will be very difficult to take him alive.
You are wrong, Mater. Taking him in Kali's embrace shall be easy.
Easy?
Yes, I have changed our objective, and you shall modify your plans accordingly.
It has been 3 days. You are sure they will attack us here?
Yep.
Very well. I shall go spell Ramrod on roof duty.
Farid scooped up his rifle and headed for the stairs. Time was weighing heavily on the team's hands. The tropical heat and humidity was oppressive. There was no air conditioning in the 100-year-old house, and the makeshift fortifications hadn't helped air circulation. In the past 48 hours, the glass doors had been covered with a layer of chain-link fencing bolted behind the curtains, and all the first-floor windows and doors had been buttressed with 3 feet of sandbags. The airy colonial-style home had been turned into a dark, sweaty bunker. Cabin fever was running high, and the sharp edge of Bolan's team was becoming dull with waiting and watching the news without sound.
You could be wrong, you know, about them hitting us here.
I could, but I'm not.
How do you know?
He has an instinct for these things. We'll get hit, all right.
There.
Bolan pointed at the muted television. On the screen was an Indian news anchor. Behind him were scenes of rioting in downtown Calcutta. It appeared to be a spontaneous religious riot. A large group of Hindus had gone into a Muslim neighborhood with clubs and swords and begun torching and looting. Similarly armed Muslims had flooded from their homes and responded in kind. The riot was spreading throughout the city.
That's their diversion. The riot is going to tie up almost all the city police. We're about to get hit. The Invisibles are already in place.
We've got trouble.
There's a riot coming this way?
How'd you know?
Go to tactical communications.
Bolan began shrugging into his armor.
They'll be here in minutes. Go wake up Makhdoom in Chicago. Tell them they're coming.
Right. Khan opened one of her suitcases and pulled out a wooden box. She flipped the lid, and inside were a matched pair of the ancient nickel-plated revolvers. They lay in red velvet like dueling pistols. She took a massive revolver in each hand.
My great-grandfather was a Rizalda major in the Bengal Lancers. These pistols were presented to him by Lord Kitchener himself.
Makhdoom and James were hunching into their armor and arming themselves as they came into the living room. Makhdoom racked the action on his Peshawar special skmicer.
The enemy is upon us.
Yeah, the rioters are going to be a cover. I doubt we'll have to work too hard to drive off the Gundas. The dacoits will be another matter. The enemy knows we're here and knows we're armed. Whoever they pull down out of the hills will be hard chargers.
Stryker, we have about 2 minutes. The crowd is coming this way. There's hundreds of them.
Jesus Christ! Hundreds?
The Gundas will have rounded up transients, street youths and the like to swell the mob. There will be large numbers of relatively innocent people among them.
All right, we're going non-lethal.
Non-lethal? Against hundreds? Are you nuts?
The car's outside, Red. You've got about 45 seconds to get the hell out of Dodge. You didn't bargain for this when you signed up. No hard feelings.
Well, hell, I wasn't saying that. I was just saying...
Say something constructive or shut up.
Yes, sir. You know, I've been reading up on India.
This had better be good, Red. We're running out of time, and you're pissing off the man.
Well, the Festival of Holi is next week, ain't it?
Yes?
I've been reading it's traditional to fling paint and pigment on people during the festival.
Yes, it is considered a blessing.
Bolan began to smile.
God, I love Marines.
Everyone load up with the marking rounds. First the tear gas, then the paint. Don't go to lead unless you see gunfire.
Affirmative. 30 seconds, Stryker. They're coming down the street.
Roger that. Everyone into position.
Bolan picked up one of the 3 Meckham South African 40mm grenade launchers Dr. Austin Ford had been kind enough to send along to the Indian subcontinent. Bolan opened the action and slid 6 CS tear gas rounds into the revolving cylinder.
Iron Man, Red with me. Makhdoom, go up to the roof with Ramrod. Take something with a 40mm tube with you. Hammer anything that comes over the garden wall. Khan, keep an eye on the back. Let us know if anyone comes from the park side.
Right.
Gentlemen?
Lyons and Burdick each grabbed a launcher, and the 3 warriors went for a walk. Bolan stepped out onto the street. 100 yards down the road, a rolling mass of humanity filled the street from sidewalk to sidewalk. Various lengths of rattan's staff were the universal bludgeon of the Indian subcontinent, and it rippled in waves above the crowd. Bladed weapons glinted among the forest of clubs. Bolan scanned for firearms, but didn't see them. The mob was moving swiftly down the street. Whoever was running this end of the riot had an agenda. Someone at the forefront of the mob pointed a staff at Bolan. A hail of rocks flew through the air, but fell well short of the mark. Bolan and Lyons raised their launchers and began firing as fast as they could pull the trigger.
Striker, we have hostiles coming through the park!
The mob turned into gray shadows in the suddenly expanding gas cloud.
Range!
150 meters and closing!
Smoke 'em! Red!
Bolan broke open the action of his launcher and began reloading.
Lay down some assistance on our flank. Roger that!
Burdick turned and clicked his sight 2 notches upward. He shouldered his launcher and aimed over the house and into the park beyond. Bolan cracked open his empty weapon. Burdick plucked hot brass from his own empty tubes and began sliding in the special marking rounds.
Can we smurf them?
Wait for it.
The shapes of the mob began to solidify through the gas. They were charging.
Now can we smurf them?
Wait for it.
Smurf 'em!
Reload and retreat. Fire 3 more rounds of gas each, right up to the door of the house. Send the last 3 back over the house into the park. And last one in the yard, lock that gate.
Gas loomed up in front of the mob again as the soldiers pulled a fade back to the house. Ramrod and Makhdoom continued to fire from the top of the house. Farid and Khan stood on the porch with weapons in hand. Bolan tossed his spent launcher and withdrew his Beretta. A man vaulted over the garden wall with a staff in hand. Bolan clicked down the folding foregrip of his machine pistol and moved to meet him. The rattan club swung down at Bolan's head in a furious arc. Bolan blocked the swing with his arm and brought his knee up into the charging man's groin. One hit with the Beretta put the invader out of commission.
Ramrod, what's the situation?
We've got a mob in the park. A few have tried to come over the back wall, but we've blasted them back with marking shells. The gas isn't stopping them. We're running out of gas and marking grenades. They're throwing bricks and stones. I think they're working themselves up to try again.
Expend all your gas. Full saturation. Then...
A fat man rolled over the top of the wall into the garden. The fat man rose up and hurtled forward with an Indian saber in each hand. Khan stepped in, scooped up the fallen staff, and strode forward. Khan suddenly began spinning her commandeered staff around her body like a deranged drum major. Khan stepped back to stand shoulder to shoulder with Bolan and Burdick. Metal tore as the crowd managed to rip the wrought iron gate off its hinges.
Get back in the house.
Bolan took one of his last 2 tear gas grenades and a marking grenade from his belt and pulled the pins. He tossed the gas grenade into the middle of the lawn and hurled the marker directly into the mob.
Ramrod, Makhdoom, empty 2 sacks, front yard.
Bolan and Khan leapt through the door. Lyons knelt beside his gear bag, shucking blue shells into his shotgun.
We're running out of the good doctor's toys.
Farid jerked his head at the television.
Look! The riot downtown is on all the stations. The fact that there is a riot here in Kaligat has not made the news yet.
Ramrod, Makdoum, drop any remaining gas you've got.
Affirmative, Striker.
The enemy had planned their attack to a T. The police were occupied, giving the attackers here time to mount a genuine siege, which would ultimately force Bolan's team to open up with lead. Dozens of innocent rioters would be wounded and killed. Bolan and his team would be forced to flee Calcutta or be arrested. Either scenario would suit the enemy's objectives. Bolan wasn't going to play into either.
So, what's the plan?
Repel all boarders.
Bolan took one of the extra Lotzi staves from Khan.
You are nuts.
All that floor-to-ceiling glass in the back is the weak point. We concentrate there. Farid, Red, Iron Man, you're with me. Chicago, get Makdoum down here. Keep an eye on the front of the house, and take the dogs. Do whatever you have to do.
The men nodded and moved.
Ramrod, what have you got left?
Bullets.
Galvin, grab the smoke grenades. Throw them around the house. They'll contribute to the mess.
Got it. James began to gather beer can-shaped grenades from the gear bags. The team strode to the rear of the house. The back had been reinforced with sandbags, beams, and chain link, but it was shuddering under the blows as the mob surrounded the house.
They're pulling away the first layer of planks.
Red, that's the guest bedroom. Paint anyone blue who tries to crawl through the window.
Burdick ran to the hallway. Wood splintered in front of their eyes. The wood broke inward to expose the chain link behind it. More of the first layer of planks tore away. Someone was ramming a bench against the barricade. The wood broke, but the chain link shivered and bounced against the blows. Bolan heard Burdick's shotgun boom down the hall.
I need help here!
Farid, with me!
Bolan bolted to the front of the house. The front door was half shattered inward. Only the hinges and one of the 2x4s held it up. A potted palm tree from the house across the street had been used as a battering ram. Makdoum was ramming the steel strut of his submachine gun's holding stock into the face of a Gunda who hung halfway inside. Bolan swung his staff in a wicked arc and shattered the man's collarbone. He hung in the doorway, pinned as the press behind shoved and tried to extrude him through. He suddenly popped through, and another man replaced him. He swatted him into silence with a 2x4.
It's like fucking Night of the Living Dead!
Another piece of the front door broke inward, and clawing hands and heads shoved through.
Ramrod, reinforce Red!
Bolan jerked aside as a sword thrust through the disintegrating door.
Move!
Bolan, Makdoum, and Farid jumped back. Khan tottered forward with a gigantic stockpot in her hands. Khan hurled 20 quarts of boiling water and detergent through the shattered door. The boiling soap clung and blistered flesh. The press eased slightly as the front of the mob sagged and slipped on suds into a squirming pile. Khan ran into the kitchen.
I have 2 more!
Hold them! Sadie, Shotzi!
Bolan ran past the guest room, the dogs close behind. 2 planks had been yanked out of one of the narrow windows. The breach was barely big enough for any normal human being to crawl through. Bolan scanned the room with his staff held in front of him. Tear gas oozed through the window. Bolan was out of marking grenades. His instincts hammered up and down his spine.
Sadie, Shotzi, get some, get some, get some!
Sadie lunged at nothing and was swatted aside. Shotzi sank her teeth into something and began brutally savaging it. Sadie bounced up and lunged. The 2 dogs hung in midair. Their heads shook back and forth as their teeth rent and tore into the unseen. The air around them seemed to shimmer. The light-transferring fabric was becoming distorted from the ripping, violent movement. Bolan strode forward, swinging.
Chicago, bring the restraints. I have one.
Affirmative, on my way.
Iron Man, ready the bolt hole. We are out of here.
Affirmative, Stryker.
Sadie, Shotzi, back off.
The dogs released and backed up, baring their fangs at their prey. Bolan found the shape of a head, pinned it down brutally. He ran the tip of the staff down into the side of the thuggie's neck. Bolan yanked away the roll as the man went limp. Silvery gray fabric shimmered into his hand as the system turned off. He was a big man, like the first they had captured. James swiftly hog-tied and trussed him.
Bolt hole is ready.
Affirmative. Everyone extract to the living room. We are...
Bolan and James nearly dropped their burden as the house shuddered down to its foundations.
Iron Man, was that you?
Negative. Front of the house.
Chicago, get this guy out of here.
Bolan ran down the hall. Smoke and dust filled the air. In the foyer, Mack Bolan was rising to his feet unsteadily. The Gundas and mob members in the doorway hung limp across the two crossbeams that remained.
Where's Fareed?
Kitchen! Helping Khan!
Bolan ran to the kitchen, with the hounds at his heels. Most of the outer kitchen wall was gone. Smoke, dust, gas, and the stench of burned high explosive filled the air. Someone had used a satchel charge to breach the house.
The back is about to fail. We go to lead or we get out of here.
Bolan knelt beside Ghulam Fareed. The huge Pakistani lay limp among the rubble. The blast hadn't killed him, but it apparently had stunned him enough. The carbon fiber collar had been ripped away from under the neck of his shirt. A red silk scarf had been twisted around his throat. His eyes were rolled back in his head, and his face was a cyanotic blue. Vijaya Khan was gone.
Stryker, we gotta go.
Bolan searched for a suitable weapon. They had stacked the tools in the kitchen. The soldier picked up a shovel they had used to fill sandbags.
They have Khan.
God damn it! That's the draw. We go out there and they'll be waiting.
I know. Take that cultist and make him talk.
You got it.
James turned and ran down the hall. Bolan tied a bandana around his face and hefted his shovel as he walked across the rubble and emerged out of the house and into hell. No one had told the Gundas or their recruited mob about the plan to breach the house with an explosive charge. The air was a horrific mix of smoke, dust, and tear gas, all shot through with billowing streamers of red, purple, and green marking smoke. Bolan gritted his teeth. His eyes began to burn as he moved through the atmosphere of some far-flung hostile planet. Someone ran forward out of the smoke and gas at Bolan. The executioner raised the shovel. A group moved in with knives and staves. Bolan was no longer in the mood to be merciful. He moved through the remaining hostiles. Bolan burst through the gate to find the mob running in all directions. He squinted and blinked away tears. Outside the garden walls, the gas was rapidly dispersing. Down the street, Bolan saw a black Ford Falcon. Vijaya Khan's limp form was being piled into the back seat by 4 men. Bolan drew his Beretta. The executioner broke into a dead sprint as the exhaust pipe belched blue smoke.
Damn.
With Khan in the car, it was no longer a shot he could risk. The cult of Kali wouldn't harm a woman, but it was very clear they knew people who would. They would make contact, either through the American embassy or with Khan's superiors at RAW. They would offer a trade. Bolan knew exactly what the trade would be. Behind him, the mob closed in. Vijaya Khan yanked at her bonds. Smoky torchlight lit the room from a pair of sconces. The space looked as though it had been hewn from the earth with picks. The air was musty, dank, and smelled of human excrement and blood. The floor was wet. She ceased her struggles and glanced around her surroundings again. Parts of the cell fell into blackness outside of the light of the torches. The tomb was very old. The only way in or out of the room was through a modern steel door sunk into a poured concrete frame incongruously set into the cave wall. Every muscle in her body ached as though she had been beaten with a hammer, but her injuries were miraculously minor and had come from being bounced off the kitchen wall by the explosion, rather than any of the attentions of her captors. She had, however, been stripped of her weapons and everything she had been carrying, including her concealed .25 pistol. She was vaguely thankful that she still hadn't been stripped of her clothes. Sooner or later, someone had to come. Khan's arms were numb from being chained over her head, but her legs, bruised as they might be, were still lethal weapons. All she needed was one error in judgment by her jailers. A short, bullet-headed man with a broken nose and the physique of a wrestler came in, bearing a pink sports bottle and a bowl of something. He walked up to her and pulled open the sports bottle's spout with his teeth. Khan arranged a look of fear on her face.
Listen, please,
Drink! Water was squeezed down her throat. The guard's thick fingers continued to squeeze the plastic bottle until they met in the middle. He tossed the bottle aside, and Khan abandoned any attempts at conversation for the moment, as he shoved the bowl against her mouth and tipped it.
Eat!
Khan downed the watery split pea dal. Suddenly, the guard unceremoniously slid his free hand up under her shirt and grabbed one of her breasts.
Eat!
Khan ate while the man's hand roamed. It took little acting to shudder beneath the man's unsubtle touch. The guard decided to apply both hands to the front of her bra.
Please, I'll do anything. I'll do anything you want.
Of course you will. I will hurt you if I wish.
Khan grimly calculated the man's brutal face. His nose was already broken, and she didn't fancy her chances of winning an exchange with his scarred brow. The guard gave up on the clasp, and his calloused hands yanked against the elastic. It tore apart. He turned his head slightly as he glanced down at the glory that spilled into his hands. He also exposed his left temple. Khan snapped her head forward. The guard reeled erect. She couldn't afford to let him stagger or fall out of reach. She snapped her instep up between his legs. The guard dropped to his knees. Khan scissored her thighs around his throat. The guard's hands were reduced to feeble pawing within seconds. She held him until he went limp, and continued to hold him until both his weight and hers became unbearable against her shackled wrists. She eased the guard to the floor, belly up at her feet. Khan spent long moments worming her toes down his front pocket and fighting with the jammed folds until her toes closed around the ring of keys. She fished out the keys and hung in her chains for a moment. She folded her body in two in a leg lift that brought her foot up to her right hand. She chose a key with her mouth, lowered her legs, and stood on the guard's belly. The key slid in the first time, and her right hand came free. She swiftly freed her other hand and stepped down off the guard and began rifling the rest of his pockets. Khan leaped up and whirled around in a wide-open fighting stance.
Oh, good. Oh, very good.
Khan shot a look at the door and gauged her chances as a figure stalked to the dim periphery of the darkness. She kept the consternation off her face with effort as the man presented himself. He was 6.5 feet tall and wore nothing other than a blindingly bleached white linen loincloth. His face was sculpted in the classic Aryan features, but his skin was dark like a Dravidian. Thick black hair, shot through with a few strands of gray, fell to shoulder length. He was emaciated, yet disturbingly muscled, like a Greek god that had spent 6 months in a death camp. His hands were huge. The man moved with an equally disturbing ease, and each gliding step he took through the shadows seemed to cover more ground than even a man of his size should. He was relaxed. His eyes were focused upon her. His eyes were utterly crazed. They drank her in, unblinkingly from beneath the wings of his black eyebrows as he stalked forward. For an instant, his eyes and face softened as he looked pityingly at the dead guard.
Ah, Ramanand, always it was your fleshly desires that failed you.
His terrifying gaze suddenly locked back on Bijaya.
But you, Bijaya, a woman warrior, the very image of the goddess Durga, mother from whom Kali sprang, Kali, who is mother of us all. Your beauty is a blessing unto us.
The black pools of the man's eyes seemed to expand and fill the room.
Jesus saves.
Ah, yes, the carpenter of your father. But your mother came from Kerala. You, Bijaya, came from Kerala. And there, they know the Dark Mother well, do they not? Sunday mornings in plaid skirts and stiff sermons of a white savior cannot strip away what you have known in your heart since you were a child, can it?
The mellifluous tones of his voice seemed to creep like fingers through her brain. Images of her mother's sacrifices to the small idols of the gods came back to the woman's mind unbidden. One of those many idols had been of Kali. Her sinuous, black, bare-breasted form seemed to rise up in front of her. All Hindus gave Kali her due during the festival time of the Kali Puja. Khan shook. But that was just one aspect of creation. What this man was into was an abomination.
Listen to me.
The man's voice was irresistible as it insinuated itself into her consciousness. It occurred to Khan that the food had been drugged.
No!
But the voice crept warmly into the recesses of her will, melting her thoughts into mush.
You have not yet tasted the sweetness of Kali.
No!
Khan fought back by focusing on a single diamond-hard thought. She wasn't going to fall for the bullshit of some dime store fakir with a correspondence course certificate in hypnotism. Khan yanked herself free of the voice. Khan leaped at the man. The man's huge dark hands caught her in mid-flight and bore her to the floor. Before Khan could react, Guruji's hands pinned her forearms and his knees pinned her thighs. He pressed his forehead against hers to gently but inexorably hold her head to the ground and prevent a headbutt. She was perfectly pinned.
Bijaya, do not fear for sexual sanctity. No man who worships Kali in his heart could do such a thing. All women are of Kali's image. All are the avatar of the Dark Mother of us all. Ramanand betrayed his faith as I knew he would, and he has paid for it. My sexual energy has been subsumed to a higher purpose. Kali is the only lover I aspire to.
His dark eyes seemed to meet in the middle to become a single black ocean that Khan's will was drowning in. He lifted his head, but his eyes held her in place as easily as the silken vice of his hands. From the shadows, a pair of women approached from either side. They wore the saffron saris and brow paint of priestesses. They were exquisitely beautiful.
Fear not. We bring you a gift. Ashalata, Kalyani.
The women knelt on either side of Bijaya. Ashalata bent forward, smiling sensuously. The smell of scented flesh mixed with the burning incense. A huge dark hand closed around Khan's jaws, partially opening her mouth and holding it open. Ashalata pressed her lips to Khan's. Ashalata held something between her teeth, and the RAW agent tasted the sweetness of raw sugar dissolving between their mouths. Khan struggled violently as her gums began to tingle.
Yes, I bring you the sweetness of Kali.
Glorious warmth flushed through Khan's veins. Her eyes rolled and her struggles weakened. Her skin tingled as if 100 hands caressed it. Her fingers clawed into the sand as if to keep from falling off the earth, as the electric hand of the goddess herself seemed to caress the core of her being. Khan's will crumbled as utter ecstasy rolled over her like a tidal wave. Ashalata leaned back, her own face rapturous with the drug she had shared. Kalyani bent down and pressed her lips to Khan's. The woman didn't resist. Her lips opened of their own accord, and she gladly accepted Kalyani's gift. Vijaya Khan gave herself over to the unbearable rapture of the four-armed goddess of death.
It's been 3 days. What do you think?
Bolan sat with his fingers steepled against his chin meditatively.
I think it's getting close to time for them to make contact.
I know you've got some eerie-ass instincts, but I'm worried. I've read the same shit that these Kali assholes won't hurt women, but these mothers are religious fanatics, and that kind can rationalize whatever kind of twisted shit their agenda requires.
Big Red is right. I don't normally like intelligent spooks either, but Vijaya danced in the jaws of the serpent with us, and when the jaws snapped shut on her, she fell with a .45 going off in each hand. That spook had my respect. We get her back, or we get her some payback. Same goes for Farid. He gets payback. We make the magic happen on these bastards.
Yes, vengeance for Ghulam Farid. But our first duty is to the living. The woman must be rescued, if she still lives.
She's alive. They'll make contact. We all know what they really want.
Cal, what have we gotten from our friend downstairs?
I don't know what these freaks are on. They're high on Kali or high on something, but at the same time, they are absolutely lucid. I don't think blowtorches and needle-nosed pliers would work on these assholes. Maybe it's yoga. Maybe it's some messed-up martial arts training. Maybe it's just goddamn faith. Faith can move mountains. I don't know what to do. I've drawn some blood and hair samples and sent them back to be analyzed for anything exciting, but short of jumper cables and broken glass, I am running out of ideas. This guy is a rock, and only triple restraints designed for the mentally deranged are keeping him contained.
So we go for the trade.
We agree to the trade. Then, like Calvin said, we make the magic happen.
Bolan leaned forward and punched a button on the laptop slave to the comm link. Aaron Kurtzman's face popped into view.
We've been contacted through the U.S. Embassy in Delhi. The CIA station chief got a message mentioning Stryker, Iron Man, and Big Red. The CIA guys in India have orders to give you whatever assistance they can, and those are code names they got in the dossier we sent them when you hit India. The communication mentioned some other small details the cultists could only have gotten from Agent Khan.
So they want to trade for their guy we have in custody, or do they want me?
They want their man back, and they are willing to give up Vijaya for him. Though they did mention you. They want to talk.
Talk?
That's what they say. You come alone, no guns. You let their man go, and they'll let Agent Khan go. Then all they want is a meet.
Meeting them alone means a snatch striker. And you let that freak in the cellar loose, he will go berserker mode and become part of that equation.
And no guns? You remember what happened when you guys went hand-to-hand with one of these psychos in Uri?
Or they'll do what, Bear?
They were kind of vague about that. They talked about letting her go anyway, but it was menacing the way they phrased it.
Yeah. Like letting her go naked and handcuffed on the docks at midnight next to a container vessel loaded with women bound for the Sudan. They don't have to hurt her. They can just let someone else do it.
They can turn invisible. There is no way in hell we can back you up and know whether we've been spotted or not.
Yeah. Looks like they're calling the shots. Thanks, Bear.
That's my job. Stay in touch.
You're not actually thinking about going along with this.
I'm thinking about it.
Alone? Without any guns?
Thinking about it.
You got a knife?
Several. Why?
Here, take this one too.
for luck.
Bolan took the boat knife and nodded at the massive ex-Marine.
Thanks, Red.
Oh, I just remembered.
What's that?
You know all those stun guns that Austenford brought with her?
Yeah.
Well, the other night, while we were waiting, I jerry-rigged a couple so I could put them around my wrists, just in case one of those invisible guys showed up again.
James went into the other room and came back with his new invention.
Here, put these on.
Part of the Indian war load delivered to the Calcutta safe house had been electrical stun guns. Calvin James's jury-rig was crude, but they taped 2 of the stun guns to Bolan's forearms beneath his leather jacket. James had cut holes in the palms of a pair of leather gloves, and he strung leads from each gun into Bolan's palms. Beneath the leads were rubber garden gloves.
When you snap your wrists back, you'll activate the switches on both guns. They may look crude, but these babies will put out 400,000 volts per gun. There's just one drawback.
What's that?
No off switch.
South Park Street Cemetery. It wasn't an ideal situation. The cemetery was large, and except for a bit of rolling ground, the terrain was wide open. The enemy could easily see Bolan's approach, and they had hundreds of tombstones and mausoleums to hide behind. The cemetery gate had presented no obstacle. Bolan wheeled his burden along one of the cemetery paths. The Sword of Kali fanatic stood in a dolly, trussed and bound. Bolan walked along, extending his senses out to all sides. There were no clouds in the sky. There was no moon either, but the stars were bright, and the glow of the Calcutta night made for decent visibility.
Favored one.
Bolan stopped at the sound of the voice. He propped up his trussed cultist and turned. A man strode forth from behind an ancient British mausoleum. The man was as tall as Burdick, but a long dark coat concealed his form. It was hard to make out his features in the gloom. The man held Bijaya Khan by the hair. Bolan could see the white cloth that gagged her and the white cord that bound her hands. He nodded at the bound man in the dolly.
I brought your boy.
So I see.
I came alone.
You have people waiting for you, but they are out of sight of us and out of rifle range. I too have people, but they are also at a discreet distance. None shall interfere with us here.
Good. Let her go.
Do not be so hasty. There is much...
A deal is a deal.
Bolan pushed the cultist off the dolly. He put his boot between the thuggie's shoulder blades and pinned him in place.
Let her go, now, or I kill him.
Very well. She is of no particular importance.
He opened very large hands and let Khan free. She staggered forward and fell into Bolan's arms. The executioner kept his eyes on his opponent as he removed her gag.
Are you hurt?
I am not hurt.
Can you walk?
Khan nodded and stood up, wobbly, but under her own power. The giant in the shadows took a step forward. Bolan produced the folding boat knife and opened it with a snap of his wrist. The man stopped. Bolan slashed the cord binding Khan's wrists. He took one of her hands and stepped off the bound thuggie and began to back away. The man extended a huge, open hand.
Wait.
Khan stopped dead. Bolan blinked as he actually felt the compulsion to stop at the sound of the man's voice.
We must speak.
The executioner raised his knife. He had to kill this man, but first he had to get Khan clear.
We have nothing to say to each other.
No. Kali favors you, Blessed One. Her grace falls upon both of us, brother. No harm will come to you from my hand.
Good to know.
I come in all humility. I have brought you a gift.
Bolan released Khan, and his left hand drifted to his side. He pressed the small black box clipped to his belt underneath his shirt. It sent a very simple signal. Anyone monitoring would receive one click or two. Bolan clicked once. He had the package. His team would be descending on the cemetery like wolves from the surrounding neighborhood. Now Bolan played for time.
What gift is that?
Bolan backed up, dragging Khan with him as the giant knelt over the fallen thuggie and removed his gag.
Tungesh, are you injured, my brother?
No, Guruji. I am unharmed.
Good, very good. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, favored one. Your gift. I have brought you the sweetness of Kali.
Bolan began backing away.
I don't want it.
It is already yours.
He bent over the bound deceiver. His huge hands went to the front of the heavy canvas restraint-mounting garment and closed around the padded neckline. The Thuggee tore the front of the reinforced straitjacket from collar to hem. Bolan gave the knife to Khan and shoved her in the direction of Park Street.
Run!
The woman bolted. The freed Thuggee stood in the shredded remnants of his restraints like a mummy in tattered wrappings.
Tungesh, my brother, Sword of Kali, bring him. There is little time.
Then the guru turned and disappeared into the darkness. Tungesh lowered his head, and his eyes almost crossed as they regarded Bolan from the point beneath his brows. Bolan broke and ran, sprinting through the graves. Khan was 100 yards ahead. She was still running, but her stride had faltered to an enfeebled trot. Bolan followed her path and kept himself between her and the pursuing Thuggee. Bolan wove between marble stars of David and Christian crosses. He risked a glance back. The Thuggee was right on his heels and closing. Bolan vaulted the 4-foot bullet shape of a gravestone and spun. Tungesh sailed over the granite marker. Bolan's boot connected with his sternum. Bolan surged forward as Tungesh got to his feet. Tungesh's eyes flared in slight surprise as Bolan's hands wrapped around his neck and brought him to the ground. The executioner flexed his wrists. Tungesh's body jerked and shuddered in Bolan's grasp as the stun guns drained their batteries into him at 400,000 volts per gun. Bolan viced his thumbs down and cracked Tungesh's trachea. The Thuggee fell down dead at Bolan's feet as he released him. The crackling arcs suddenly faded and died as the batteries bled dry. Bolan turned and ran. He ripped away his gloves as he sprinted for the fence. Khan was waiting on the other side. Bolan hit the fence running. Bolan fell free to the sidewalk outside.
Khan, let's move.
He grabbed Khan's hand and dragged her into a staggering run down the street. A tan Land Rover flew down the lane towards him. A pair of motorcycles tore along either side of the cemetery in a flanking movement behind them. Bolan shoved Khan into Burdick's arms and dived into the back of the Land Rover.
Hit it!
Calvin James stood on the accelerator. The Land Rover lunged back the way it had come, and the two motorcycles fell into formation like outriders. Bolan sagged to the bed of the cargo area. Khan dropped against his chest, shuddering. Burdick's brutal face loomed over them.
You okay?
I think so.
You rescued the package, man.
Yeah, we did.
You met the enemy?
Yeah. I think I met that charismatic leader Calvin was talking about.
Was he as scary as those other two assholes?
Scarier.
Bolan parked his Harley and walked on down the alley. He stopped at a narrow, peeling, blue-painted door. On the other side of the door, Vijaya Khan smiled wanly. Bolan read her body language and didn't like what he saw. Her perfect posture was gone. Her shoulders were hunched as though she had been beaten with a stick. Dark circles of exhaustion marred the flesh beneath her eyes. The flinching, haunted look in her dark eyes hinted at a darker bruising within. Her feet were bare, and she was wearing a scandalously short black satin robe with gold Chinese dragons on the front. She held one of the .455 Webley Fosbury revolvers cocked in her hand. Bolan put up his hands. Both held takeout.
I brought chow and beer.
Good.
The revolver sagged to her side as if it weighed 100 pounds.
I have not eaten today.
Bolan followed her up a rickety stairway as narrow as the door. The door at the top of the landing was open. It was a steel security door. Things changed once they stepped inside. A sumptuous Persian carpet covered the floor of the one-room studio. The floor was hardwood, and several tasteful tapestries depicting Indian mythological epics covered the walls. A queen-size futon set to face east dominated a good portion of the room, and a kitchenette the other. Fresh flowers were spread in vases around the room.
A safe house?
Yes. One I established privately for myself. Few people would look for a Christian Indian spy in Chinatown. The front of the building is a storehouse belonging to a Chinese tea merchant. I pay him well to keep a low profile here.
Bolan glanced around at the decor. It was eclectic, but simple, and matched the beauty and taste of the woman who owned it. Khan uncocked her weapon and set it on the nightstand.
I'll be just a moment.
Bolan wandered around the tiny space as the woman went into the bathroom. Everything was very neat. A King James Bible lay on the nightstand beside her massive revolver. Over the bed hung a portrait of an imposing-looking man in turn-of-the-century British uniform. He sat formally, with a lancer's helmet crooked in his left arm, his right hand resting on the hilt of a saber. The weapon hung beneath the portrait. The hilt was the standard brass basket of a British officer's sword. In the last century, an Indian swordsmith had removed the narrow, shallowly curved blade of the English saber and replaced it with the wide, near-crescent moon curve of an Indian tulwar. The sheath was wrapped in red velvet with brass fittings. The luster of the velvet and the gleaming state of the brass bespoke of generations of loving care. Khan emerged from the bathroom. She had brushed her hair, and the judicious use of cosmetics had smoothed away the rough edges of her exhaustion. Bolan handed her a beer. Her eyes closed as she took a long, slow pull from the bottle.
God, I needed that.
Khan set places with chopsticks at her tiny table in the breakfast nook. She started pulling out boxes of food. She nodded appreciatively at the browned squab with roasted salt and pepper and the cold asparagus salad.
You have excellent taste.
Thank you. The Nanking has an excellent menu.
Bolan sat and tucked in. All the small bones made eating squab a lot of work, but the flavor was exquisite. Khan lost some of her lethargy and attacked her food with vigor. Bolan watched her eat and read her signals. He waited until she was full of food and beer and had relaxed.
How was it?
It was bad. I need another drink.
Vijaya had drunk 3 beers over dinner, but now she poured a pair of stiff scotch and waters over ice. She moved to the futon. Bolan joined her.
I was not tortured or raped, but there are worse things.
I understand. I've been captured before. It was...
No, you do not understand. You met him in the graveyard.
The leader?
Yes. The guru of the new cult. He got inside my head. It is good that I know almost nothing about you or your organization, because he now knows everything about me and mine.
Bolan took her hands in his.
Listen to me. No matter how good you are, in this line of work, you get tagged. I have the scars to prove it. Flesh heals. The worst wound closes, and the ugliest scars fade with time. But in your head, the scars are for life. You can't go back. You can't pretend it didn't happen. But if you're strong enough, you can turn it, make it a strength. A long time ago, some very bad people got inside my world. They took just about everything I cared about. I could have folded up or run. Instead, I took the path I'm on now. My old life is gone. I can't ever go back, and I had to leave every last shred of it behind. I wouldn't wish what happened to me or the path I've chosen on anyone, not even on my worst enemy. But I wouldn't go back either. I'd just go forward.
You do not understand. My career is over. I am damaged goods. I am already on suspension. I'm going to be debriefed again tomorrow. My superiors must decide how much damage I've done and what is to be done with me.
Vijaya.
I couldn't stop him. I just couldn't stop him. I couldn't.
Khan fell against Bolan bonelessly, sagging as the pent-up anguish and exhaustion shattered the remaining vestiges of her self-control. She shook uncontrollably. Bolan could feel her tears against his neck. She wept for a long time. The blinds faded from yellow to red with the last rays of the setting sun, before she finally pushed herself away and slid her robe from her shoulders. Her black hair fell down across her perfectly sculpted collarbones. The fading red glow of the sun through the blinds fell on her cinnamon skin. Vijaya Khan's face belonged on the cover of fashion magazines. The glory of her body belonged in the centerfold of more male-oriented literature. Her dark eyes glowed from within as they stared into Bolan's.
People might think I'd be taking advantage of you.
The only person taking advantage here is me.
Safe house, midnight.
What are you saying?
Carl Lyons stared at the link. Dr. Ostenford's face and auburn hair filled the screen.
I don't think the Chinese or the Russians could have done it, nor the Indians, not exactly.
Well, that means the light-transferring textiles came from your lab, or from not exactly. Which is it, Doc?
I think they may have come from an Indian-owned company in the United States, in Silicon Valley.
Home of the startup.
That's right. And a lot of the startups out there are Indian-owned or have Indian engineers. The Indian state of Karnataka has emerged as their equivalent of California's Silicon Valley. The universities of Bangalore, Mysore and Goa are pumping out quality engineers, and they have invaded the United States, Northern California in particular. Very high-tech, cutting-edge stuff.
Well, now that is interesting. You have a list of likely suspects?
Yes, I do. And it is mercifully short.
Tell me you have a top 3.
I've got a number 1 with a bullet, Blondie.
Information began to scroll down Lyons' screen. A second window opened to reveal the home page of an official website.
Coherence.
Yes, as in coherent light. They produce lasers. I should have thought of it sooner, but their applications are so left field of mine it didn't register. I went over their company prospectus. Coherence is doing a lot of excellent business in the commercial sector. The only black mark they have is in their research and development wing in Santa Clara. They've branched off and are supposedly working on communication lasers for military applications. This top-secret stuff is supposedly a flop and has been falling deep into the red for 5 years running.
Isn't that a little odd?
It's more than odd. It's almost a joke in the industry. And it would be financial suicide for a company the size of Coherence, except for one thing. Can you fill in the blank, Mr. Iron Man?
Except that the project has investors on the Indian subcontinent who keep pumping rupees into the project.
Give the man a cigar.
Doesn't anyone consider this strange?
No. Most people just consider it stupid. But people throw money at pipe dreams all the time in the high-tech sector. Sometimes those pipe dreams pay off in the billions. I work for Uncle Sam, Iron Man, and I can't begin to tell you some of the weird and wonderful ways your tax dollars are being spent.
You don't have to.
I'm sure I don't. So no one considers it strange. On the whole, Coherence is in the black and moving forward. The majority of the investors are happy, and as long as the Indians keep bleeding cash into that little top-secret side project, it's profitable too.
Who's in charge?
The CEO of Coherence is solid. It's the VP in charge of the project who might interest you.
Yeah?
It's time to go split screen, Iron Man. Your friend, Mr. Bear, has more.
The flat-screen monitor split, and Aaron Kurtzman's face appeared.
Who we have is this.
An Indian man's face appeared on the screen. His long hair was swept back from a wide brow in a ponytail. He had the piercing black eyes and the aquiline nose of a hawk. His face descended to a wolf-like jaw. The man was cruelly handsome. His face was inset into the text of a 2-year-old Forbes magazine article entitled Incoherence at Coherence. The man in the picture was described as the embattled vice president of ROD. The text detailed the travails of the man as he led the one failing department of Coherent into a deeper and deeper boondoggle while the rest of the company moved forward. The man had declined to be interviewed, but had given Forbes a prepared statement that spoke of greater vision and vindication at the cutting edge of the next generation of laser communication technology. The man's name was Dr. Kalidas Kaushal.
We got a bio on him. He was born into a wealthy textile family in Calcutta, and his original given name was Sugata. He attended the Indian Academy of Sciences in Bangalore, where he was also captain of the cricket team. He got his Master of Science degree there, and then he came to California and got his Master of Engineering at the University of Davis. He got his MBA at Santa Clara University.
So far, he sounds like a real professional college geek.
Yeah, 6'7" professional college geek. But can you guess what happened next?
I don't know. He disappeared?
He went back to India for vacation. Things get very sketchy after that. All we have at that point is he got involved with an uncle of his named Jagmohan.
A picture appeared on the screen of a little bald, bearded man of indeterminate old age wearing a dhoti. Brahmin caste marks were painted on his forehead, and he wore garlands of prayer beads the size of golf balls around his neck. A younger, ganglier Kalidas towered over him, with an arm affectionately across his shoulders. Both men were smiling happily at the camera.
Uncle Jagmohan was a real black sheep of the family, genuine religious ascetic. He'd been a priest for a time at the Temple of Kali before he got into esoteric tantric practices and became a guru. Sugata seems to have fallen under the uncle's influence. There was a big stink about it. Sugata became a real true believer. Uncle Jagmohan initiated Sugata into his sect and renamed him Kalidas. Now, can you guess what the name Kalidas means?
I don't know. Slave of Kali.
You're good. You're very good.
So Uncle Jagmohan was a thuggy?
No, and that's the weird part. He seems to have been legit, or at least legit as far as a cult leader can be. His disciples practiced severe physical austerities, but what he preached was love and kindness. There were rumors he could levitate during meditation.
Great. So they're levitating and passing out flowers at the airport. What happened next?
Kalidas staggered out of the trees 10 years later. He claimed his Uncle Jagmohan was a fake. He claimed that their religious community in the jungle had been nothing more than a cult of personality. Kalidas told tales of ritual sexual abuse and orgies, financial scams involving donations and money laundering. He said that the commune had been attacked and wiped out by the local dacoits his uncle had schemed with and double-crossed.
What did the police find?
They investigated. There really was a commune in the jungle. The place had been burned out, bodies everywhere, including that of Uncle Jagmohan. Kalidas was the sole survivor. He was interrogated and cleared of any part in it. The family took Kalidas back, and he kept his new name but cleaned up his act. He went back to California and got his Ph.D. at Stanford and got intimately involved in the Northern California high-tech boom of the 1990s.
Lyons rapidly scanned the official West Bengal State Police report of the commune massacre. Kurtzman cocked his head expectantly at the former homicide detective.
So, Carl, what do you make of it?
It wasn't a massacre by local bandits. It was a hostile takeover, and an internal one. I'm buying Uncle Jagmohan. I'm betting he really was into peace and love and the whole bit. Hell, maybe he could levitate, who knows? But he had something that Kalidas wanted, and when he got it, or thought he had it, he killed his guru and took over. Kalidas was the one who got in with the local dacoits. He was the one who took over whatever underground remnants of the Thuggee cult were still in West Bengal, and turned it into the high-tech, whatever it is, assholes we're facing today.
Jesus.
Yeah, back to the high-tech part of it. You're telling me these assholes in the research and development wing at Coherence could be producing popcorn poppers or light-transferring textiles, smoking jackets, and no one would be the wiser?
That's how top secret works. Unless someone demands an audit, and as long as the money keeps rolling in, that just doesn't happen very often.
It did once, at least.
Another police file came into view, this one with the department heading of the Santa Clara County Sheriffs.
This man's a rival VP at Coherence, a Harvard man. You know, the real go-getter type. He seems to have crossed Kaushal's path. I contacted some friends in high-tech community in the valley. This guy had it in for Kalidas from the get-go. He didn't know why Kashal was there, didn't know what he was doing, and didn't like it either. After the articles in Forbes came out, he demanded that the project be canceled, called it an embarrassment to the company. When the board wouldn't cancel, he demanded an audit. They found him in his palatial house in the Saratoga foothills. When the police searched the residence, they found an attaché case full of cocaine and guns. They chalked it up to some side deals with the wrong kind of people.
And Kalidas and his little side project have just kept bubbling along.
To this very day.
He can't keep that shit up forever.
If their ultimate plan was to use the technology to get their hands on nukes, then maybe they don't have too much longer.
I think I need to drop in on this Kaushal.
I figured you'd say that. I have full warloads en route to the Bay Area as we speak. Dr. Austenford will be on a plane ASAP to meet you there to give you any technical support you need, or if you need her as a prop for an undercover insertion.
Good. Got it. I've got to drop a dime on the man. Iron Man out.
Lyons clicked the laptop shut and speed-dialed Bolan on his cell.
Calvin, Red.
James and Burdick trotted into the room.
What's up?
Stryker's in trouble.
Bolan rolled over as his phone rang. His internal clock told him it was somewhere around midnight. His eyes roved Bijaya's gorgeous form by the low-burning candles on a small table.
Oh, God. Just kill it.
I need to answer that. I need to check in.
Kiss me first.
Make it a quick one. The boys will worry.
The boys will figure you are getting laid. And they'd be right. If you still have anything left.
Pucker up.
Khan opened the slim table drawer and broke open a small tin.
Breath mint?
No thanks.
Come here.
She pulled Bolan to her, and he pressed his lips against hers. Khan held the mint between her teeth. Bolan almost pulled away as saccharine sweetness melted between their mouths. His gums and tongue tingled, but not with the menthol-like taste of mint. It was far too sweet, and he brought up his hands to push her away. Khan seized Bolan's hair and rolled on top of him, violently holding the kiss. Bolan continued the roll off the futon and landed on his feet. She did her best to stay with him, but he finally had the leverage he needed to push her away. The executioner shook his head savagely. Bolan's entire mouth tingled. He had read the reports and rumors from the 18th century to the modern day. He knew what had been done to him. Bolan seized the open bottle of scotch off the table. Agent Bijaya Khan lay on the floor in a heap.
You are hers now.
The sweetness of Kali tingled across Bolan's skin. The door to the studio opened, and 3 large men began to file in. They looked at Khan on the floor and then at Bolan. Smiles crossed their faces. The man in the lead passed his hand in front of his face in ritual greeting.
Greetings, Ali, my brother.
The man came forward, his arms open in welcome. Bolan shook his head savagely, his vision skewed and tripled. The smiling man warped and smeared across Bolan's perception.
Come, brother, Kali's embrace awaits.
Bolan lashed out with the scotch bottle across the face of the man by instinct. Bolan rammed the jagged crown of remaining glass into his neck. Another thuggie bore down on Bolan, grabbing for his arms.
Listen, brother, while you still can. You have tasted deep of the sweetness of Kali, far deeper than any first-time initiate. There will be darkness before you awaken the world of Kali's light. You will need a guide. Without a guide, there shall be madness beyond your...
Bolan yanked an arm free and swung at the thuggie's jaw. Bolan focused on his anger to steady himself. He shook himself free and leaped back on top of the futon. The 2 bloodied thuggies rose.
Oh, brethren, take the name of Kali. There is no refuge except in her.
Bolan reeled as he stood on the bed. The sound of the chant crawled through his brain. The light in the room was changing. Every time one of the thuggies moved, smears of color marked his path through space.
Oh, brother, thou art hers.
The thuggies came for him. Bolan reached back. His hand closed on the brass hilt of the 100-year-old tulwar of Khan's great-grandfather. The 3-foot crescent of steel slid from its sheath. Bolan lunged from the futon. A thuggy hand was lopped off at the wrist. The deceivers produced short, brass-shod lengths of rattan. The one-handed thuggy took charge. The thuggy fell, raining blood in all directions. Suddenly, 2 clubs pounded like hail on Bolan. Bolan dropped to one knee. He lashed out, half blinded with blood in his eyes. His saber's blade bit deep under his opponent's kneecap. The thuggy collapsed to his hands and knees. Bolan raised the tulwar high and thrust the blade into the thuggy's neck. Paralyzing pain radiated across Bolan's chest as a brass-headed club rammed into his solar plexus. Bolan charged forward, ramming the thuggy off his feet and bore him to the floor. Bolan whipped the tulwar overhead and swung it down. Bolan rose and yanked the blade from the thuggy's forehead. He was out of opponents.
O brethren, take the name of Kali. There is no refuge except in her. O brethren, take the name of Kali. There is no refuge except in her. O brethren, take the name of Kali.
The spray of arterial blood painted the walls of the small studio in gruesome tapestry. He undoubtedly had a concussion, and freed of action, the drug continued to crawl through his mind. His opponents were butchered meat at his feet, but Bolan could still hear the chant. It took Bolan a moment to realize the chant was coming from Khan. She pressed herself up, naked, from the floor. Bolan reeled on his feet. The room swung in and out of focus, but he kept the tulwar between them. The woman reeled in the grip of the drug herself, but a heavenly smile crossed her bloody lips. Twice she fell against the wall, smearing the spray of thuggy blood. She staggered to her small closet and turned to regard Bolan. There was nothing left of Vijaya Khan in the black eyes that gleamed at Bolan. The woman was utterly in the grip of possession. Bolan raised his blade as she slowly swung open her closet door. On the inside of the door was a painting. It was exactly like the one on the wall in Srinagar, except that it had been painted with exquisite artistic ability. Kali covered all 7 feet of the door. She was gaunt, skeletal, terrible. Yet the width of her hips and the spill of her breasts were horrible in the offered fertility. Her bloody tongue crawled across her fangs and hung down nearly to her belly. Her red eyes bored into Bolan's. In her hand she held a severed head, and her raised foot stood upon a headless body, ready to begin the dance of destruction. Ghulam Farid's head was nailed to her hand. The Pakistani's giant body lay headless on the closet floor. Vijaya knelt naked before the horrific image in supplication. She turned and smiled at Bolan. The perfection of her cinnamon skin smeared with coagulating human blood. She opened her bloody hand out to Bolan.
Come to her, come to me, come to Kali. Oh brethren, take the name of Kali. There is no refuge except in her.
Bolan's blood hammered thickly in his temples. His vision doubled and tripled again, and his heart smashed in the cage of his ribs as if it might rupture. His limbs shook uncontrollably. Sweat burst out across his skin in rivulets in malarial fever heat, mixing with the blood running down his face and limbs. Khan offering herself to him, clad only in blood and darkness as the goddess of death looked on. Bolan's blood moved like molten lead into his lower body, responding to what the woman offered. She gazed in rapture and rose, opening her arms wide to him. Bolan suppressed the scream rising in his throat as Kali stepped from the door behind her. The 3-foot, blood-drenched tongue flickered forward lasciviously. The huge, canted red eyes burned at Bolan with scarlet hunger. The goddess offered her dark flesh in terrifying pantomime of Khan. In one hand, Kali held Ghulam Farid's head high in bloody triumph. The other 3 arms opened out to Bolan in unholy embrace. Bolan raised the blade of the tulwar and swung. Carl Lyons walked through the door first. What he found inside the safe house was a slaughter yard. Large and small portions of human beings were scattered about, including heads, hands, and limbs. The floor was a sea of drying blood. This could have happened minutes ago. The rest of the team filed into the room with their weapons ready. Burdick cleared the bathroom, while Calvin James and Ramrod walked the perimeter.
Bismillah.
Lyons looked over at the closet and saw Farid's head nailed to the door and his decapitated body lying on the carpet. The goddess Kali was painted on the door in horrific glory.
Bismillah.
Lyons went over to the closet where Makhdoom stood. Behind Farid's body, Agent Bijaya Khan lay naked on the floor. She was covered with blood, but didn't appear to be wounded. Her eyes were rolled back in her head so that only the whites showed. Foam flecked her lips.
He is hers. He is mine.
Jeez.
Burdick loomed over Lyons' shoulder and looked leerily at the headless corpse and the naked, writhing agent next to it.
Found something.
The former Navy SEAL held up a little tin of mints. He snapped on rubber gloves and fished out a dark brown lump from among the mints.
It's raw sugar.
The consecrated shit the reports talked about.
That's what I'm thinking.
James stared at the lump of sugar like he held a poisonous snake.
The Thuggy blood and hair samples we sent back from Kashmir came back with traces of some unidentified cocktail of hallucinogenics. I'm betting this stuff is laced to hell and gone with the same stuff.
Well, she's hopped up to hell and gone on something, and it ain't good.
We got his phone, we got his guns. Her pistol is just under the futon on your side, Chicago. We got the big guy's clothes. They've got him.
Lyons stared at the empty sheath on the wall.
I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I hear you. But they got to him.
Everyone looked back at the image of Kali painted on the door. A ragged 2-foot hole had been hacked out of the door that would have corresponded to where her head should have been.
Stryker wouldn't waste his time hacking off the head of a cartoon in a normal frame of mind, and he's not a minty fresh kind of guy either.
James glanced at the empty cartons of Chinese takeout.
I'm thinking Bijaya got indoctrinated when she was captured. She could have slipped it to Stryker via the food, but that wouldn't be the most certain vector for a hallucinogenic you need to dissolve across mucous membranes.
Lyons carried the shuddering agent from the closet.
You want to slip a hallucinogenic across someone's sensitive membranes, I'm thinking Bijaya is about all the vector you need.
You may have a point.
So where is he?
Burdick stood staring into the distance. He held 2 fingers to his earpiece. He had been monitoring the local police band on the way over. Lyons laid Khan on a relatively bloodless section of the futon.
Red, you got something?
Yeah, I think so. Just a minute. It's kind of sketchy, but I think it may just be Stryker.
What are they saying?
There's been a disturbance here in Chinatown, a few blocks away.
What kind of a disturbance?
Possible escaped lunatic.
Description?
White, naked, armed with a scimitar, and raving about the goddess Kali.
Kali.
Bolan reeled in dark delirium. The blood-stained blade of the tulwar had a blackened crescent in front of them. The denizens of Calcutta's dark back alleys melted before him, making way.
Kali!
Bolan's blood burned out of control in his body. Within the executioner's mind, thoughts and visions, dark and ugly beyond reckoning, twisted across his sight. Somewhere deep within Bolan's besieged psyche, he knew what was happening. He knew that hallucinogenics could be fought, controlled, but that voice was but one whisper among the gibbering, screaming cacophony of insanity shrieking through his intellect. Every hand he saw was black with blood. Every pair of eyes glowed red with the goddess's gaze.
Kali.
The executioner staggered through the slums, burning in the black hell of Kali's embrace. Lyons strode the streets. His team formed a phalanx behind him. They had left Chinatown, but the slums of Calcutta twisted and wound endlessly. None sought to impede them.
God damn it. If he's in the same shape as Bajaya, any of these shitbirds could have rolled him.
Keep cool, Red. Excuse me, do you speak English?
Yes?
Have you seen a crazed, naked white man with a scimitar around here?
Oh yes, he went in that building there.
Thanks.
Lyons led his team into the building. There was no door, just a ragged hole in the wall where the door and the doorframe had been knocked or rotted out. The building seemed to have been a small textile factory or warehouse. The inside was dark, except for a few smoldering fires made of waste of the squatters. The smoking lights did little to illuminate, and threw bizarre shadows across the piles of rubble, exposed beams, and rebar. Most of the second floor was gone. The squatters seemed to have fled since Bolan had taken up residency.
Mac! It's Carl! You in here? We're here to help! Red, give me your shotgun. Everyone, put the pistols away. Red, Makhdoom, stay tight. Chicago, hang back and pull a fade. If Stryker comes out swinging, try to blindside him.
Roger that.
James faded off to one side and disappeared into the dark.
Mac! Mac! It's Carl! Let's go home!
They advanced deeper into the dark. The smell of human waste and rot was overpowering. Makhdoom paused and knelt beside a sputtering fire.
Look here!
The Pakistani captain held up an unburned piece of plastic. There were drops of blood on the plastic, and they ran as he held it up. The blood was fresh.
He's here! He's...
Shit! Bolan came out of nowhere. Lyons had only a fraction of a second to meet Bolan's burning blue eyes, but in that moment, by the lurid red light of the dying fires, Lyons saw all he needed to know, that Mack was gone. Bolan swung the tulwar down at Lyons. Lyons shoved up the folding shotgun desperately. The tulwar cut through the folding stock, the barrel, and finally stopped on the shotgun's feed tube. Lyons torqued the shotgun savagely, trying to twist the wedged saber from Bolan's right hand. The executioner's left hand chopped into Lyons' temple. Lyons' knees buckled, and he sat in a pile of rubbish against his will. Suddenly, James flew out of the darkness as if he had wings. His flying thrust kick sent the tulwar spinning from Bolan's hand into the darkness. Bolan clotheslined him with a crushing blow beneath the clavicles that smashed him stunned into the ground. Bolan raised his heel to stave in James's face when Burdick jumped on him.
I got him! I got him!
Whoa! Burdick flew out of control across Bolan's hip.
Fuck!
Makhdoom closed in and pistoned 2 jabs into Bolan's jaw, then drove his foot into his belly. He seized Bolan by the throat and swung his boot up between the executioner's legs. Bolan twisted his hips and took the kick on the thigh. Bolan's hands shot forth, ramming the sides of Makhdoom's throat. The Pakistani commando dropped as if he'd been shot, but Burdick was up. He threw everything he had into a blindside haymaker for Bolan's jaw. Bolan's head rubbernecked on his shoulders. He turned and blinked dully at Burdick. James was on his feet with a syringe in his hand. Burdick threw his arms around the executioner in a bear hug and bodily lifted him up off his feet.
Do it! Do it quick!
Bolan thrashed savagely in Burdick's grip.
God damn it! Hurry the fuck up! I can't hold him!
Lyons barely avoided a foot to the face as he dived in and pinned Bolan's leg against Burdick's in a bear hug of his own.
The quad! In the quad!
For a scant second, they held the leg immobilized, and James slid the needle into the flesh of Bolan's thigh. Bolan's free leg clouted Lyons in the jaw and sat him back. James's face fisted in pain as Bolan's foot swung around and he took the blow on his casted arm. Burdick lifted Bolan higher. The executioner's eyes rolled as he lolled in the giant Marine's grip. Then his head fell against his chest, and he went limp. Burdick lightly put Bolan on the floor.
Jesus Christ. Jesus H. Christ.
And?
I was just thinking.
What's that?
I was just thinking. It was a good thing we didn't try the suppository.
Calvin?
Yeah?
Just make sure he doesn't die. We owe his ass for this one. We owe his ass big time.
Bolan rose from the black goddess's embrace like Orpheus arising from Hades. The dark gray neuroleptic fog slowly parted in his consciousness. Numb, thoughtless limbo gave way to massive pain throughout his body and nightmare in his mind. Cobwebs clung to the corners of his awareness. He felt disconnected from his surroundings. He was aware that something was wrong with him beyond the staggering ache and pain in his flesh. The executioner cracked open his eyes in careful slits. Once again, he was startled to find that he couldn't determine where he was. He was on a bed. He didn't move or struggle. His limbs were bound.
How do you feel?
Carl.
Glad to see you back. What do you remember?
Bolan looked hard at Lyons' face and realized he was the one who had inflicted the damage. Image after image began suddenly vomiting up in an avalanche of ugliness from the back of Bolan's brain. Throughout the horrific ride, there had been a part of his mind that had been aware of all that was going on, but it had been lost in the schizophrenic horror, unable to make itself heard. Memory after memory, horror after horror, piled on with ever-increasing clarity.
I don't know what was real and what wasn't.
Bolan suppressed a shudder as he reviewed his trek through hell. The armies of the dead and damned in front of him, the goddess of death a hellhound on his trail. They would be nightmares he would carry the rest of his life.
But I remember everything.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Did I kill anybody, Carl?
3 thuggies who deserved it.
Besides them?
None that we know of. The locals knew enough to stay out of your way.
How long have I been down?
10 hours. Calvin still hasn't identified what you and Bajaya were hopped up on. We've sent samples we found at Bajaya's studio back to the U.S. for lab tests.
How's Bajaya?
She was a zombie when we found her. Calvin thinks the cult deliberately gave you two a hot shot of whatever that stuff was. You both took a massive dose, but you weigh a lot more than she does. The drug hit her a lot harder. Calvin knocked her out with Benadryl and has her on a sedative drip. He's gonna keep her unconscious for another 12 hours.
How did you find me?
Followed the trail of terrified citizens.
Thorazine?
Yeah, about 8 cc's.
You know they call that stuff the chemical lobotomy.
Yeah, well, you should have seen yourself, Mac. Naked, raving, waving a meat cleaver around like you were collecting for the Red Cross. You needed lobotomizing, and fast.
Is everyone all right?
Traumatic bruising, mostly. You re-broke Calvin's hand. Makhdoom may have a light concussion. Other than that, we're tip-top.
Lyons unbuckled Bolan's restraints. Bolan rubbed his wrists while the big ex-cop grabbed a file from the bedstand. He took out a photo.
Recognize this asshole?
Bolan needed only a single glance at the Coherence VP.
That's the asshole from the South Park Street Cemetery.
I was hoping you'd say that.
So we have a line on him.
Yeah. Bear and Dr. Austenford put their heads together and came up aces.
Bolan stared into the face of the man who had plunged him into hell.
Where is he?
We're working on that. Most likely here in Calcutta, or in Santa Clara, California.
Silicon Valley?
Yep.
That's where the nukes will be.
I thought he wanted to blow up Kashmir.
He'd love to, and that's likely to happen anyway. But I think this Kaushal wants a hell of a lot more bang for his buck.
Like what kind of bang?
Like an exchange of nuclear weapons involving the superpowers.
Last time I heard, India and Pakistan weren't considered global superpowers.
No, but the United States is.
I don't follow.
They have 3 nukes, probably in California. Off the top of my head, let's say L.A., San Francisco, and a random third city all go up in flames. United States military satellites will recognize the detonation patterns being made by Pakistani equipment. The government of Pakistan will claim that they had nothing to do with it, but that won't matter. No sitting American president could turn the other cheek to a nuclear strike on the continental United States. If we didn't respond with a nuclear strike of our own, at the very least we would have to invade Pakistan to secure their nuclear stockpile.
And Pakistan would never go for it.
No. Any Pakistani government that agreed to U.S. occupation would fall instantly. The new leaders would declare jihad against the United States and quite probably resort to tactical nukes to repel the invasion. We would respond in kind. India would almost certainly get involved, with or without our good wishes. If there's anything left of Pakistan as a nation after that, they'll use their strategic arsenal. That could easily suck in China, Russia, and God only knows who else in the Middle and Far East.
You just came up with that after 10 hours on Thorazine?
Power nap. Good for the brain.
Bolan pushed himself up and swung his legs to the floor. He sat a moment and waited to see if he would faint or throw up as colors crossed his vision in a massive head rush.
Maybe you should have another one of those power naps.
We don't have the time.
Bolan rose and steadied himself against the wall.
We have a Calcutta residence on Kaushal.
Oh yeah, local CIA is keeping tabs on it.
Is he there?
They think someone is.
Let's roll.
Because you love the burning ground, I made my heart a burning ground.
Because you love the burning ground, I made my heart a burning ground.
Kalidas Kaushal knelt in front of his god, hands clasped in front of him in supplication. His inner circle of disciples arrayed behind him in a circle. Kali stood in all of her terrible glory before them. She was 7 feet of black marble upon a massive altar of similar stone. The ebony marble was shot through with streaks of pink that turned the already gaunt, fully awakened Kali into a veined horror. The skirt of desiccated human hands about her waist had been cut from the arms of living sacrifices. Her necklace of human skulls was equally real. The head in her hand and the decapitated body beneath her feet were freshened weekly. The immense multifaceted rubies embedded in the statue's eye sockets reflected the torchlight glittering in bloodthirsty approval upon her believers. The hand that normally held a sword now held an all-iron axe. The double-lobed blade and iron shaft weren't balanced for battle. It wasn't a weapon, but the tool of an executioner. The axe had been designed for the sole purpose of swiftly and efficiently removing a human head. The edge of the blade was stained with recent use. Kali held the axe aloft in terrible triumph. Kaushal opened his arms. His offerings to the goddess of death stood in front of the altar, each wreathed in garlands of flowers. The 3 tactical nuclear warheads gleamed in the torchlight.
I shall make a burning ground of the world.
I shall make a burning ground of the world.
Such is the order of sacrifice. First man, then horse, then bull, then ram, then goat, then you.
Such is the order of sacrifice. First man, then horse, then bull, then ram, then goat, then you.
Man is foremost of animals, and his sacrifice the most pleasing to the gods.
Man is the foremost of animals, and his sacrifice the most pleasing to the gods.
Kaushal gazed upon the thermonuclear weapons.
Let the time of Kali come. Let the sacrifice be made.
Let the time of Kali come. Let the sacrifice be made.
Metar, you bring news.
Metar stood at the entrance to the inner temple.
Yes, Guruji.
You bring news about the American.
Yes, Guruji. Things have not gone as planned.
Oh, I believe things have gone exactly as planned. You believe the American is not among us, Metar?
No, Guruji.
Metar shook his head in confusion. He had fully expected not to leave the inner temple with his head still affixed to his neck.
The American is free. All was prepared as you ordered, yet somehow he was not captured, and he has killed Bhuvan, Razi, and Eskichar.
And how did he kill them?
We have made discreet inquiries with the police. Their bodies have been identified. Some were beheaded, others missing limbs. It appears the American killed them with a bladed weapon.
He killed them with a sword? Not with guns or explosives, but with a sword. Tell me, Metar, where was he last seen?
There was word of him in the streets, naked in the slums behind Chinatown, carrying, as you say, a sword. Our spies tell me that his people came for him. There was a battle and they took him away unconscious. He is among them now.
No, Metar, he is not among them.
He is not?
No.
Kaushal turned back to gaze upon the nuclear warheads and the goddess of death looming over them.
He is among us now.
Bolan unsheathed his boot knife. Cold sweat stung his eyes as they flew open. His lips were pulled back in rage. Bolan lunged to his feet with the blade in front of him, his blue eyes blazing as Kali's rotting legions came for him.
Whoa, big fella. Steady.
Bolan blinked. There were no demons or undead. He was standing in the living room of the safe house. Trevor Burdick stood from the chair he had been sitting sentry in. He eyed Bolan carefully.
You know where you are?
You let me sleep.
Yeah, well, you called the team together, you sat on the couch, you yawned, you closed your eyes, and then you were gone. Calvin said it was for the best and to let you be.
Calvin usually knows best.
Sorry about your guns. Calvin told me to take them. They're in the closet. I missed the knife. He's gonna be pissed.
How long?
8 hours. Vijaya woke up a little while ago. I think you'd better talk to her.
How's she doing?
She's tough. I mean, considering what they must have done to brainwash her like that. I guess it's a miracle she's not a basket case. Whether she still has a career in intelligence, the Iron Man says that may be another matter. The CIA office in Delhi is getting more and more frantic demands from Raw to know her condition and whereabouts.
What have you told them?
Nothing. Calvin said she was in no condition to be debriefed by her people, and Carl agreed with him. So we sat tight and let her sleep. Here.
Burdick turned and poured a steaming cup of coffee from a hot plate.
You look like you could use it.
Thanks, Red. Thanks for babysitting.
No problem, Chief. Ramrod is on watch upstairs. The rest of the team is sacked out. We all needed it. Why don't you go see to your lady friend? I'll be right here if you need me.
Bolan poured another cup of coffee and walked over to Vijaya's door.
Come in.
The Indian agent sat in bed. The late afternoon was warm, but she had the blankets pulled up around her. Her face was pale and drawn. Despair radiated from her in palpable waves. Her arm was in a sling.
How are you holding up? You all right?
Bolan held out the cup. Khan's hands shook as she took it. She turned bloodshot eyes up to Bolan as he sat on the edge of the bed.
I will live with it.
Vijaya Khan was far from all right. Bolan looked down at her cast.
What happened to your arm?
You broke it when you threw me against the wall. I did not feel it at the time. Calvin said it. I wish you had killed me.
Maybe next time.
Your friend, Big Red, has my guns. He was nice about it when I asked, but he does not think I can be trusted. Not to hurt the team or myself.
I trust you. What we went through together. We're in the same club, and it's over now.
No, it is far from over. For both of us.
Tell me about it. Anything you can.
This guru...
Kalidas Kaushal. We have an ID on him.
If he were here now, and he told me to kill you, I would do it. I could not stop myself.
You believe that?
I know it to be a fact.
All right. Then I'm just going to have to kill him.
This man, Kalidas, he is more than just a terrorist.
I know.
You do not.
She grabbed Bolan's hand fervently.
What do you know of Indian religious practices?
What I've read, what little I've heard, not much.
Since ancient times, India has always had its fakirs, its gurus, men and women who could perform supernormal acts.
All cultures do. In the U.S., there are devout Christians who handle serpents, speak in tongues, and eat poison and broken glass.
In India, such things are almost a science, and acts such as those, child's play. In the practice of yoga alone, the 34 powers are specifically named.
I've heard a bit about it, but never seen much of it. Besides people lying on beds of nails or burying themselves alive.
I never much believed in it myself. However, in my land, through yogic practice, such powers as the ability to read minds, influence the minds of others, superhuman strength, these are considered signposts, indications of progress of a disciple's spiritual evolution. However, for a true disciple wishing to experience enlightenment and liberation, that is all they are, signs. To focus on them, to become attached to them, to use them for personal gain, is failure. To stray from the path. Many of the ancient texts say much worse, that attachment to any such powers, particularly the mental and spiritual ones, can lead to great mental, physical, and spiritual harm. They can lead to...
insanity. You believe he has these kinds of powers?
Some of them, perhaps. I felt his personal power, even before I was drugged. The drugs undoubtedly helped him cement his hold. Afterwards, I was his slave. A slave of Kali. I think I still am. I fear you are too.
Kaushal might have a foothold, but slave? That's something he's gonna have to earn. Get some rest if you can. We're going to make a move, one way or the other, and soon.
Khan nodded numbly and curled herself into a fetal position on the bed. Bolan's team was waiting for him. They stood in a grim-faced phalanx.
We assault Kaushal's residence here in Calcutta immediately.
Burdick looked skeptically at Lyons. Lyons turned to James, and the men exchanged frowns. Ramrod looked searchingly at each of the three men in turn. Makhdoom's eyes never left Bolan's. The look on the Pakistani's face was severe. Khan wasn't the only member of the team having a crisis of faith.
You sure you're up to that?
Stryker, we don't know what that shit did to you. What it could still be doing to you. We don't know what that shit was, and I don't like it. I let you rest here in India because I didn't want to move you, but now that you're up and around and lucid, I'm thinking we need to get you back to the farm. I'm thinking we need to do a full blood workup. I know you don't want to hear it, but you might need therapy, chemical and psychological. I know Bajaya does.
I feel like shit, Carl, but the Thorazine wore off hours ago. I don't feel any effects of the drug, and I appreciate your concern for my well-being.
I don't give a shit about your well-being. What I care about right now is the team. I'm trying to decide whether you're a liability or an asset.
Then make up your mind. You've got 3 seconds to decide, and then I'm leading this team.
Lyons gave Bolan the once-over, as if he were reading his aura.
You're the man.
Anyone else have any objections?
You sure this is a good idea?
We're going into the heart of this man's darkness, Calvin, and you're going to need everyone, even me.
Fine. I object, for the record, but that said, let's just get this done and go home.
Everyone arm and armor up for full assault. We meet back in this room in 15 minutes. I assume you've already come up with a war plan. I want to roll in 30.
The team broke up and went to go equip themselves.
Red.
What's up, boss?
Come here a sec.
Burdick scooped up his shotgun and loomed over Bolan.
What's up?
You're still an outsider here.
Yeah, like I don't know that. But I thought I was starting to prove myself.
You have. That's why I need to ask you a personal favor.
I am not staying behind to babysit Agent Khan. I've proved myself, and like you said, you need every warm body, including fat old ex-Marines.
That's not what I'm asking.
This ain't a happy favor, is it?
No. I've known Calvin for a long time. As teammates, we're tight. Carl, I've known even longer. We go back to things you don't know about, things you never will.
Yeah, I figured. The blood brother vibe is real deep with you guys. Frankly, I envy it.
That's right. And because of that, they could hesitate fatally for the whole team. As for Ramrod and Makhdoom, they're on the other end of the spectrum. They're extremely capable, but if things go wrong, they could hesitate for a completely different set of reasons. You land right in the middle, Red.
What are you saying?
I'm saying, if the shit hits the fan, you're just courageous enough to do the right thing, and do it in time to save the rest of the team.
I think I know what you're saying.
So say it out loud, Red. Say it so we both know.
Burdick raised his Mossberg shotgun slightly.
You're saying that if it even starts to look like you're going back to the dark side, You want me and old Painless here to put you down easy, before you can turn on the team.
That's right. You're gonna be my wingman on this one. You watch my back, Red, and you watch it good.
All right.
You down for this? If you aren't, you let me know now. No shame.
Burdick held out a hand.
Semper Fi.
Bolan took the offered hand and shook it.
Semper Fi.
You two having a white boy moment or something?
Yeah, but we're done.
Good, because Carl's just off the horn with the bear.
And?
And it's our boy Kaushal. We found him. He's in California, big guy. Just like you predicted.
Moffett Naval Air Station, Sunnyvale, California. Bolan took advantage of the plane flights to sleep. The team had rented a commercial jet in Calcutta and flown to Diego Garcia. From the tiny British-owned island in the middle of the Indian Ocean, they had commandeered a U.S. Air Force KC-135 tanker and flown the 14,000 miles to California non-stop. All told, the trip had still burned more than 24 hours they couldn't afford, but it had given Bolan's team desperately needed downtime. Calvin James had insisted on giving Bolan a sedative. It had left him feeling foggy on landing, but his sleep has been mercifully devoid of nightmares. When he could sleep no more, Bolan had read everything Kurtzman had dug up on Kalidas Kaushal. He agreed with Lyons' assessment and combined it with everything Khan had told him. The math kept coming up ugly. Whether Kalidas Kaushal had genuine occult power or just heightened power of personality was irrelevant. What was relevant was that he was one of the most mentally and physically dangerous opponents Bolan had ever faced, and he had the means, the will, and the intention to start World War III. By introducing the drug into his system, Kaushal had landed the first blow between them. The soldier was still reeling from it, and by the perpetual look of concern on Calvin James's face, the blow had set him up for a potential knockout. There was also the added factor that Kaushal was very likely to be clinically insane. Bolan awoke again as they landed at Moffett Field. After they debarked, Bolan and his bruised, jet-lagged team limped into the cavernous interior of Moffett Field's dirigible hangar. Inside, they found a pair of surveillance vans, courtesy of the San Francisco FBI branch office. 3 folding tables between the vans were laden with weapons and gear. Coffee was steaming on a hot plate, and there was a plate of submarine sandwiches. Jack Grimaldi sat in a folding chair smoking a cigar with his feet up on a pile of armored vests. Dr. Allison Austin-Ford sat next to him with her feet up as well. The pair seemed to be getting along famously. Grimaldi ran his eyes over the team and let out a long stream of blue smoke. He looked at Bolan questioningly.
You guys look like dog shit. What the hell happened to you?
That man right there.
Heard a little about that. You all right, big guy?
Nope. But I will be, come game time. What have we got on Kaushal's whereabouts?
The FBI has been staking out his place and the Coherence R&D facility. Dr. Kaushal arrived in California 72 hours ago. He spent the night in his house in Los Gatos. Went to work the next morning and came home. He went to work today at the Coherence R&D laboratory in Palo Alto and still hasn't left.
Bolan checked his watch. It was 6:30 p.m.
The doctor's working late.
Yeah, and on a Friday.
How about his research team?
That's the funny part. They're all working late tonight, too. Everyone else at Coherence R&D has gone home, except for the janitors.
Palo Alto. That's where Stanford University is located, isn't it?
Affirmative.
Then Kaushal has had years to set this place up to his specifications.
Bolan glanced at the tables heaped with weapons, and then at Austin-Ford.
You bring us any new toys?
Austin-Ford grinned as she stood and walked over to one of the tables. She picked up an M4A1 carbine. A 40mm grenade launcher was attached under the barrel, and its topside rail interface system was festooned with optical equipment.
The flashlight and aim-point electro-optical sight are standard issue. The laser infrared illuminator has been modified.
She picked up a remote and pointed it at a wire frame 10 yards away. A length of silvery gray fabric was suspended within the frame. A pair of wires were clipped to the fabric and led to a black box on the floor.
This is a piece of light-transferring textile you gentlemen captured. We still don't know how the enemy made it work, but we have been able to power it up.
Good God.
The fabric was gone. The frame appeared to be empty. The two electrical power wires seemed to be levitating in space. Ostenford brought the carbine to her shoulder and aimed at nothing.
Now, here's your latest countermeasure.
The carbine's laser sight blinked to life. It appeared to strike nothing and painted a ruby red dot on a 6 by 4 foot steel plate set on the wall 10 yards behind the frame. However, a tiny red light winked on top of the forward laser sight box.
We modified the laser sight to act like a laser rangefinder.
The doctor lowered the weapon.
Just like laser ranging binoculars, the laser sight hits a stationary target and constantly measures the distance from the lens to the target. This happens at the speed of light.
The doctor swiftly shouldered her carbine again and clicked on the laser light. The ruby dot appeared once more on the plate. The light and chime began their frantic warning once more.
However, when the laser hits the light-transferring fabric, well, there is a transfer. The optical cells in front receive the laser light and transmit the signal to the back, and vice versa. That transfer takes fractions of a second that mean nothing in real-time terms. The human eye doesn't notice it, just as we can't see the difference now.
She dropped the muzzle and powered off the laser.
However, the microprocessor in the sight does detect the difference. It detected a break while it was trying to range.
So we can detect them without carrying around 5-pound bags of flour or paintball grenades.
It gets better.
The doctor suddenly raised the rifle. Between the doctor and the target plate, the frame holding the fabric was bent and twisted. The fabric hung in the frame, clearly visible, and torn to shreds. Scores of tiny, twisted, toothpick-sized slivers of metal littered the ground in front of the target plate.
The problem with the paint marking rounds we worked up for you is that they left your grenade launchers and shotguns less than lethal. We have to assume the enemy will have adapted to this.
Ostenford put down her carbine and picked up a 40mm grenade from one of the tables. She unscrewed the round, blunt nose of the grenade and upended it. Ugly, finned steel darts tinkled to the table in a heap.
These are your standard United States military 2-inch .17 grain artillery flechettes. Normally they're packed by the 1,000 into artillery shells, also known as beehive munitions. They turn artillery pieces into giant shotguns for close-in perimeter defense. Choppers use them for the same effect in Hydra anti-personnel rockets. Each one of these 40mm munitions is packing 115 darts per round. Coming out of a 40mm tube, we predict a 5.3-yard dispersal pattern at 25 yards. They should penetrate soft body armor at that range. From 50 yards out, velocity, penetration, and dispersal will become dicey. The secondary benefit of the flechettes is that, as you can see, if you rip enough holes in the fabric, the light transferring capability is compromised. My advice to you, gentlemen, is to keep your 40mm locked and loaded, laze constantly, and shred any son of a bitch who breaks your beam.
Bolan smiled wearily. He liked the idea. Ostenford's technical innovations and tactics were continually keeping him and his team alive. They had all been through a lot, but they were salty and in an aggressive mood.
All right. Everyone arm and armor up. I want to be in Palo Alto in 30. We're going in hard.
Coherence Research and Development Laboratory. It was 4 a.m. Bolan lay on a hilltop with Trevor Burdick at his side. He scanned the target for the 100th time. The building was a fairly small 2-story affair set in the rolling hills of the South Bay. The parking lot was nearly full. The entire research team appeared to be working in the wee hours, Even the janitors hadn't left. A pair of civilian Bell Jet Ranger helicopters were parked on the roof.
You got anything for me, Bear?
Well, every member of the janitorial service has a Hindu name. That strike you as slightly odd?
Striker, I have movement. Half a click northeast of your position.
How many?
I saw one individual, appears to be armed, moving very stealthily.
Bolan panned his night vision scope over the area and caught movement. He upped the gain to full power and the scope to maximum magnification. Bolan shook his head slowly.
Striker, can you make him out?
Bolan could. It was Bajaya Khan, and she was armed for bear.
What have we got?
A volunteer. Hold position. I'm going to make contact. Burdick, stay put.
Burdick swung his night scope northeast and lowered the rifle. Once again, he wasn't quite pointing the muzzle at Bolan.
You sure that's a good idea, boss?
We can't just leave her out here, whatever her intentions.
She already betrayed us once. Even if her intentions are good, she's damaged goods and a liability. Maybe you should let me take care of her. I mean, like hogtie her. Pick her up after the mission's over and stuff. Jesus, don't look at me like that.
I know what you mean, Red, but this is personal between us. I'm gonna bring her in.
Well, fuck me. I've already got orders to open your goddamn skull to the sky if you go cuckoo for Kali again. And now I've got to babysit both of you? Swell.
You're a good man, Red. I knew I could count on you.
Yeah, right.
Bolan began moving down the hillside. He deliberately made noise when he moved. He put the hill between himself and the coherence building, and then stood. Khan rose from her crouch behind a tree and came forward. She pulled up British-issue night vision goggles. Her hair was pulled back into a single combat braid, and she wore a black raid suit. Her antique Webley Fosbury revolvers were strapped to her thighs. She cradled a Colt AR-15 carbine. A brutally shortened 12-gauge shotgun was slaved beneath the barrel.
You got here fast.
It was not hard. As an agent of RAW, I have access to many resources, including preference on commercial and military flights.
How did you find us?
That was the easiest part. This is the logical location, and it is now less than 48 hours until the Kali Puja, the festival of Kali, begins. I knew you would be here.
Do your superiors know you were here?
There is a large Indian population in California. RAW has assets here. They will know that I requisitioned weapons, but they do not know where I am.
You didn't give them the full report on Kaushal?
No. They would not take direct action in the United States. The weapons will have been detonated before they finish debating what to do. My career is over. This is personal.
You shouldn't be here.
Neither should you.
Big Red is worried you're going to slip me another Mickey. He wants to hogtie you and keep you out of it.
Let him try.
He has orders to blow my head off if I start to relapse. He'll do you too if it comes down to it.
Red is a good man, and that is a sensible precaution.
Heads up on the hill. I'm bringing in Bajaya.
The Inner Temple. The thermonuclear weapons were ready. The rituals had been performed. The sacrifices had given up their lives upon Kali's altar. The weapons themselves had been consecrated to the goddess. Natar had set the timers and detonators. All that remained was transportation to their final destinations. Kaushal had spent the past 24 hours in deep meditation in front of the 3 tactical nuclear warheads. His vision of the apocalypse was terrifying in its completeness. One weapon would head south to the city of Los Angeles. The second would travel slightly north to devastate the city of San Francisco. The third would take the long journey home, close to where it had been taken from. It would ignite in radioactive fire in the disputed land of Kashmir, setting off the war between India and Pakistan. The 2 blasts in the United States would ensure the lighting up of the world. Millions would be sacrificed in the opening seconds. In the days to follow, that number could grow to billions. In the days between the first fires and annihilation, his devotees would use the light-transferring textile cloaks to assassinate key world leaders. The earth would become a crematorium, a place of ashes and fire. The world would become the burning ground of Kali, as had the heart of Kalidas Kaushal long ago. He recalled his Uncle Jagmohan, how the old man had found his spiritual practice faulty, his devotion incomplete. Jagmohan had sent him out into the jungle to fast and to meditate upon his purpose. It had been there, in the jungle night, rent by the roars of roaming tigers and the screams of the apes, that he had first heard the drum and chant. Kaushal had risen from his reed mat and followed the sound. He slipped past the thuggy lookouts and had come upon the circle around the campfire. He had been bewitched by the beauty of the chant and litany, and hypnotized by the drums. He had screamed out loud in terror when he had beheld the sacrifice of a living man to the goddess. The lookouts had fallen upon him and dragged him into the circle for ritual strangulation. The priest had noticed Kaushal's Brahmin caste marks, and rather than feeling death constrict around his throat, the sweetness of Kali had been forced between his lips. After that night, everything had become very clear. He'd returned to the commune, proving himself with single-minded devotedness to delving into the mysteries his uncle taught. By night he proved himself to the Thuggis. First, as a digger and barrier of their victims' bodies. With unflagging fanaticism and clarity of purpose and cleverness, he quickly rose through the ranks of the deceivers. Soon he was a true Thuggi, ritually strangling his brother monks, local villagers, and travelers beneath the light of the moon. By day he made shocking progress at the commune. The breathing, meditations, and austerities his uncle's sect practiced were severe and could prove injurious if done improperly. They required purity of mind and spirit. Kaushal took consecrated sugar as his sacrament. His mind expanded, and his progress surged forward. While the rest of the disciples meditated upon peace and light, Kaushal's mind and soul were filled with the ascension of the dark goddess. He buried himself alive for days, resisted fire upon his skin, and was able to slow his heart and his breathing nigh unto death. Such things became as parlor tricks to him. Deeper mysteries were revealed to him by day and by night. He took spiritual outings into the jungle, meeting with the Thuggis and local dacoits. His spiritual power mounted. Even the local Thuggi priest bowed before him in awe. Every month upon the full moon, another of his uncle's disciples disappeared. Finally, too many monks and commune workers had disappeared to be runaways who couldn't handle the discipline of the spiritual life. Jagmohan had found lumps of the consecrated sugar in Kaushal's hut. He had seen the spiritual power growing in his nephew's eyes. During direct communion, he looked deeper into Kalidas's heart and mind. Kalidas had become powerful beyond imagining. He was utterly insane. It had taken all of Jagmohan's own spiritual power to keep his realization secret under Kalidas's gaze. Jagmohan had followed Kalidas one night and found him strangling one of the village boys who carried rice to the commune. He had returned to the commune to meditate upon what he had to do. Jagmohan was a man of great spiritual progression, but he couldn't help fearing what he'd seen in Kalidas's eyes. He hadn't the strength to confront his nephew, much less save him. It would require the authorities and guns to bring down his nephew and his new friends. Jagmohan had lifted his head from the meditations to find Kalidas towering over him. He'd smiled benevolently upon his uncle. The strangling cord had hung loosely in his hands. Kaushal summoned the dacoits, and they had fallen upon the commune in an orgy of rape, murder, and fire. Kaushal had returned to Calcutta, the city of his birth, and begun to walk the path that would lead to this moment. Only one thing was missing. Kaushal smiled as Matar entered.
Guruji.
Yes?
He is here.
Bolan's team came in hard. The front double-glass doors flew back on their hinges. Khan's shotgun was loaded with barricade-breaching rounds. All the lights were on. There was no security guard at the desk. The coherence lab seemed completely open.
We're expected. Oh, yeah. Time to see if your toys work, Doc.
The team played their lasers over every inch of the room. The foyer was plushly carpeted with a vast arc of oak table for the security guard at night and the secretary during the day. No alarms went off on their weapons. but alarm bells were tingling up and down each team member's spine.
This is so fucked. My goddamn toes are tingling. This place is crawling with screwheads.
Shred any son of a bitch that breaks your beam.
Quick, get the security cameras.
2-story building. God only knows what's underneath.
A temple.
How do you know?
It will be here. If this is where they produce their cloaks and have the weapons, they will be consecrated to Kali. There will be a temple. Trust me.
That's where the nukes will be.
The team followed Bolan as he walked past the desk and went to the door that led out of the foyer. A long hallway of office suite doors stretched away. Close by was an elevator. The doors were open. The team played their lasers down the hall, but nothing broke their beams. Lyons stepped through the door. The team continued to play their lasers all around them. One by one, they entered the hall. Lyons went to the first office door. The interior was a conference room with a long table surrounded by chairs. Once again, all the lights were on, and it appeared as if no one was home. Lyons entered the room, and the team fanned in behind him. Bolan looked at Sadie and Shotzi. They stood stiff-legged, their hackles standing straight up.
Search!
Ostenford let the dogs off their leads, and they swept the room. Ruby-red laser dots swung along the walls rapidly. Lyons and James panned their beams beneath the table, but nothing was setting off the alarms.
Lady, either your dogs have distemper or your toys don't work.
They work fine, thank you very much.
Bolan walked to the end of the room with James and Lyons flanking him. They swept the room a final time.
Ramrod, Makdoum, check the elevator.
The executioner whipped around. Burdick, Ramrod, and Makdoum were standing on their tiptoes, turning purple as they clutched their throats. Bolan and the rest of the team panned their weapons around the three men, but no alarms went off. The dogs were agitated, but didn't seem to sense invading bodies to lunge at.
Shit!
James dropped his carbine on its sling and unsheathed his knife. The ex-SEAL charged in low, his thumb on the blade of the Gerber MK2 fighting knife. Bolan and Lyons covered him as he ran to Burdick and spun the big Marine. James stabbed nothing.
Jesus! There's no one fucking here!
Burdick's eyes were bulging out of his head as his face went from purple to blue. James grabbed at the big ex-Marine's throat.
God damn it, Stryker, there's no one...
James staggered backward, his hands flying to his own throat.
Carl, get...
Lyons' carbine fell from his hands. He instinctively twisted and threw a pair of elbow strikes behind him that struck nothing. The veins stood out on his temples as he grabbed at his throat.
God damn it!
Ostenford swung the muzzle of her carbine in all directions. Bolan panned his muzzle toward the ceiling. The panels covering sections of the overhead fluorescent lighting had been silently slid back. Bolan shone his laser directly over Lyons' head. The red LED began blinking rapidly. His team wasn't being strangled from behind. They were being hanged. Bolan tracked his carbine straight up and squeezed the trigger of his M203. A human shape swathed in silver fabric blinked into existence. The length of shimmering strangling cord led from his hands to Lyons' throat. The man's stance on a pair of steel struts set in the ceiling above the lights wobbled as a red stain spread across his stomach. Bolan unholstered his carbine and aimed for the man's chest. Lyons fell to his knees as the noose was released. Makdoum and Ramrod hung unconscious, seemingly suspended by nothing. Burdick's bulging eyes had seen the thuggy fall from the ceiling. The big man reached over his head and heaved with every last bit of strength remaining in his 300-pound frame. Something fell onto the conference table.
Sadie, Shotzi, get some, get some, get some!
The dogs leaped up on the table and began savaging the unseen. Bolan emptied his magazine into the ceiling above Makdoum, and the Pakistani fell unconscious on the floor. Khan put 3 rounds from her shotgun into the overhead lighting above Ramrod. The SAR sergeant collapsed. James slammed his cast into something just over his head. His commando knife slashed. He fell to one knee. sawing at the visible silvery cord around his throat. A length of similar fabric suddenly dangled over his head. Bolan dropped his spent carbine. He unholstered his Beretta 93R and the .50 caliber Desert Eagle and aimed just above James. He dropped the Desert Eagle and reached over his head. His hand closed around the cord as it started to cinch shut. He yanked for slack and fired the Beretta upward. Bolan lunged to one side as the Thuggee fell. Bolan ejected the nearly spent mag of the Beretta and slapped in a fresh one.
Cut them free!
Khan and the doctor went to their stricken teammates as Bolan put a 3-round burst into every remaining ceiling panel. No more Thuggees fell through. Bolan dropped the spent Beretta and scooped up the Desert Eagle as he strode forward.
Call off the dogs.
Sadie! Shotzi! Back off!
The 2 dogs reluctantly leaped from the table. They had ripped enough fabric to compromise the light-transferring cell network. A dead man lay on the table. James shoved the dead Thuggee off himself and rose. He had cut himself, releasing the strangling cord, and blood ran down his neck. James's left hand hung at his side. His shattered cast hung in shreds of plaster and gauze. He sheathed his blade and pulled his .45 caliber Heckler & Koch P9, covering the door into the room. He shook his head at Bolan.
God damn!
Bolan nodded in agreement. The entire team had almost been wiped out in one fell swoop. Bolan holstered his pistol and reloaded his carbine and grenade launcher. He swept the laser over every inch of the ceiling, the room, and then pointed it back out the door they had come in.
See how everyone is.
Austenford knelt beside Ramrod.
Ramrod is hurt.
A dead Thuggee lay next to him. The killer had taken all 3 of Khan's buckshot rounds square in the chest. James limped over and took stock of the half-unconscious man.
How bad is it, Carl?
Looks like his hip is broken.
James gently probed Ramrod's abdomen. The front of his uniform pants were wet and dark red.
He's urinating blood. His bladder may be ruptured. He isn't critical, but it's bad enough.
Bolan glanced at the ex-SEAL's arm.
How about you, Cal?
Oh, my cast is busted. Again.
Makhdoom?
The Pakistani was on his feet. He leaned heavily on the tabletop and heaved ragged breaths into his tortured lungs. His nose was bleeding. Blood flecked his lips.
Makhdoom! Cal!
James lifted Makhdoom's head. James probed his neck. There was a massive, ugly-looking trauma on his throat, where the heavy coin inside the strangling cord had pressed down.
Bruised trachea. Might even be hairline cracked. Makhdoom, can you talk?
I still can fight.
James looked back at Bolan with a great deal of skepticism on his face. Makhdoom fixed his bloodshot gaze on Bolan.
Badal.
Bolan nodded. The only way he would be able to make Makhdoom stand down would be to kill him. Bolan thumbed his throat mic.
Jack, I'm gonna need extraction.
Affirmative, Stryker. ETA 5 minutes to your position.
We have 2 choppers on the roof. Your LZ will be in the front parking lot.
Roger that, Stryker.
You want me to stay with Ramrod?
Yeah. If the shit really hits the fan, you get him in the chopper, and you and Jack come in as backup.
The shit has already hit the fan, but just shout if you need me.
Bajaya, take Ramrod's carbine and grenades. Let's do it.
The remaining members of the team deployed back into the hallway. Bolan considered the elevator.
Bajaya, you think the temple will be downstairs?
Almost certainly.
What kind of grenades did you come with?
Why, Indian, of course.
She reached into her pouch and pulled out a serrated cast iron lump, twice the size and weight of modern grenades.
This one has a 4-second delay. I have 2 more with a 13-second delay for booby traps.
Let me see that one.
Khan handed Bolan the grenade. He pulled the pin and tossed the grenade into the open elevator.
Fire in the hole! The elevator is clear. They'll expect us to come down. Give me one of your lucky 13s.
Bolan took the grenade and looked around the corner into the elevator. No shredded thuggies lay dead in there. The slightly hammered buttons showed floors 1, 2, and basement. Bolan reached in and pressed the basement button. Just before the doors closed, he pulled the pin on the grenade and tossed it inside.
I need these doors open, Carl.
Lyons produced flexible charge from his web gear. He pulled the adhesive strip and pressed the shaped charge explosive into the door into a 5-foot hoop shape.
Fire in the hole!
Lyons put his boot into the blackened circle, and a 5-foot oblong of door broke apart into 2 pieces and fell. Bolan leaned into the hole and shone his rifle-mounted light down the shaft. The elevator car was on the basement landing. A dead thuggy lay on top of the car. Bolan pulled on his gloves. Bolan slid himself through the jagged hole in the doors. He grabbed the cables and slid down the 20 feet to the car roof. A few seconds later, Burdick came down next to him. Khan came down next.
How do you want to manage the dogs?
Let me clear the area down here and I'll send the elevator up. Hold your position.
Affirmative.
The 2 men crouched. Bolan took out an M67 frag grenade and pulled the pin. He nodded at Burdick. Red flipped up the latch on the elevator car hatch and yanked it open. The cotter pin flew away as Bolan dropped the grenade into the hatch. Both men leaned back as the grenade detonated in the car. Bolan glanced down the hatch without exposing himself. The inside of the beleaguered elevator car was pitted, scraped, and scarred from the multiple grenade detonations, but there were no corpses or blood traces.
Hold me up.
Bolan took one of his remaining grenades and pulled the pin as Burdick grabbed him by his web gear. The executioner swung his head and shoulders down the hatch. Bolan hurled the grenade out of the elevator and into the basement.
Up!
Burdick yanked Bolan up.
Let's go.
Bolan dropped into the elevator car with carbine ready and lasing out the door. He took cover behind one side of the door as Burdick dropped down and took the other. Khan appeared a moment later. Bolan thumbed his mic.
Elevator is secure. We'll secure the area and send it up.
Affirmative. Holding position.
The elevator doors began to close. Bolan shoved his carbine barrel out and the steel doors closed upon it. They didn't reopen as they should have.
What the?
Burdick dropped his weapon and grabbed one of the doors as Bolan grabbed the other. They heaved against the doors with all of their strength, but they didn't budge. The elevator began to drop.
Stryker!
Iron Man, there's another floor.
Bolan's carbine was ripped from his hands, and the barrels of the rifle and grenade launcher warped and bent as they were dragged against the concrete wall of the elevator shaft. Bolan took out his pistols.
We're trapped and heading down.
Affirmative. We're on our way.
Iron Man, hold position.
Affirmative. Holding.
Bolan, Khan, and Burdick took cover on either side of the door and put the outside in a crossfire. The hidden floor below the basement was hewn out of earth and rock. It was lit in lurid red and orange by flickering torches. The air that came into the elevator reeked of burning incense.
Stryker, what is your situation?
I believe we've found the temple.
You want us to come down?
Negative, Iron Man. The shaft is a kill zone. They're expecting it. It would take just one grenade to kill all of you as you came down. Or they could take you one at a time as you passed the basement.
They aren't using guns, Stryker. We can fast rope the cables.
Iron Man, they may not be using guns or grenades, but they're waiting for you to come down that shaft, and nothing good is going to happen when you do.
All right. We'll find another way to get to you. Sit tight if you can and keep us advised.
Affirmative.
Bolan and Burdick continued to laze the torchlit corridor. Nothing broke their beams.
These guys give me the creeps.
You and me both. Khan, are you all right?
No, but I will not let you down.
Bolan looked down the corridor hewn out of the earth. The cloying stench of the incense was overpowering. A sound at almost subliminal level caught Bolan's attention. Burdick's head jerked up a second later.
What the hell is that? All right, you sons of bitches. Come and get it.
No, Red. Oh, whoa. Oh.
Bolan put a hand against the wall of the elevator as his knees suddenly went sickly weak. Sweat burst out of his brow as his skin heated and burned with the infection of fever. He shook his head and looked over at Khan. Spittle flecked the Indian agent's lips. Her eyes rolled back in her head as she sagged and slid to the floor.
What the... Jesus, Iron Man, we are in deep shit. Khan is down. Stryker is... Oh my God.
Bolan swayed like a drunk as the interior of the elevator expanded and stretched in sickening parallax. A rapidly failing part of his mind could still do the math. The drums were sonic triggers. Bolan struggled for control as every shrapnel hole and scar in the walls of the elevator expanded and gaped at him like open graves. He knew what was happening. The incense was laden with the thuggy sacramental drug. They were burning into the air that Bolan breathed. He knew what was happening, and he was powerless to stop it.
God damn you, Stryker.
Only a vague part of Bolan's mind noted the muzzle of Burdick's carbine coming toward his skull, and he didn't care. Bolan fell, writhing, face first to the floor of the elevator. He didn't feel the boot that rolled him over, but he did perceive one giant ugly Marine standing over him. An M4 Ranger carbine with attached grenade launcher was pointed at his face. In his other hand, Burdick held a dripping syringe of a size fit to tranquilize a horse. He injected the fluid. The twin muzzles of Burdick's weapon system never wavered from between Bolan's eyes.
Tell me you're with me, Stryker.
Every muscle in his body flexed and rippled with the hammering ache of tetanus.
What was in that, Red?
Well, looky here. The big guy's back. Have a nice trip?
You drugged me with that?
Well, naloxone, benzodiazepine, benzodrine, caffeine, a bunch of shit I can't remember. Some kind of Calvin cocktail. Me and the brother had a powwow about my orders while you were packing these on the plane. He handed me the needle and suggested that if you went to the dark side of the Force, and I had the opportunity to stick you with it before I blew your brains out. He said there was a ghost of a chance it would jumpstart you. Something about agonists and antagonists and neuroreceptors. Shit, I'm just a left-handed Gemini from Florida. It was all above my high school equivalency exam. He also said it might throw you into a coma, give you a heart attack, or kill you, but at least you'd have more of a chance than with a NATO standard SS-109 through the brain.
Burdick removed the muzzles of his weapons from Bolan's face.
How do you feel?
Bolan's brain buzzed as though he'd drunk 100 urns of Aaron Kurtzman's coffee.
Like it rained hammers.
Good. That's real good. Can you stand?
All Bolan wanted to do was find an open grave and fall into it.
Yeah.
Burdick grabbed a fistful of Bolan's webgear and yanked him to his feet.
Good. Calvin said there's no such thing as an anti-psychedelic, but he said if you hated someone enough and put enough of the right kinds of shit into a needle, you could focus their ass if you were willing to kill them. Does your ass feel focused?
Bolan saw Burdick as if he were looking at the ex-Marine through a pair of binoculars that had been reversed. He had tunnel vision, and felt as though thousands of spiders were crawling around the perimeter of the lenses, just out of sight.
Oh, crystal clear.
Fucking A. You're a lying son of a bitch, but you're pretty salty for a guy who should be dead. You'll do.
He grabbed Bolan's carbine from where it hung by its sling and handed it to him.
That's your M4 weapon system. Hold on to it. You're gonna need it.
Bolan looked down at Khan.
You gonna shoot her up?
Don't know. Think I should?
What did Calvin say?
Well, he did give me 2 needles.
Burdick looked unhappily at the Indian agent as she twitched in a fetal curl.
But the man didn't look confident, and you outweigh her by about 70 pounds. If I light her up, it'll probably kill her. Even if she ain't overdosing on that thuggy shit already.
Do it.
Jesus, you really...
Do it.
Shit. Okay, right.
Burdick pulled a fresh needle, while Bolan covered the corridor and lazed. Burdick slid the needle in.
Oh, fuck.
Burdick held the woman down while she went into violent convulsions.
Fuck!
Bolan kept his red-rimmed gaze and his laser pointing down the corridor.
is she?
If she dies, this is your goddamn fault.
Burdick felt for a pulse in the now motionless agent.
Okay, weak and thready, but she's alive.
He peeled back an eyelid and recoiled slightly.
Goddamn. She's gone, Daddy. Gone.
Bolan glanced down. Khan's pupils were blown and 2 different sizes. Her body was alive, but Bijaya Khan wasn't at home. Bolan thumbed his throat mic.
We're being jammed across all frequencies.
Can they do that?
Can they turn invisible?
Right. So, what do we do now? Sit tight and wait for the cavalry?
This is the elevator to hell, Red, and we are on the bottom floor. We know they're waiting on the floor above us for someone to try to come up or come down. You want to stick around until they go to Plan B?
Yeah, granted, but couldn't wandering around down here be just what they want us to do?
Probably. But right now, they think Khan and I are in La La Land.
You saying you ain't? Don't look at me like that.
Pick her up.
The big ex-Marine scooped up the unconscious agent and tossed her across his shoulders. The 2 warriors stepped out into the torchlight, lazing as they went. Lyons contemplated a set of stairs on the first floor.
You know they must be booby-trapped.
Yep.
Ostenford held the dog's leads in one hand and her carbine in the other.
This whole place is rigged like a funhouse.
Yeah.
So how do we get down without getting hammered?
We make our own stairs.
How do we do that?
Lyons began to pull blocks of C4 plastic explosive from his webbing.
Makhdoom, flexible charge.
This should be fun.
Makhdoom reeled out a length of charge from a pouch. He pulled away the strip covering the adhesive side and pressed a 3-foot diameter hoop onto the floor 2 yards away from the door to the stairs. Lyons pressed his C4 blocks together.
What do you think? 3? 4?
Lyons bundled his C4 together into a brick and put it in the middle of the flexible charge circles.
All.
They moved down the hall and went into one of the offices. Lyons held out his detonator box to Makhdoom.
You want to do the honors?
Thank you.
Do it.
The Pakistani pushed the button. Lyons opened the door, and smoke and dust rolled into the office in a wave. He made his way through the cloud to a blackened hole in the floor, noting with satisfaction that it was a good 5 feet in diameter. Makhdoom had already affixed a rope to a door, and he tossed the coil down the hole.
After you.
Bolan looked up. The rock-hewn ceiling shook with a low rumble, and dust floated down.
Sounded like a satchel charge upstairs.
Carl's up to something.
Bolan scraped an arrow into the unfinished wall with the point of his fixed bayonet.
Probably making his own stairs.
The temple was a maze. They weren't lost, but it was a labyrinth that had to be threaded, lazing around every corner. Without radio communications, it would take Lyons time to find them. Burdick pointed ahead.
What do you make of that?
No more side corridors branched out. Ahead stretched a few dozen yards of straight corridor that opened into darkness.
I'd say we've reached the center of the spider web.
Great. Let's go kill the bastard.
Good idea.
The 2 men made their way to the entrance of an unlit cavern. Standing just outside of it, they flicked on the tactical lights affixed to their carbines and shone them around the room. The air stank of incense. The floor was soft, groomed sand. There was only one thing in the room, and it stood 7 feet tall on a massive black slab of basalt. The ruby-red eyes of Kali, the goddess of death, stared into the tactical lights. Her 2 open hands beckoned them to enter. Bolan's shoulders twitched as he stared at the graven image of the goddess. Images of hideousness beyond horror still lurked at the fringes of Bolan's consciousness, and the 7-foot goddess standing in front of him let all of those images take one massive step forward into the front of his mind.
Steady.
Bolan raised his rifle in answer. The ceiling was rock and earth with no visible handholds, but he and Burdick searched every inch of it anyway, then turned their attention back to the altar. The 3 metal-encased tactical nuclear warheads lay on their sides beneath the foot of the goddess, where she normally stood upon a corpse. Bolan and Burdick stepped into the inner temple.
Greetings. You are too late.
Bolan spun, but he was too slow. Burdick was burdened with Khan across his shoulders. The two soldiers and Khan flew across the room. Bolan's rifle was ripped from his hands before he could rise. Khalidus Kaushal held the carbine by the barrel and swung it at Burdick's head. The big ex-Marine sank face first to the floor. The priest of Kali moved with inhuman speed and grace. Kaushal clamped his hands on Bolan's forearms. Bolan was suddenly borne aloft and hurled 7 feet across the sand. The air burst out of his lungs as he hit the ground and rolled.
Now you have a destiny to fulfill.
Bolan pulled his knife from his boot.
Yeah. We do not have time for this.
Bolan kept the point of the skeletonized steel between them as they locked gazes.
Let's make time.
Very well.
Kaushal opened his hand, and a lump of the consecrated sugar appeared like magic.
The world is a diseased illusion. Kali is the cure. You just require a little more medicine to fathom this.
Kaushal blurred into motion. Bolan lunged to meet him. The executioner cut for his opponent's hands. Kaushal avoided his strokes by inches. One of the priest's hands suddenly closed around Bolan's wrist like a vice, and the huge hand squeezed. The knife dropped to the sand. Bolan drove his free hand into Kaushal's sternum. His hand opened and rammed up in a palm heel strike. Neither blow seemed to have any effect on the man whatsoever.
Enough.
Kaushal wrapped his fingers around Bolan's throat and lifted him off his feet. He held up the lump of brown sugar that had remained undisturbed in his palm during Bolan's attack.
You will take the sacrament. Do it willingly, and I will have the priestesses guide you toward bliss. Resist, and you shall plunge into nightmare that only your death in ritual sacrifice will release you from.
Fine shot!
Khan held a .455 caliber revolver in each hand. Kaushal discarded Bolan like a rag doll. She tried to track Kaushal as he literally cartwheeled across the temple. In her weakened condition, she could barely control the recoil of the immense revolvers as they rolled in her hands with each trigger pull. Kaushal came out of his cartwheeling and strode back into the middle of the room. Khan threw down her revolvers and staggered toward one of the fallen carbines. The dark priest was much too fast, and he took her up helplessly in his hands.
Little sister, blessed one, you do require the cleansing of sacrament.
Trevor Burdick charged across the sand. He threw his 300 pounds toward the priest for a flying shoulder block. Kaushal tossed Khan aside and swung his hands down in an axe-handle blow to Burdick's head.
For you, fat one, I shall make a moment to perform the sacrifice.
The ex-priest bent and picked up Burdick by his belt and collar. He effortlessly pressed the ex-Marine up over his head and turned to the altar of Kali.
I consecrate this life to thee, O Kali, in sacrifice.
The priest stopped in mid-sentence and stared at Bolan. The executioner held the carbine that Kaushal had batted Burdick with moments earlier. Kaushal dropped Burdick behind him. Bolan raised the carbine to his shoulder and squeezed the trigger. Bolan saw that the forestock was cracked, the magazine bent and sticking out of the well at an ugly angle. Kaushal closed the gap. Bolan slid his finger around the trigger of the M230 beneath the cracked stock and fired. Kaushal stopped in his tracks and stared at Bolan quizzically. The priest appeared to be utterly unharmed. Bolan dropped the carbine and backed away. Kaushal took a step forward and stopped. His chin turned down as he gazed at himself. A spot of blood appeared between the plates of muscle. Then a second, and a third, a fourth. Within seconds, he had dozens and then scores of bloody pinpricks. He looked as if someone had tried to carve his heart out of his chest with an ice pick. What he had was 115 17 caliber wounds in his chest, all within the diameter of a dinner plate. Kaushal looked back up at Bolan. A thin thread of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Kaushal stepped forward. Bolan found himself backed up against the black basalt altar. A tactical thermonuclear weapon lay at his feet. Bolan slid the all-iron axe from Kali's slotted stone hand. Kaushal stopped. Bolan limped forward. Blood now washed down Kaushal's chest. He wore blood down his chin like a scarlet beard. With both hands, Bolan hefted the axe back over his shoulder. Kaushal no longer moved with liquid grace and speed. He stumbled back a step in the sand and brought up his hands and charged. Bolan swung the axe. Kaushal's head flew from his shoulders. His decapitated corpse fell, fountaining blood at Kali's feet. Bolan could barely stand. He was done. His heart was still beating, but only just. He held on to the headsman's axe only out of instinct as he staggered 3 steps and collapsed next to Kali. Bolan spent long moments simply breathing. He then pushed himself up to his knees and examined Bijaya Khan. She didn't appear to be physically hurt, but her eyes were half closed, the flesh beneath them bruised with the psychochemical sledgehammering she had taken. Her red-rimmed eyes slid to the black axe Bolan still clutched.
Tell me he's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
Bolan looked over at Burdick. The big ex-Marine lay on his back a few feet away. He looked like death warmed over, but his chest was rising and falling.
Red, you all right?
I'm a mess.
Bolan knew how the man felt. He didn't want to even begin to think of how badly he was messed up himself, mentally, physically, and otherwise. Bolan looked up to where the explosion came from, and seconds later, a pair of ropes sailed uncoiling into the sand. Lyons and Mack Bolan came flying down the ropes, carbines at the ready.
You're late.
Lyons' eyes looked at the ancient axe in Bolan's hands and the headless body by the altar, and reserved comment. They went to check on Burdick. Mack Bolan lowered his carbine and surveyed the carnage in grim approval. Bolan nodded. The obligation of revenge had been satisfied. Mack Bolan ran his laser around the room perfunctorily.
Clear!
James, Austenford, and Sadie and Shotzi entered through the main door. James frowned very deeply. He lowered his pistol as he took a knee in front of Bolan. He looked at the blood-stained axe the executioner held, and then peered searchingly into Bolan's eyes.
How do you feel, big guy?
You saved my life. Again. Bijaya's too.
You think I was gonna let that jarhead blow your brains out?
That shot you cooked up just about did.
We need to get you to a hospital.
Where's Jack?
He's still topside. As far as we can tell, any thuggies that didn't run are dead. Once we regroup, Jack's gonna be medevacing you, Red, Ramrod, and Bijaya to the Stanford Medical Center. I'm gonna go with you to advise the doctors about what you two have been dosed with. Carl is gonna borrow a car from the lot and drive out of range of whatever radio jammer they're using and call in the cavalry to secure this place. Austenford is gonna fly in CIA to secure all the light transferring material. After that, we'll sack out at the safe house in San Francisco.
Bolan nodded. His team had everything under control. Mack Bolan stood staring up at the statue of Kali. The eyes of the goddess stared down upon them all.
And this?
The Pakistani captain held up a stick of C4.
No, that goes back to India.
What was practiced here was an abomination.
I say we send her back to Calcutta. Let her rest in a true temple. Let her be worshipped by the truly devout.
You are a tolerant man.
Bolan stood using the iron haft like a crutch to push himself to his feet. The room spun for a moment, but he stood and let his vision clear. Death hadn't taken him today. He looked down upon the 3 thermonuclear warheads and the 150 kilotons of radioactive fury they represented. Their deadly, incandescent potential was little more than a flash compared to the devastation that would have followed. A key that would have opened the door for the burning ground that Kalidas Kaushal had envisioned for the world. Kali's foot was poised over the warheads, but the dance of destruction hadn't begun this night. The executioner stared deep into the glittering eyes of the goddess of death. The old girl was just going to have to wait.
Mack Bolan Lethal Tribute is a graphic audio production. Production copyright 2007 The Cutting Corporation. All rights reserved. Copyright 2007 Don Pendleton. Performed by Jeff Baker, Terence Aselford, David Coyne, Richard Rowan, Nanette Savard, Thomas Penny, Kate Torrey, James Lewis, James Konachek, Ken Jackson, Umoja Rafaro, Vanessa Benjamin, Christopher Graybill, Tim Carlin, Michael Raplogel, and Mort Shelby. Directed by Terence Aselford. Dialogue editing by Carlos Anderson, Brian Rogers, and Kyle Univere. Graphic audio sound design by Brian Rogers, Kyle Univere, Nathaniel Perry, Temeskin Wubna, and Johan Detweiler. The Mack Bolan theme was composed by Chris Rowan. Additional original music by Chris Rowan, Matt Webb, and Brian Patton. Novel adapted for graphic audio by Nathaniel Perry. Produced by Rick Rowan and Dwayne Beeman. Executive producers James Cutting, Mary Cutting, and Angie Cornett. If you enjoyed Mack Bolan, be sure to look for Don Pendleton's Stony Man and The Executioner. Available at road stops everywhere at 1-800-670-5220 or at www.graphicaudio.net.
The following previews are of graphic audio productions rated for mature audiences due to scenes of intense violence and sexual situations.
Available now from Graphic Audio.
Space, the great hope of humanity. The Venture Star, the future shuttle of America's space fleet, has completed its maiden launch. But the revelry won't last for long.
I repeat, Houston, Venture Star. We have a problem. Houston, go ahead. We are experiencing a problem with one of the APUs. We can't shut it down. Houston, we are now showing a fire in the APU.
But things are not what they seem.
What the hell went wrong, Bear? We plotted the impact from the radar tapes. Why isn't it there?
Well, I'm not really sure yet what crashed into the Pacific. And the Venture Star, I wouldn't be surprised if it's in China, Western China to be exact.
The Venture Star wasn't destroyed. It was hijacked.
The plan is a long shot.
He wants the Venture Star back at all costs. And we're an expendable part of the equation, pure and simple.
We're going to use the space shuttle Atlantis for a secret mission to destroy a series of nuclear-armed deep space missile launch platforms the Chinese have put into orbit.
But the consequences of failure are unthinkable.
Stop the Yankees from capturing the ship at all costs!
Oh, Jesus.
Stony Man number 45, Star Venture. Appearing now in the theater in your mind.
0. SRB ignition. Liftoff.